Yeah, I know that. What's that?
Espera aí, só um pouquinho.
Sim, sim, sim,
Sai.
sim. Yeah, how you been?
মানে ইয়াতে স্যার ও আমাদের লোক আছে স্যার আপনি আপনি তো মেজাইনে যাবেন তাই না স্যার হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ আপনি তো লবিতে
Yeah, but you have your spot. Yuri, mas a gente vai
All cameras up on the right, all video. nobody else. Everybody go to this side, please. Cosa minha querida? Now we need one more. Stay on the other side for me.
كمان واقف فوقي بس لسه الوصول متى؟ 8 ل 5 والله بعد أيمن الصفد يا أيمن الصفد.
Excuse me, please. Excuse me.
¿La presidenta?
Gracias.
Copy. Excuse me, please. Copy.
Presidenta Boluarte. Presidenta Boluarte. Presidenta.
A los aliados habla 2 minutos, por favor.
Excuse me, please. I need to pan around.
هاي روحي كيفك شو أخبارك؟ هل استوعبت روحي الإشراط على الكويس؟ لا أموري تمام وكلت امبارح بس اليوم لسه ما أكلت والساعة عندي الآن 8 صباحا ساعتين بالنوم لسه الصبح أنا
I'm going to be walking here, so please don't put that there. Thank you. Thank you. getting a little elbowed up here on this
اعمل الصفة
platform.
دي طلع. ما عليك.
Não, já está a chegar. Mas olha. Sai lá.
Al fondo, Chepo. Al fondo. Llega al fondo.
Folks, slow down. Just make sure your IDs are visible. Both ID. Primary and the secondary badges.
Sorry, Wayne. Your mic's right in the camera.
Rocan, avisa. Avisa, avisa. Una más avisa.
Ari.
Buenos días, presidente.
Presidente, aquí, Panamá. Panamá, Panamá, arriba, arriba. Para que estamos chiquitos.
Trying to give you guys a chance.
video.
Mas diga-me, Sr. Presidente, o que é que Portugal traz a esta... São 80 anos de existência
São
das
80
Nações
anos
Unidas.
e nós queremos mais 80 anos.
Mas, Sr. Presidente, sabia que é inédito? 80 anos e a África é o único continente que não está representado
Mas
no
sabe o que é que
Conselho de
Portugal
Segurança.
pensa? Nós deixamos que tem
conta-nos.
de haver uma reforma do Conselho de Segurança com presença permanente africana, com presença dos sítios, com países como o Brasil e a Índia presentes. Isto é, uma transformação profunda do Conselho de Segurança para corresponder ao mundo de hoje. O Conselho de Segurança corresponde ao mundo de 45.
Certamente.
Já lá vai muito tempo.
Então apoia a entrada.
Claro, mas apoiamos há anos.
Obrigada, Sr.
Sempre.
Presidente.
Beijinho.
O discurso do presidente Lula junto ao presidente Trump, o senhor acha que os dois deveriam encontrar aqui e conversar?
Aqui todo mundo se encontra com todo mundo. Ainda ontem encontrei o presidente Lula porque eu falei assim a ele. E, portanto, cruzamos-nos.
Jordan. Be careful. You can't do all. Okay, you are doing. Be careful with your hands. If you don't speak, do it.
بالنص.
Ethiopia. Yes, sir. Ethiopia. No,
Oh, Mr. President, good morning. How are you? Could you speak at the end? I know, but maybe later. Thank you, sir.
That was good.
Poland. Yeah, the new one. Karen Nabrowski. Buenos días, presidente.
Geldi. Possiamo stare on su.
they keep having me push back towards the rail.
Be careful the camera.
Which, oh.
Yeah, you're on TV. We don't want.
You gonna rest a little bit?
Huh?
You gonna rest a little bit?
No, not rest. Just, I put that there because people were walking here and like, and then security is telling me don't walk out. There's my cable.
Yeah.
You know. I'm good. Thank you. Keep coming. Keep passing back and forth.
This is Pamela. We are always communicating.
Yes.
I'm always sending for the credentials, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. You just Pamela. Yeah.
United Nations. We're here. I'm here. The president will be here. The Secretary Rubio will be here. They're transparent. They've been very clear. The president obviously loves New York. We recognize the importance of the UN, the importance of the world working together, but it must be functional, efficient. It must reach the people who really needs it. It must be rapid. As the Secretary of State has said, Marco Rubio, we must operate at the speed of relevancy. So it's because we care is why you're going to hear messages about reform and restoration, things that will take us into the future.
Do you think the president will address the peace in DRC?
I'm not going to get ahead of the president. He will address everything of importance to us. It's clear. He's made a difference in the world. He'll continue to. It's going to be a very exciting day. The door is open to the future.
Já.
Kijk, kijk.
Pode ser interpretado para
Lay it on the, yeah, lay it on the ground, on the ground, on the ground. Thank you. Yeah, he disappeared before. Big motorcade's coming. I don't know who it is.
Oh, really?
is to take stock about the 80 years of existence of the UN. You remember that the UN was created after the Holocaust, a genocide. But there are failures that happened during the last 80 years, including the genocide against the Tutsi in Rwanda. So, and we are a bit concerned actually with the resurgence of genocide ideology in our region, especially in Syria. So we will talk about the positive things, climate change, the digital transformation, the multilateralism that is important for all of us, but to also talk about how the UN will not commit the same mistakes that it has committed in the past by raising the alarm on the situation in our region.
What about Africa being part of the Security Council?
That is important because now you know that when the UN Charter was adopted, only 4 African countries were independent and signed on the Charter. And now 2/3 of the items on the agenda of Security Council is about African conflict, African issues. Yet we don't have any single permanent member. So what we believe is that we need to have at least 2 African states as permanent member with all rights and privileges, including the veto right. So we believe in that.
What about the ceasefire in DRC? Can you share something? It's coming. When are we seeing the ceasefire?
We signed an important agreement, the Washington Peace Agreement, was mediated by the U.S. administration, the Trump administration.
The aisles, actually.
Please take your seats. We are going to start now.
Good morning. Good morning, heads of states, excellencies, dear guests, people watching from home. The 4th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. After our intense Monday, today starts the general debate of the 80th session. Before proceeding to the general debate, the Assembly will hear an introduction by Secretary General of his annual report on the work of the organization. Under Agenda Item 110, in accordance with Resolution 51/241 of 31st July 1997. Please take your seat. I now give the floor to the Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres. Please, could you take your seats?
Let me begin with two words we have not been able to say often enough in this hall. Madam President. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 8 years ago, in a world scorched by war, leaders made a choice: cooperation over chaos, law over lawlessness, peace over conflict. And that choice gave birth to the United Nations, not as a dream for perfection, but as a practical strategy for the survival of humanity. Many of our founders had seen firsthand the hell of the death camps and the terror of war. They knew that true leadership meant creating a system to prevent a replay of those horrors, a firewall against the flames of conflict and World War III, a forum for sovereign states to pursue dialogue and cooperation, and a concrete affirmation of an essential human truth: we are all in this together. And this General Assembly Hall is the heartbeat of that truth. It is why for decades world leaders have come to this one-of-a-kind podium. It is why you are here today. Because at its best, the United Nations is more than a meeting place. It's a moral compass, a force for peace and peacekeeping, a guardian of international law, a catalyst for sustainable development, a lifeline for people in crisis, a lighthouse for human rights, and a center that transforms your decisions, the decisions of member states, into action. 80 years on, we confront again the question our founders faced, only more urgent, more intertwined, more unforgiving. What kind of world do we choose to build together? Excellencies, we have our work cut out for us as our ability to carry out that work is being cut from us. We have entered in an age of reckless disruption and relentless human suffering. Look around. The principles of the United Nations that you have established are under siege. Listen, the pillars of peace and progress are buckling under the weight of impunity, inequality, and indifference. Sovereign nations invaded, hunger weaponized, truth silence, rising smoke from bombed-out cities, rising anger in fractured societies, rising seas swallowing coastlines. Each one a warning, each one a question. What kind of world will we choose? A world of raw power or a world of laws? A world that is a scramble for self-interest or a world where nations come together? A world where might makes right or a world of rights for all? Excellencies, our world is becoming increasingly multipolar, and this is positive, reflecting a more diverse, dynamic global landscape. But multipolarity without effective multilateral institutions can court chaos, as Europe has learned the hard way, resulting in World War I. It was multipolar but there was no multilateral institutions. So let's be clear. International cooperation is not naivete. It is hard-headed pragmatism. In a world where there's leap borders, isolation is an illusion. No country can stop a pandemic alone. No army can halt rising temperatures. No algorithm can rebuild trust once it is broken. These are global stress tests of our system, our solidarity, and our resolve. I'm convinced we can pass these tests, and we must. Because people everywhere are demanding something better, and we owe them a system worthy of their trust and a future worthy of their dreams. And so we must make the choice, an active choice, to reaffirm the imperative of international law, to reassert the centrality of multilateralism, to reinforce justice and human rights, and to recommit to the principles that gave rise to our organization, and to the promise contained in its first words, we the peoples. Excellencies, the choices we face are not part of an ideological debate. They are a matter of life and death for millions. As I scan the global landscape, we must make 5 critical choices. First, we must choose peace rooted in international law. Peace is our first obligation. Yet today, wars rage with a barbarity we vowed never to allow. Too often, the Charter is brandished when convenient and trampled when not. But the Charter is not optional. It is our foundation. And when the foundation cracks, everything built upon fractures. Around the world, we see countries acting as if the rules don't apply to them. We see humans treated as less than human, and we must call it out. Impunity is the mother of chaos, and it has spawned some of the most atrocious conflicts of our times. In Sudan, civilians are being slaughtered, starved, and silenced. Women and girls face unspeakable violence. There is no military solution. I urge all parties, including those in this hall, end the external support that is fueling this bloodshed. Push to protect civilians, because the Sudanese people deserve peace, dignity, and hope. In Ukraine, relentless violence continues to kill civilians, destroy civilian infrastructure, and threaten global peace and security. I commend recent diplomatic efforts by the United States and others. We must work for a full ceasefire and a just, lasting peace in accordance with the Charter, UN resolutions, and international law. In Gaza, the horrors are approaching a third monstrous year. They are the result of decisions that defy basic humanity. The scale of death and destruction are beyond any other conflict in my years as Secretary General. The International Court of Justice has issued legally binding provisional measures in the case named Application of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in the Gaza Strip. Since then, a famine has been declared and the killing has intensified. The measures stipulated by the ICJ must be implemented fully and immediately. Nothing can justify the horrific Hamas terror attacks of October 7 and the taking of hostages, both of which I have repeatedly condemned. And nothing can justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people and the systematic destruction of Gaza. We know what is needed. Permanent ceasefire now. All the hostages released now. Full humanitarian access now. And we must not relent in the only viable answer to sustainable Middle East peace, a two-state solution as so eloquently reaffirmed yesterday. We must urgently reverse dangerous trends on the ground. Relentless settler expansion and violence, and the looming threat of annexation must stop. Everywhere, from Haiti to Yemen, to Myanmar and the Sahel and beyond, we must choose peace anchored in international law. The past year has brought glimmers of hope, including the ceasefire between Cambodia and Thailand, and the agreement between Azerbaijan and Armenia brokered by the United States. But far too many crises continue unchecked. Impunity prevails, lawlessness is a contagion, it invites mayhem, accelerates terror, and risks a nuclear free-for-all. When accountability shrinks, graveyards grow. When UN staff and facilities are attacked, violating legal obligations, so too is the core of our ability to serve and deliver. The Security Council must live up to its responsibilities. It must be more representative, more transparent, and more effective. Beyond crisis response, we must tackle the injustices that ignite conflict: exclusion, inequality, impunity, and corruption. The surest way to silence the guns is to raise the volume for justice. Real security is born of fairness and opportunity for all. Excellences, cela m'amène au deuxième point.
This leads me to my second point. We must choose human dignity and human rights.
Les droits humains ne sont pas
Human
un ornement
rights
de la
are not
paix.
an ornament
Ils en
of
sont le
peace,
socle.
they're its bedrock.
Les droits humains, sociaux,
Human rights,
économiques,
economic,
politiques,
social,
civiques
cultural,
et
political,
culturels
and civil
sont
are
universels,
universal,
indivisibles
indivisible,
et
and
interdépendants.
interdependent.
Choisir les droits,
Choosing
c'est
rights
plus que des
means
paroles.
more than
C'est
words.
choisir la justice
It
plutôt que le
means choosing
silence.
justice over
C'est
silence.
préserver la liberté
It means
et l'espace
protecting
civique.
freedom and civic space.
Faire avancer l'égalité pour
Advancing
les femmes et
equality
les
for
filles.
women and girls.
Combattre le
Confronting
racisme et la
racism and
discrimination
discrimination
sous toutes leurs
in
formes.
all its forms.
Protéger les défenseurs des
Protecting
droits
human
humains,
rights
les
defenders,
journalistes
journalists,
et la liberté
and freedom of
d'expression,
speech.
et garantir les droits des
And
réfugiés et
upholding
des
the rights
migrants
of refugees and
afin que la
migrants
mobilité
so
soit
that
sûre
mobility is
et
safe
conforme
and
au
in
droit
accordance with
international.
international law.
Les droits humains sont un
Human
combat
rights
quotidien,
are a daily battle,
en ligne comme hors
online
ligne.
and offline.
Ils exigent de la
They
volonté
require
politique,
political will.
mais la dignité ne se
But
résume
dignity
pas à la
is not only
protection des droits.
about the protection of
Elle
rights.
exige pleinement concrétiser ces droits
About
grâce
rights
à un
fulfilled
développement
through
inclusif
inclusive
et
and
résilient.
resilient development.
Des droits qui mettent fin à la
Rights that
pauvreté
put an end
et à la
to
faim.
poverty and hunger.
Des droits qui ouvrent
Rights
de la
that
voie de
open
l'éducation,
doors
de la
to
santé
education,
et des
health
opportunités.
and opportunity.
Les objectifs de
The
développement
Sustainable
durable
Development
sont
Goals
notre feuille
are
de
our
route
shared
commune
roadmap
pour
for
concrétiser ces
achieving
droits.
these rights.
Mais pour avancer sur
But
cette
in order
voie,
to make
il faut
progress
du
down this
carburant.
road, we need
Ce
fuel.
carburant, c'est le
And
financement.
that fuel is
Et nous savons ce qu'un
finance.
développement bien mené
We've
peut
seen
accomplir.
what development done right can
Au
deliver.
cours de la dernière
In the
décennie,
past decade,
des millions de personnes
millions
supplémentaires ont
more have
accédé à
gained access to
l'électricité,
electricity,
à des solutions de cuisson
clean
propres
cooking
et à
solutions,
l'Internet.
and to the
Le
internet.
mariage des enfants
Child marriage
recule,
is in retreat.
la représentation des femmes
Women's
avance,
representation is
mais les
growing,
coupes dans l'aide au
but cuts
développement
to aid
font des
are wreaking
ravages.
havoc.
Pour un grand nombre de personnes,
They are
elles
a death
représentent une
sentence
condamnation
for many.
à mort. Pour tant d'autres,
For so
un
many more,
avenir confisqué.
a stolen future.
C'est là tout le
This
paradoxe
is
de
the
notre
great
époque.
paradox of our time.
Nous avons les solutions,
We have the
mais nous
solutions,
siphonnons le
but we
carburant
are siphoning
qui nous
off the
permettrait
fuel
d'avancer.
that would make it possible to make
Choisir la
progress.
dignité, c'est choisir
To
la
choose
justice
dignity, we
financière
must choose
et la
financial
solidarité.
justice and solidarity.
Nous devons réformer
We need
l'architecture
to
financière
reform the international
internationale
financial
afin
architecture
qu'elle soit au
so that it
service du
drives
développement
development
de
for all.
toutes et de tous. Avant que des banques multilatérales de
With bigger
développement
and
plus grandes et
bolder
plus
multilateral
audacieuses
development
qui
banks
prêtent
lending more
davantage et mobilisent
and
plus de capitaux
mobilizing more
privés pour les
private
pays en
capital
développement.
for developing
avec des
countries,
mécanismes d'allègement de
with
dette plus
faster
rapides et
and
plus
fairer
justes,
debt relief
couvrant
mechanisms,
tous les pays en difficulté,
helping every country in
y compris
crisis,
ceux à revenus
including
intermédiaires.
middle-income countries.
Une protection des ressources nationales
Protecting
en
natural
s'attaquant aux flux
resources
financiers
by
illicites,
tackling illicit
aux
financial
pratiques fiscales
flows and
abusives
abusive tax
qui volent aux
practices
sociétés
that rob
leur
societies
avenir.
of their future,
et des institutions
and
financières
global
mondiales à
financial
l'image du monde
institutions that
d'aujourd'hui,
represent today's
avec
world,
une
with
participation
far
bien plus
greater
forte
participation
des pays
of
en développement
developing countries
dans sa composition et ses décisions.
in terms of their composition
Alors
and
faisons
their
le choix
decision-making.
d'une
So
économie
let
mondiale au
us
service de
choose a
toutes
global
et
economy
tous.
that works for everyone,
Faisons le
men
choix
and women.
des droits
Let
humains
us choose
et de la
human
dignité
rights and
et
dignity,
donnons-nous les moyens d'une
and
transition
let us
juste
equip
pour les
ourselves
peuples
with the
et la
means
planète.
to ensure a transition
Excelências,
for people and the planet.
esto nos leva a la tercera opción.
Excellencies, this brings me to the
Debemos
third
elegir la
choice.
justicia
We must
climática.
choose climate justice.
La crisis climática
The
se está
climate crisis
acelerando,
is accelerating,
pero las soluciones
but
también.
so are the solutions.
El futuro de la energía
The clean
limpia
energy future
ya no es una
is no
promesa
longer a
lejana,
distant promise.
ya está aquí.
It's already here.
Ningún gobierno,
No government,
industria o
industry,
interés
or special
especial
interest
puede
can
detenerlo.
stop it.
Pero algunos lo
But
están
some are
intentando,
trying,
prejudicando a las
hurting
economías,
economies,
imponiendo
locking
precios
in
más
higher
altos
prices,
y
and
desperdiciando
squandering
una
a
oportunidad
historic
histórica.
opportunity.
Excellencies, fossil fuels are a losing bet. Last year, almost all new power capacity came from renewables, and the investment is surging. Renewables are the cheapest and fastest source of new power. They create jobs, drive growth, shield economies from volatile oil and gas markets, connect the unconnected, and can free us from the tyranny of fossil fuels. But not at today's pace. Clean energy investment remains uneven. 21st century grids and storage are not rolling out fast enough. And public subsidies, taking from taxpayer money, still flow to fossil fuels over clean energy by a factor of 9 to 1. Meanwhile, emissions, temperatures, and disasters keep rising. And those least responsible suffer the most. Science says limiting global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees by the end of this century is still possible, but the window is closing. The International Court of Justice has affirmed the legal obligation of states. We must step up action and ambition, especially through strengthened national climate plans. Tomorrow, I will welcome leaders to announce new targets. The G20, the biggest emitters, must lead, guided by common but differentiated responsibilities. But all countries must step up and do more as we head to the UN Climate Conference in Brazil. By accelerating action in energy, forests, methane and industrial decarbonization. By defining a credible roadmap to mobilize $1.3 trillion annually in climate finance by 2035 for developing countries. By supporting just transitions, by doubling finance for adaptation to at least $40 billion this year, and rapidly deploying proven tools to unlock billions more in concessional finance. And by capitalizing the Loss and Damage Fund with significant contributions. All of these requires government, international financial institutions, philanthropies, civil society, and the private sector to work together. To provide fiscal space to developing countries and unlock new innovative sources of finance at scale, including solidarity levies on high-emitting sectors and debt swaps. We have the solutions and tools, but we must choose climate justice and climate action. Fourth, we must choose to put technology at the service of humanity. Artificial intelligence is rewriting human existence in real time, transforming how we learn, work, communicate, and what we can trust. And the question is not how to stop it, but how to steer it for the greater good. Technology must be our servant, not our master. It must promote human rights, human dignity, and human agency. Yet today, AI's advancement in outpacing regulation and responsibility and is concentrated in a few hands. And the risks are expanding to new frontiers, from biotech to autonomous weapons. We are witnessing the rise of tools for mass surveillance, mass social control, mass disruption, and even mass destruction. Tools that can drain energy, strain ecosystems, and intensify the race for critical minerals, potentially stoking instability and conflict. Yet, these technologies remain largely ungoverned. We need universal guardrails and common standards across platforms. No company should be above the law. No machines should decide who lives or dies. No system should be deployed without transparency, safety, and accountability. Last month, this Assembly took a historic step, establishing an independent international scientific panel on AI and an annual global dialogue on AI governance. Two new pillars of a shared architecture, connecting science with policy to bring clarity and foresight, enabling innovation to flourish while advancing our values and our rights, and ensuring governments, companies, and civil society can help shape common norms. We must build on these mechanisms and close the capacity gap. All countries must be able to design and develop AI, not just to consume it. I have proposed voluntary financing options to build AI computing power, data, and skills in developing nations. No country should be locked out of the digital future or locked into systems it cannot shape or trust. And governments must lead with vision, and companies must act with responsibility. And we, the international community, must ensure that technology lifts up humanity. So let us choose cooperation over fragmentation, ethics over expediency, and transparency over opacity. Technology will not wait for us, but we can still choose what it serves. So let us choose wisely. Fifth and finally, to meet all these goals, we must choose to strengthen the United Nations for the 21st century. The forces shaking our world are also testing the foundations of the United Nations system. We are being hit by rising geopolitical tensions and divisions, chronic uncertainty, and mounting financial strain. But those who depend on the United Nations must not be made to bear the cost, especially now, when for every dollar invested to support our core work to build peace, the world spends $750 on weapons of war. This is not only unsustainable, it is indefensible. In this moment of crisis, the United Nations has never been more essential. The world needs our unique legitimacy, our convening power, our vision to unite nations, to bridge divides and confront the challenges before us. The Pact for the Future has shown your determination to build a United Nations that is stronger, more inclusive, and more effective. That is the logic and the urgency of our UN80 initiative. We are moving swiftly and decisively. I put forward concrete proposals, a revised budget for 2026 that strengthens accountability, improves delivery, and cuts costs. Practical reforms to implement mandates more effectively and efficiently with greater impact. And ideas to spark a paradigm shift in the structure of the UN and how its parts work together. Most of these decisions rest with you, the Member States, and we will move forward in full respect of the established procedures. Together, let us choose to invest in a United Nations that adapts, innovates, and is empowered to deliver for people everywhere. Excellencies, my overriding message comes down to this. Now is the time to choose. It's not enough to know what the right choices are. I urge you to make them. I grew up in a world where choices were few. I was raised in the darkness of dictatorship, where fear silenced voices and hope was nearly crushed. Yet, even the bleakest hours, especially then, I discovered a truth that has never left me. Power does not reside in the hands of those who dominate or divide. Real power resides from people, from our shared resolve to uphold dignity, to defend equality, to believe fiercely in our common humanity and the potential of every human being. I learned early to persevere, to speak out, to refuse to surrender, no matter the challenge, no matter the obstacle, no matter the hour. We must and we will overcome. Because in a world of many choices, there is one choice we must never make, the choice to give up. We must never give up. That is my promise to you, for peace, for dignity, for justice, for humanity, for the world we know is possible when we work as one. I will never, ever give up. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General. The Assembly will now turn to agenda item 8, entitled General Debate. "80 years. Longer than the average human life. This anniversary of the United Nations should have been a moment of celebration. But this is not an ordinary year. Just look at the state of our world, as the Secretary General described. Thousands of orphans in Gaza are wandering around the rubble, eating sand, drinking contaminated water. 90-year-old women in Ukraine are hiding from drones, trapped in their homes instead of living their final years in peace. Children in Haiti, too afraid to walk to school, afraid they might be gunned down by gangs like their friends. And for every conflict and tragedy that seizes the headlines, there are so many more that are forgotten, lost to the news cycle. Like women in Democratic Republic of the Congo, shielding their daughters from armed groups, fearful they might be raped. And Rohingya children, spending their whole childhood in tattered tents, unable to remember what their home looks like. Faced with these realities, now is not the time to celebrate, but to ask ourselves, where is the United Nations? Distinguished heads of state and government, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, people out there in the world watching us. Clearly, we have to do better. But what we should not let cynics allow to weaponize these failures, to argue that our institution is a waste of money, outdated, irrelevant. when the principles of the Charter are ignored? Is it the UN that has failed? When tanks rolled into Ukraine, was it because Article 2 of the Charter is not clear enough about sovereignty and territorial integrity? When civilians, children, are killed in Gaza, is it humanitarian law at fault for failing to protect them? It's not the Charter which fails. It's not the UN as an institution which fails. The Charter, our Charter, is only as strong as member states' willingness to uphold it, and their willingness to hold to account those who violate it. Excellencies, yes, our world is in pain. Yes, we have failures. But imagine how much worse would it be without the United Nations? Would a single person be better off without it? Without UNICEF, 26 million children would not have received an education. Without the World Food Programme, nearly 125 million people would have lacked life-saving food assistance. Without the World Health Organization, over 1 billion vaccines would not have been supplied. Sometimes we could have done more, but we cannot let this dishearten us. If we stop doing the right thing, evil would prevail. This 80th session is not about big celebrations. It's about finding the resolve not to give up, the resolve to be better together, just as our predecessors did 8 decades ago. This institution was born in a world on fire and desperate for reprieve. 750 million, nearly a third of humanity back then, still under colonial rule. 2 world wars in a generation, 70 million dead. The horrors of the Holocaust revealed to our collective shame. This was a generation that knew almost nothing but suffering and despair. The signing of the Charter in 1945 gave hope to millions, gave us a North Star that guided our path from the ashes of war, helped guide nations from colonial rule into independent states, helped end apartheid. Across the decades, the United Nations has been a compass pointing toward peace, humanity, and justice. We have not always succeeded, but the story of this institution is not a story of easy victories. It's a story of falling and rising, of pulling ourselves and each other back up and trying harder. We gather here for the 80th time, not for empty celebration, not out of ritual, not to hear our own voices. We gather to prove that this institution matters, and that through this institution, every nation represented here, no matter how big or small, can summon again the strength and unity first shown in San Francisco 80 years ago. The courage and resolve of world leaders who, even while some called them back then naive, believed they could build a better world from the wreckage of the old. They showed then what true leadership is. It's not about imposing your will or putting others down. True leadership is about lifting others up, not out of altruism, but for our mutual benefit, and even out of our self-interest. Because as our founders and every architect of peace since then has understood, helping others is what makes ultimately our own countries stronger. Could any state have faced the global pandemic alone? The virus did not have any passport. We were only able to solve it at the end with the support of the World Health Organization. The climate crisis does not stop at borders. CO2 emissions anywhere affect people everywhere. Even the wealthiest cities in the world cannot shield themselves from wildfires. And imagine coming here by plane. How safe would you feel to step into the next airplane if there were no International Civil Aviation Organization anymore, which is responsible for setting safety regulations for 5 billion passengers each year? How comfortable would you be with your children using the internet while AI is uncontrolled and unchecked? As the lines between what is real and fake start to blur. In this globalized, digitalized world, we work together or we suffer alone. Excellencies, the theme of this milestone session and the high-level week is therefore better together. 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights. Will living up to that be easy? No. But this hall was not built for easy times. It was built to come together to confront the hardest topics. This session is a session where the high-level week is about resolving differences. We showed some of it yesterday already. But even the House of Dialogue and Diplomacy needs a renovation. That is why the UN80 initiative and the wider reform process are not luxuries, but necessities. We are literally now at a crossroads, a make it or break it moment, politically, financially. Therefore, we have to deliver a United Nations that is agile, cost-effective, and fit for purpose. Member States have to give the Secretary General and this process their full support, because reform cannot stop in New York. It must carry through to every capital. That includes delivering the Pact for the Future and accelerating progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. Again, this is not about charity. It's about addressing the core purposes of this institution, about strengthening our foundations across all 3 pillars: peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development. They are inseparable. Leaving hundreds of millions trapped in extreme poverty, vulnerable to crisis, and denied their human rights is not only a moral failure, it's a recipe for global unrest, terrorism, and the tragic waste of humanity's greatest resource, its people. Put it simply, without the SDGs, there cannot be lasting peace. Excellencies, our future as an institution will also be shaped by the selection of the next Secretary General. And here we must pause and reflect. In nearly 80 years, this organization has never chosen a woman for that role. One might wonder how out of 4 billion potential candidates, there could not be found a single one. Of course, the choice rests with member states. But those of you having been there yesterday celebrating Beijing, one strong female leader after the other from all our continents. Like 80 years ago, we are standing at a crossroads. And it's up to us, to every single member state, to live up to the same leadership as your predecessors did, to act when action is needed, to uphold the principles of our Charter, to be better together, to show the people around the world that this United Nation is there. Today, tomorrow, and for the next 8 decades. Because, after all, it's the life insurance for every country. Thank you. Before giving the floor to the first speaker for this morning, I would like to remind Member States that the list of speakers for the general debate has been established on the agreed basis that statements should be no longer than 15 minutes to enable all the speakers to be heard at a given meeting. Within this time frame, I would like to appeal to speakers to deliver their statements at a reasonable pace so that interpretation into the other official languages may be provided properly. I would also like to draw your attention to the decision taken by the Assembly at previous sessions, namely that the practice of expressing congratulations inside the Assembly Hall after speech has been delivered is strongly discouraged. After delivering their statements from the rostrum, speakers are invited to exit the hall through room JA200, located behind the podium, before returning to their seats. May I take it that the Assembly agrees to proceed in this manner? It's so decided. Finally, I should like to draw the attention of Member States that during the general debate, official photographers are in the room and will take official photographs of all speakers by the Department of Global Communications. Members interested in obtaining these photographs are requested to contact the Photo Library of the United Nations. By this, the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, President of the Federative Republic of Brazil. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President of the General Assembly, Annalena Baerbock, Mr. Secretary General Antonio Guterres, dear heads of state and government, and representatives of the member states gathered here. This should be a time to celebrate the United Nations. Created at the end of the war, the UN symbolizes the highest expression of the aspiration for peace and prosperity. Today, however, the ideals that inspired its founders in San Francisco are under threat as never before in their history. Multilateralism is at a new crossroads. The organization's authority is in check. We are witnessing the consolidation of an international order marked by repeated concessions to power play, attacks on sovereignty, arbitrary sanctions, and unilateral interventions are becoming the rule. There is a clear parallel between multilateralism crisis and the weakening of democracy. Authoritarianism is strengthened when we fail to act in the face of arbitrary acts, when the international society falters in defending peace, sovereignty, and the rule of law. The consequences are tragic throughout the world. Anti-democratic forces are trying to subjugate institutions and stifle freedoms. They worship violence, praise ignorance, act as physical and digital militias, and restrict
the press.
Mesmo sob ataques sem
Even
precedentes,
under an
o Brasil
unprecedented
optou
attack,
por
Brazil
resistir
chose to
e
resist
defender sua
and defend its
democracia
democracy,
reconquistada há 40 anos
40
pelo seu
years
povo
ago by
depois
its
de
people
2 décadas de
after
governo
2
ditatoriais.
decades of dictatorial government.
Não há justificativa
There
para
is
as
no
medidas
justification for
unilaterais e
unilateral
arbitrárias
and
contra nossas
arbitrary
instituições
measures
e nossa
against our
economia.
institutions and our
A
economy.
agressão contra a independência do
The
Poder
aggression
Judiciário
against the
é
independence of the
inaceitável.
judiciary branch of power
Esta
is
ingerência
unacceptable.
em
This
assuntos internos
interference in domestic
conta com o
affairs
auxílio de uma
is
extrema-direita
aided by a
subserviente e
subservient
saudosa
far-right
de antigas
who is
hegemonias.
nostalgic of past
Falsos
hegemonies.
patriotas
False
arquitetam e
patriots
promovem
plan and publicly
publicamente
promote
ações contra o
actions
Brasil.
against Brazil.
Não há pacificação com
Cannot
impunidade.
be achieved with
Há poucos
impunity.
dias,
A few days
e
ago,
pela primeira
and for the
vez em
first time in
525 anos de nossa
525
história,
years of our history,
ex-chefe de
a
Estado
former head of state
foi condenado
was
por atentar
convicted
contra
of
o Estado
attacking the
democrático de
democratic
direito.
rule of law.
Foi
He
investigado,
was investigated,
indiciado e
indicted,
julgado
trialed,
e
and held
responsabilizado pelos
accountable
seus atos
for his
em um
actions
processo
in a
minucioso.
meticulous process.
Teve amplo direito de defesa,
He has the
prerrogativa
right to
que as
defend himself was
ditaduras
secured,
negam
a
às suas
prerogative that
vítimas.
dictatorships deny to
Diante
their
dos
victims
olhos do mundo,
before the eyes of the
O Brasil
world.
deu um recado
Brazil
a todos os
sent a
candidatos
message to all
autocratas
aspiring
e aqueles que os apoiam.
autocrats and those who
Nossa
support them.
democracia
Our
e
democracy,
nossa
our
soberania
sovereignty
são
are
inegociáveis.
non-negotiable.
Seguiremos como
We will
nação
continue
independente
as an
e
independent
como povo
nation
livre
and as
de
a people
qualquer tipo de
free
tutela.
from any type of guardianship.
Democracias sólidas
Sound
vão além
democracies
do
go
ritual
beyond
eleitoral.
the electoral ritual.
Seu vigor
Its strength
pressupõe a redução das
presupposes the
desigualdades,
reduction of
a garantia
inequalities,
dos
the
direitos mais
guarantee of the
elementares,
most basic
a
rights,
alimentação,
food,
a segurança,
safety,
o trabalho,
work,
a moradia,
housing,
a educação
education,
e a
and
saúde.
health.
A democracia falha
Democracy
quando as
fails
mulheres ganham
when
menos que
women
os homens
earn less than
ou
men
morrem pelas
or
mãos de
die
parceiros
at
e
the hands
familiares.
of partners and family
Ela
members.
perde
It
quando
loses
fecha suas
when it
portas
closes its
e
doors
culpa migrantes
and
pelas
blames
mazelas do
migrants
mundo.
for the world's ills.
A pobreza
Poverty
é tão
is
inimiga
a
da
much
democracia
an enemy of
quanto o
democracy
extremismo.
as extremism.
Por isso,
Therefore,
foi com orgulho
we were proud
que
to
recebemos
receive
da FAO a
confirmation from
confirmação de que o
FAO
Brasil
that
voltou
Brazil
a
has
sair do
once
mapa
again
da
left
fome
the hunger
este
map
ano de
in this
2025.
year, 2025.
Mas no mundo,
But in
ainda
the
há
world,
670
there are
milhões
still
de pessoas famintas
670
e
million hungry
cerca de
people
2 bilhões
and
e
about
300 milhões
2.3 billion
enfrentam insegurança
face
alimentar.
food insecurity.
A única guerra
The only
que
war
todos podem
of
sair
which
vencedores
everyone
é a
can
que
emerge
travamos
victorious
contra a
is the
fome
one
e a
we wage
pobreza.
against hunger and
Esse é o
poverty.
objetivo da Aliança
This is the
Global
goal of the
que
global
lançamos no
alliance we
G20
launched
e que já conta
at the
com o apoio de
G20 and which has the
103
support
países.
of 103
A
countries.
comunidade
The
internacional
international community
precisa rever
needs to
suas
revise
prioridades,
its priorities,
reduzir os gastos com
reduce
guerras
arms
e
spending,
aumentar a ajuda
and
ao
increase
desenvolvimento.
development aid.
Aliviar o serviço
Relieve
da
the
dívida
service
externa
of the
dos
foreign
países mais
debt
pobres,
of the poorest
sobretudo os
countries, above all
africanos,
African
e
nations,
definir
and
padrões
set
mínimos de
minimum
tributação
global
global
tax standards
para que os super
so
ricos
that the super
paguem mais
rich
impostos
pay
que
more
os
taxes
trabalhadores.
than workers.
A democracia também se
Democracy
mede
is
pela
also
capacidade
measured by
de
the
proteger
ability
as
to protect
famílias e a
families
infância.
and the childhood.
As plataformas digitais
Digital platforms
trazem
offer
possibilidade de nos
possibilities for
aproximar
us to come
como
together
jamais
in
havíamos
ways we
imaginado,
never imagined.
mas têm sido usadas
But they
para
have been
semear
used for
intolerância,
sowing
misoginia,
intolerance,
xenofobia e desinformação.
xenophobia, and
A
misinformation.
internet
The internet
não pode ser terra
cannot
sem
be a
lei.
land of
Cabe ao poder
lawlessness.
público proteger
It's
os
up
mais
to governments
vulneráveis.
to protect the most
Regular
vulnerable.
não é
Regulating
restringir
does
a
not
liberdade de
mean
expressão,
restraining
é
freedom
garantir
of expression.
que o que
It's
já é
about
ilegal
ensuring
no mundo real
that what is
seja
already
tratado assim
illegal in the
também
real
no
world is
ambiente
treated
digital,
the
no
way in
ambiente
the virtual
virtual.
environment.
Ataques à
Attacks
regulação
on regulation
serve para encobrir
serve to
interesses
cover up
escusos
hidden
e dar
interests
guarida a
and
crimes como
provide
fraudes,
shelter for
tráfico de
crimes
pessoas,
such
pedofilia
as fraud,
e
human
investidas
trafficking,
contra a democracia.
pedophilia, and attacks against
O
democracy.
Parlamento brasileiro,
The Brazilian parliament
corretamente,
was right to
apressou-se em
rush
abordar esse
to
problema.
address this issue.
Com orgulho, promulguei na
I
última
proudly
semana
enacted
uma das leis mais
one of the
avançadas
world's
do
most
mundo
advanced laws
para
for the
proteger,
protection
para a
of
proteção de
children and
crianças e
adolescents
adolescentes
in
na
the
esfera
digital
digital.
environment.
Também enviamos ao Congresso
Also, we
Nacional
sent draft bills
projeto de lei
to the National
para
Congress
fomentar a
to foster
concorrência nos
competition
mercados digitais
and digital
e para
markets and to
incentivar
encourage the
a instalação
installation
de data
of
centers
sustainable
sustentáveis.
data centers.
Para mitigar os riscos
To
da
mitigate
inteligência
the risks
artificial,
of artificial intelligence,
apostamos na
we are
construção de uma
committed to
governança
building
multilateral
multilateral
em linha
governance
com o
in
Pacto
line with the
Digital
global
Global
digital
aprovado neste
compact
plenário
that was
o
approved
ano
in this
passado.
plenary last year.
Senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen, Your
na América
Excellencies,
Latina e
in Latin
Caribe,
America and the Caribbean,
vivemos um momento
we
de
are
crescente
experiencing a
polarização
time
e
of growing
instabilidade.
polarization and instability.
Manter a região como zona de
Maintaining the
paz
region as a zone of
sempre
peace
foi e é a
is
nossa
and was
prioridade.
our priority.
Somos um continente
We
livre
are
de
a
armas de
continent
destruição
free
em
of
massa,
weapons of mass
sem conflitos
destruction,
étnicos ou
without
religiosos.
ethnic or
É
religious
preocupante
conflicts.
a
The
equiparação entre a
comparison between
criminalidade e o
crime
terrorismo.
and terrorism is
A
worrying.
forma mais eficaz
The most effective way
de combater o
to
tráfico de
combat
drogas
drug
é a
trafficking
cooperação
is to
para
cooperate
reprimir
to suppress
a lavagem de dinheiro
money
e
laundering
limitar o
and
comércio
limit
de armas.
arms trade.
Usar força
Using
letal
lethal
em
force
situações
in
que não
situations
constituem
that do not
conflitos armados
constitute armed
equivale
conflict is
a executar
tantamount
pessoas
to
sem
executing
julgamento.
people without trial.
Outras partes do
Other parts of the
planeta
planet
já testemunharam
have already
intervenções que
witnessed
causaram danos maiores
interventions
do
that
que
cause
se
greater
pretendia
damage
evitar,
than intended,
com graves
with serious
consequências humanitárias.
humanitarian consequences.
A via do diálogo
The path to
não deve estar
dialogue must
fechada
not be
na
closed
Venezuela.
in Venezuela.
O Haiti
Haiti
tem direito a
has the
futuro
right
livre de
to a
violência.
violence
E é
free
inadmissível
future. And it is
que Cuba esteja
unacceptable
listada
that
como o
Cuba
país que
be
patrocina o
listed as a
terrorismo.
country that sponsors
No
terrorism.
conflito
And the
na
conflict
Ucrânia,
in Ukraine,
no conflito na Ucrânia,
in the
todos já
conflict in
sabemos
Ukraine,
que não
we
haverá
all
solução militar.
already know that there will be
O
no
recente encontro no
military
Alasca
solution. The
despertou
recent
a
meeting in
esperança de uma
Alaska
saída
raised
negociada.
hopes for a negotiated
É
way
preciso
out.
pavimentar
It's necessary to
caminhos
pave the way
para uma solução
for
realista.
a realistic
Isso
solution.
implica
This
levar em conta as
implies
legítimas
taking into
preocupações de
account
segurança
the
de todas as
legitimate
partes.
security concerns
A
of all
iniciativa
parties.
africana
The African
e o
Initiative
grupo de amigos da
and
paz,
the Friends
criado
for
por
Peace
China e
group
Brasil,
created by China
pode
and
contribuir
Brazil
para promover o
can
diálogo.
help promote dialogue
Nenhuma situação
and a diplomatic
é
solution.
mais
No
emblemática
situation
do
is
que o
more
uso
emblematic
desproporcional e
of the
ilegal
disproportionate
da
and
força
illegal
do
use
que a
of
da
force
Palestina.
that the one occurring in
Os
Palestine.
atentados terroristas
The terrorist
perpetrados
attacks
pelo Hamas
perpetrated by
são
Hamas are
indefensáveis sob qualquer
indefensible
ângulo.
from any
Mas
angle,
nada,
but nothing,
absolutamente
absolutely
nada,
nothing
justifica o
justifies
genocídio
the
em
ongoing
curso em
genocide
Gaza.
in Gaza.
Ali, ali, sob toneladas de
Under
escombros,
tons of rubble
estão enterradas
are
dezenas
buried
de milhares
tens
de
of
mulheres e
thousands of
crianças
innocent
inocentes.
women and children.
Ali também estão sepultados o direito
We can see
internacional
that
humanitário
international
e
humanitarian
o
law and the
mito da
myth of
superioridade
ethical
ética do Ocidente.
exceptionalism of the West are
Este
also being
massacre
buried there.
não
This
aconteceria
massacre would not have
sem a
happened
cumplicidade
without
dos
the
que poderiam
complicity of
evitar.
those who could have prevented
Em Gaza,
it. In Gaza,
fome é usada
hunger
como arma
is
de guerra.
used as a weapon of
E o
war,
deslocamento
and the
forçado de
forced
populações
displacement of
é
populations
praticado
goes
impunemente.
unpunished.
Quero expressar
I
minha
express
admiração
my
aos
admiration
judeus
to the Jews
que dentro e
who,
fora de Israel
inside and
se
outside
opõem
Israel,
a esta punição
oppose
coletiva.
this collective punishment.
O povo
The
palestino
Palestinian people
corre o risco
are
de
at risk
desaparecer.
of disappearing.
Só sobreviverá
They
como
will
um
only
Estado
survive
independente
with an
integrado à
independent state
comunidade
integrated
internacional.
to the international
Esta
community.
é a
This
solução
is the
defendida por
solution
mais de
defended by more
150
than
membros da ONU
150
e afirmada
UN members,
ontem aqui,
reaffirmed
neste mesmo
yesterday
plenário,
here in this very
mas
plenary,
obstruída
but
por
bared
único
by
veto.
a single
É
veto.
lamentável
It is
que o
regrettable
presidente
that
Mahmoud
President
Abbas
Mahmoud
tenha
Abbas
sido
was
impedido
prevented
pelo
by
país
the host
anfitrião de
country
ocupar
of
a
occupying
bancada da
the Palestinian
Palestina
bench
nesse
at this
momento
historical moment.
o alastramento
the
desse
spread
conflito
of this
para o Líbano,
conflict to Lebanon,
para a Síria,
Syria,
e o Irã
Iran,
e o Catar,
Qatar,
fomenta a
is
escalada
fueling
armamentista
an
sem
unprecedented
precedentes.
arms build-up.
Senhoras Presidenta,
Madam President,
bombas e armas nucleares
bombs
não
and
vão
nuclear
nos
weapons
proteger da
will
crise
not
climática.
protect us from the climate
O ano de
crisis. The year
2024
of 24
foi o mais
was
quente
the
já
warmest
registrado.
already
A
registered.
COP30 em Belém, no
COP30 in
Brasil,
the city of Belém,
será a
Brazil,
COP da
will
verdade.
the COP of truth.
Será o momento
It will
dos
be the
líderes
time
mundiais
for world leaders
provarem
to prove
a seriedade
the
de seu
seriousness of their
compromisso com o
commitment to
planeta.
the planet.
Sem ter o quadro
Without
completo das
a complete
contribuições
picture
nacionalmente determinadas,
of the
a chamada
NDCs,
NDCs,
nationally determined
caminharemos de olhos
contributions,
vendados
we
para o
were
verdadeiro
walking
abismo.
blindfolded towards
O Brasil
the abyss.
se
Brazil
comprometeu a
has
reduzir
committed
entre
to
59% e
reducing its emissions by
67% suas
59
emissões,
and
abrangendo todos
67%,
os gases de
covering
efeito
all
estufa
greenhouse
em
gases
todos os
and
setores da
all
economia.
sectors of the economy.
Nações em desenvolvimento
Developing nations
enfrentam a mudança do
face
clima
climate
ao
change
mesmo tempo em
while
que lutam
grappling
contra outros
with
desafios.
other challenges.
Enquanto isso,
Meanwhile,
países ricos
rich countries
usufruem
enjoy
de padrão de
a
vida obtido
standard
às
of
custas de
living
200
reached
anos
at
de
the
emissões de
expense of
gases.
200 years of greenhouse
Exigir
gas
maior
emissions.
ambição e
Demanding
maior acesso
greater
a
ambition
recursos
and greater
e
access
tecnologias
to
não é
resources
uma
and
questão de
technology.
caridade,
It's not a matter of
é
charity,
apenas uma
but
questão
of
de justiça.
justice.
A corrida
The
por minérios
race for
críticos
critical
essenciais
minerals,
para a
essential
transição
for
energética
energy
não
transition,
pode
cannot
reproduzir a lógica
reproduce the
predatória
predatory
que
and
marcou
asymmetrical
os últimos
logic
séculos.
that has
Em
characterized
Belém,
recent centuries. In
o
Belém
mundo vai
City,
conhecer
the
a
world
realidade
will
da
learn
Amazônia.
about the
O
reality of
Brasil
the
já
Amazon.
reduziu pela metade
Brazil has already
o
reduced
desmatamento na região
deforestation by
nos
half
dois
in the
últimos anos.
region in the last 2 years.
Erradicá-lo requer
Eradicating
garantia,
it
condições
requires
dignas de vida para
ensuring
seus milhões
decent
de
living
habitantes.
conditions for its millions of
Fomentar o
inhabitants.
desenvolvimento
Promoting
sustentável
sustainable development
é o objetivo
is the
do Fundo
objective of the
Florestas
Tropical
Tropicais
Forest
para
Forever
sempre,
Facility,
que o Brasil
which
pretende
Brazil intends
lançar
to launch
para remunerar
to compensate
os países que
countries
mantêm
that
suas
keep their
florestas em
forests
pé.
standing.
É chegado o momento de passar
But the time has
da
come
fase
to
da
prove,
negociação
to move
para a
from the
etapa da
negotiation phase to the
implementação.
implementation
O mundo
stage.
deve muito
The
ao
world
regime
owes a lot to the
criado pela
regime
Convenção
created
do
by the
Clima.
Climate Convention.
Mas é necessário
Climate change
trazer o combate à
needs
mudança
to
do
be
clima
brought
para
to
o
the
coração
heart
da
of the
ONU
UN
para que ela tenha
so that
a
it
atenção
gets
que
the
merece.
attention it deserves.
Conselho
A
vinculado à
council
Assembleia Geral,
linked to the General
com
Assembly
força e
with the
legitimidade
power
para
and
monitorar
legitimacy to
compromissos,
monitor
dará
commitments,
coerência
provide
à ação climática.
coherence to climate action.
Trata-se de um passo
This is a
fundamental
fundamental step
na direção de uma
towards
reforma
a
mais
broader
abrangente
reform
da
of the
organização,
organization,
que contemple também
which would
um
also
Conselho de
include
Segurança
an
ampliado
expanded
nas
Security
duas
Council
categorias
in
de
the
seus
two
membros.
member categories.
Poucas áreas
Few areas
retrocederam
have
tanto
worsened
como o
as
sistema
much as the
multilateral de comércio.
multilateral trading system.
Medidas
Unilateral
unilaterais
measures
transformam em letra
have rendered
morta
fundamental principles
princípios basilares
such as
como a
the
cláusula
most
de
favored
nação
nations
mais
clauses
favorecida.
meaningless.
Desorganizam cadeia de
They
valor
have
e
disrupted
lançam a economia
value
mundial
chains and
em
through the
uma
global
espiral
economy
perniciosa
into a
de preços
pernicious
altos e
spiral of
estagnação.
high prices and
É urgente
stagnation. It is urgent
refundar a OMC em
to
bases
refound
modernas
the
e
WTO
flexíveis.
based on modern
Senhoras
and flexible
e senhores,
foundations. Your Excellencies, ladies
este
and
ano
gentlemen, this year,
o mundo perdeu
the
duas
world lost two
personalidades
exceptional
excepcionais.
public figures.
O ex-presidente do
Former
Uruguai,
Uruguayan
Pepe
President
Mujica,
Pepe
e o
Mujica
nosso querido
and
Papa
our dear
Francisco.
Pope Francis,
Ambos
both
encarnaram como ninguém
embodied the
os
best
melhores valores
humanist
humanistas.
values like no
Suas
other.
vidas se
Their lives
entrelaçam,
were
se entrelaçaram
intertwined
com as
with
8
the 8
décadas de existência da
decades
ONU.
of the UN.
Se ainda
UN's
estivesse entre nós,
existence. If they were still among us,
provavelmente usariam
they would
esta
use this
tribuna
platform
para
to
lembrar
remember
que o autoritarismo,
that authoritarianism,
a degradação
environmental
ambiental e a
degradation, and
desigualdade
inequality
não são
are
inexoráveis.
not relentless.
Que os únicos derrotados
That the only
são os que
ones
cruzam os
defeated are
braços
those who
resignados.
stand idly by,
Que
resigned.
podemos vencer os falsos profetas e oligarcas
and
que
that we can
exploram
defeat the
o medo
false
e
prophets and
monetizam
oligarchs
o
who
ódio.
exploit fear
E
and
que o
monetize
amanhã
hate, and that
é feito de
tomorrow
escolhas
is
diárias
made of daily
e é preciso
choices,
coragem
and it
de
takes
agir
courage
para
to
transformar.
act to transform it.
No futuro que o Brasil
In the
vislumbra,
future that Brazil
não há
envisions,
espaço
there
para a
is no
reedição de
room for the
rivalidades
reenactment
ideológicas
of
ou
ideological
esferas de
rivalries or
A
spheres of
confrontação
effort.
é
Confrontation is
inevitável.
not inevitable.
Precisamos de
We
lideranças
need
com
leaders
clareza de
with
visão,
clear
que
visions,
entendam que a
who
ordem
understand
internacional
that the
não
international
é
order
jogo
is
de
not a
soma zero.
zero-sum game.
O século
The
XXI
21st
será
century
cada
will
vez
be
mais
increasingly
multipolar. Para se
multipolar.
manter pacífico,
For it
não
to
pode
remain
deixar de ser
peaceful,
multilateral.
it cannot fail,
O Brasil
fall
confere
to multilateral.
crescente importância à
Brazil
União
is
Europeia,
giving
à
increasing
União Africana,
importance to the European
à
Union, the African Union,
à CELAC,
ASEAN,
aos
CELAC,
BRICS e ao
BRICS,
G20.
and the G20.
A voz do
The
Sul
voice
global
of the global
deve
South
ser
must
respeitada
be
e ouvida.
heard.
A ONU,
The UN
tem hoje
The UN
quase
has
4
today
vezes
almost
mais
4
membros do que os
times more members
51
than
que estiveram
the
na
51
fundação.
who were at its
Nossa
foundation.
missão histórica
Our
é
historic
ter tornada
mission
novamente
is to make it once
portadora de
again a
esperança
barrier of
e
hope
promotora
and
da
a promoter
igualdade, da
of
paz,
equality,
do desenvolvimento
peace,
sustentável,
sustainable
da
development,
diversidade
diversity,
e da
and
tolerância.
tolerance.
Que Deus
May
nos
God
abençoe a
bless
todos
us
e muito
all.
obrigado.
And thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Donald Trump, President of the United States of America. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciate it. And I don't mind making this speech without a teleprompter, because the teleprompter is not working. I feel very happy to be up here with you nevertheless, and that way you speak more from the heart. I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble. Hello, Madam First Lady. Thank you very much for being here. And Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, First Lady of the United States, distinguished delegates, ambassadors, and world leaders. 6 years have passed since I last stood in this grand hall and addressed a world that was prosperous and at peace in my first term. Since that day, the guns of war have shattered the peace I forged on 2 continents. An era of calm and stability gave way to one of the great crises of our time. And here in the United States, 4 years of weakness, lawlessness, and radicalism under the last administration delivered our nation into a repeated set of disasters. 1 year ago, our country was in deep trouble, but today, just 8 months into my administration, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, and there is no other country even close. America is blessed with the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation on the face of the earth. This is indeed the golden age of America. We are rapidly reversing the economic calamity we inherited from the previous administration, including ruinous price increases and record-setting inflation we've never had before. Under my leadership, energy costs are down, gasoline prices are down, grocery prices are down, mortgage rates are down, and inflation has been defeated. The only thing that's up is the stock market, which just hit a record high. In fact, it hit a record high 48 times in the last short period of time. Growth is surging, manufacturing is booming. The stock market, as I said, is doing better than it's ever done. And all of you in this room benefit by that, almost everybody. And importantly, workers' wages are rising at the fastest pace in more than 60 years. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? In 4 years of President Biden, we had less than $1 trillion of new investment into the United States. In just 8 months since I took office, we have secured commitments and money already paid for $17 trillion. Think of it, 4 years, less than $1 trillion, 8 months, much more than $17 trillion is being invested in the United States, and it's now pouring in from all parts of the world. We've implemented the largest tax cuts in American history and the largest regulation cuts in American history, making this once and again the best country on earth to do business. And many of the people in this room are investing in America, and it's turned out to be an awfully good investment during this 8-month period. In my first term, I built the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had the best economy ever, history of the world. And I'm doing the same thing again, but this time it's actually much bigger and even better. The numbers far surpass my record-setting first term. On our southern border, we have successfully repelled a colossal invasion. And for the last 4 months, and that's 4 months in a row, the number of illegal aliens admitted and entering our country has been 0. Hard to believe, because if you look back just a year ago, it was millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, from prisons, from mental institutions, drug dealers. All over the world they came. They just poured into our country with the ridiculous open border policy of the Biden administration. Our message is very simple. If you come illegally into the United States, you're going to jail, or you're going back to where you came from, or perhaps even further than that. You know what that means. I want to thank the country of El Salvador for the successful and professional job they've done in receiving and jailing so many criminals that entered our country. And it was under the previous administration that the number became record-setting, and they're all being taken out. They have no choice. And other countries have no choice, because other countries are in the exact same situation with immigration. It's destroying your country, and you have to do something about it. On the world stage, America is respected again like it has never been respected before. You think about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, or 1 year ago, we were a laughingstock all over the world. At the NATO summit in June, virtually all NATO members formally committed to increase defense spending at my request from 2% to 5% of GDP, making our alliance far stronger and more powerful than it was ever before. In May, I traveled to the Middle East to visit my friends and rebuild our partnerships in the Gulf, and those valued relationships with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE and other countries are now, I believe, closer than ever before. My administration has negotiated one historic trade deal after another, including with the United Kingdom, the European Union, Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, Malaysia, and many, many others. Likewise, in a period of just 7 months, I have ended 7 unendable wars. They said they were unendable. You're never going to get them solved. Some were going for 31 years, 2 of them, 31, think of it, 31 years. One was 36 years. One was 28 years. I ended 7 wars. And in all cases, they were raging with countless thousands of people being killed. This includes Cambodia and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda, a vicious, violent war that was, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, and Armenia and Azerbaijan. It included all of them. No president or prime minister, and for that matter, no other country has ever done anything close to that. And I did it in just 7 months. It's never happened before. There's never been anything like that. I'm very honored to have done it. It's too bad that I had to do these things instead of the United Nations doing them. And sadly, in all cases, the United Nations did not even try to help in any of them. I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing the deal. All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle. If the First Lady wasn't in great shape, she would have fallen, but she's in great shape. We're both in good shape. We both stood. And then a teleprompter that didn't work. These are the 2 things I got from the United Nations, a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter. Thank you very much. And by the way, it's working now. It just went on. Thank you. I think I should just do it the other way. It's easier. Thank you very much. I didn't think of it at the time because I was too busy working to save millions of lives. That is the saving and stopping of these wars. But later I realized that the United Nations wasn't there for us. They weren't there. I thought of it really after the fact, not during these negotiations, which were not easy. That being the case, what is the purpose of the United Nations? The UN has such tremendous potential. I've always said it. It has such tremendous, tremendous potential, but it's not even coming close to living up to that potential. For the most part, at least for now, all they seem to do is write a really strongly worded letter and then never follow that letter up. It's empty words, and empty words don't solve war. The only thing that solves war and wars is action. Now, after ending all of these wars and also earlier negotiating the Abraham Accords, which is a very big thing for which our country received no credit, never receives credit. Everyone says that I should get the Nobel Peace Prize for each one of these achievements. But for me, the real prize will be the sons and daughters who live to grow up with the mothers and fathers, because millions of people are no longer being killed in endless and unglorious wars. What I care about is not winning prizes, it's saving lives. We saved millions and millions of lives with the 7 wars. and we have others that we're working on, and you know that. Many years ago, a very successful real estate developer in New York, known as Donald J. Trump, I bid on the renovation and rebuilding of this very United Nations complex. I remember it so well. I said at the time that I would do it for $500 million, rebuilding everything. It would be beautiful. I used to talk about, I'm going to give you marble floors. They're going to give you terrazzo. I'm going to give you the best of everything. You're going to have mahogany walls. They're going to give you plastic. But they decided to go in another direction, which was much more expensive at the time, and which actually produced a far inferior product. And I realized that they did not know what they were doing when it came to construction, and that their building concepts were so wrong, and the product that they were proposing to build was so bad and so costly. It was going to cost them a fortune. And I said, and wait till you see the overruns. Well, I turned out to be right. They had massive cost overruns and spent between $2 and $4 billion on the building and did not even get the marble floors that I promised them. You walk on terrazzo. Do you notice that? As far as I'm concerned, frankly, looking at the building and getting stuck on the escalator, they still haven't finished the job. They still haven't finished. That was years ago. The project was so corrupt that Congress actually asked me to testify before them on the tremendous waste of money, because it turned out that they had no idea what it was, but they knew it was anywhere between $2 and $4 billion as opposed to $500 million with a guarantee. But they had no idea, and I said it cost much more than $5 billion. Unfortunately, many things in the United Nations are happening just like that, but on an even much bigger scale, much, much bigger. Very sad to see. Whether the UN can manage to play a productive role, I've come here today to offer the hand of American leadership and friendship to any nation in this assembly that is willing to join us in forging a safer, more prosperous world. And it's a world that we'll be much happier with. A dramatically better future is within our reach. But to get there, we must reject the failed approaches of the past and work together to confront some of the greatest threats in history. There is no more serious danger to our planet today than the most powerful and destructive weapons ever devised by man, of which the United States, as you know, has many. Just as I did in my first term, I've made containing these threats a top priority, starting with the nation of Iran. My position is very simple. The world's #1 sponsor of terror can never be allowed to possess the most dangerous weapon. That's why, shortly after taking office, I sent the so-called Supreme Leader a letter making a generous offer. I extended a pledge of full cooperation in exchange for a suspension of Iran's nuclear program. The regime's answer was to continue their constant threats to their neighbors and U.S. interests throughout the region, and some great countries that are right nearby. Today, many of Iran's former military commanders, in fact, I can say almost all of them, are no longer with us. They're dead. And 3 months ago, in Operation Midnight Hammer, 7 American B-2 bombers dropped the 14 30,000-pound each bombs on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally obliterating everything. No other country on earth could have done what we did. No other country has the equipment to do what we did. We have the greatest weapons on earth. We hate to use them. But we did something that for 22 years people wanted to do. With Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity demolished, I immediately brokered an end to the 12-day war, as it's called, between Israel and Iran, with both sides agreeing to fight no longer. As everyone knows, I have also been deeply engaged in seeking a ceasefire in Gaza. Have to get that done. Have to get it done. Unfortunately, Hamas has repeatedly rejected reasonable offers to make peace. We can't forget October 7th, can we? Now, as if to encourage continued conflict, some of this body is seeking to unilaterally recognize a Palestinian state. The rewards would be too great for Hamas terrorists for their atrocities. This would be a reward for these horrible atrocities, including October 7th, even while they refuse to release the hostages or accept a ceasefire. Instead of giving to Hamas and giving so much, because they've taken so much, they have taken so much. This could have been solved so long ago. But instead of giving in to Hamas's ransom demands, those who want peace should be united with one message: release the hostages now. Just release the hostages now. Thank you. Thank you. As we've got to come together, and we will come together, got to get it done. We have to stop the war in Gaza immediately. We have to stop it. We have to get it done. We have to negotiate, immediately have to negotiate peace. We got to get the hostages back. We want all 20 back. We don't want 2 and 4. As you know, I got, along with Steve Witkoff and others that helped us, Marco Rubio, we got most of them back. We were involved in all of them. But I always said the last 20 are going to be the hardest, and that's exactly what happened. We have to get them back now. We don't want to get back 2, and then another 2, and then 1, and then 3. Have this process. No, we want them all back, and we want the actually 38 dead bodies back too. Those parents came to me, and they want them back, and they want them back very quickly and very badly, as though they were alive. They want them. They want them every bit as much as if their son or daughter were alive. I've also been working relentlessly, stopping the killing in Ukraine. I thought that would be, of the 7 wars that I stopped, I thought that would be the easiest because of my relationship with President Putin, which had always been a good one. I thought that was going to be the easiest one. But you know, in war, you never know what's going to happen. There are always lots of surprises, both good and bad. Everyone thought Russia would win this war in 3 days, but it didn't work out that way. It was supposed to be just a quick little skirmish. It's not making Russia look good. It's making them look bad. No matter what happens from here on out, this was something that should have taken a matter of days, certainly less than a week. And they've been fighting for 3.5 years and killing anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000 young soldiers, mostly soldiers, on both sides, every single week, from 5,000 to 7,000 dead young people, and some in cities, much smaller numbers, where rockets are shot, where drones are dropped. This war would never have started if I were president. This was a war that should have never happened. It shows you what leadership is, what bad leadership can do to a country. Look what happened to the United States, and look where we are right now in just a short period of time. The only question now is how many more lives will be needlessly lost on both sides. China and India are the primary funders of the ongoing war by continuing to purchase Russian oil. But inexcusably, even NATO countries have not cut off much Russian energy and Russian energy products, which, as you know, I found out about 2 weeks ago, and I wasn't happy. Think of it. They're funding the war against themselves. Who the hell ever heard of that one? In the event that Russia is not ready to make a deal to end the war, then the United States is fully prepared to impose a very strong round of powerful tariffs, which would stop the bloodshed, I believe, very quickly. But for those tariffs to be effective, European nations, all of you are gathered here right now, would have to join us in adopting the exact same measures. I mean, you're much closer to the city. We have an ocean in between. You're right there. And Europe has to step it up. They can't be doing what they're doing. They're buying oil and gas from Russia while they're fighting Russia. It's embarrassing to them, and it was very embarrassing to them when I found out about it, I can tell you that. They have to immediately cease all energy purchases from Russia. Otherwise, we're all wasting a lot of time. So I'm ready to discuss this. We're going to discuss it today with the European nations, all gathered here. I'm sure they're thrilled to hear me speak about it, but that's the way it is. I like to speak my mind and speak the truth. As we seek to reduce the threat of dangerous weapons today, I'm also calling on every nation to join us in ending the development of biological weapons once and for all. And biological is terrible, and nuclear is even beyond, and we include nuclear in that. We want to have a cessation of the development of nuclear weapons. We know, and I get to view it all the time. Sir, would you like to see? And I look at weapons that are so powerful that we just can't ever use them. If we ever use them, the world literally might come to an end. There would be no United Nations to be talking about. There would be no nothing. Just a few years ago, reckless experiments overseas gave us a devastating global pandemic. Yet despite that worldwide catastrophe, many countries are continuing extremely risky research into bioweapons and man-made pathogens. This is unbelievably dangerous. To prevent potential disasters, I'm announcing today that my administration will lead an international effort to enforce Biological Weapons Convention, which is going to be meeting with the top leaders of the world by pioneering an AI verification system that everyone can trust. Hopefully the UN can play a constructive role, and it will also be one of the early projects under AI. Let's see how good it is, because a lot of people are saying it could be one of the great things ever, but it also can be dangerous, but it could be put to tremendous use and tremendous good, and this would be an example of that. Not only is the UN not solving the problems it should, too often, it's actually creating new problems for us to solve. The best example is the number one political issue of our time, the crisis of uncontrolled migration. It's uncontrolled. Your countries are being ruined. The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries and their borders. In 2024, the UN budgeted $372 million in cash assistance to support an estimated 624,000 migrants journeying into the United States. Think of that. The UN is supporting people that are illegally coming into the United States, and then we have to get them out. The UN also provided food, shelter, transportation, and debit cards to illegal aliens. Can you believe that? On the way to infiltrate our southern border. Millions of people came through that southern border. Just a year ago, millions and millions of people were pouring in, 25 million altogether over the 4 years of the incompetent Biden administration. And now we have it stopped, totally stopped. In fact, they're not even coming anymore because they know they can't get through. But what took place is totally unacceptable. The UN is supposed to stop invasions, not create them and not finance them. In the United States, we reject the idea that mass numbers of people from foreign lands can be permitted to travel halfway around the world, trample our borders, violate our sovereignty, cause unmitigated crime, and deplete our social safety net. We have reasserted that America belongs to the American people, and I encourage all countries to take their own stand in defense of their citizens as well. You have to do that because I see it. I'm not mentioning names. I see it, and I can call every single one of them out. You're destroying your countries. They're being destroyed. Europe is in serious trouble. They've been invaded by a force of illegal aliens like nobody's ever seen before. Illegal aliens are pouring into Europe. Nobody is ever, and nobody's doing anything to change it, to get them out. It's not sustainable. And because they choose to be politically correct, they're doing just absolutely nothing about it. And I have to say, I look at London, where you have a terrible mayor, terrible mayor. And it's been so changed, so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law, but you're in a different country. You can't do that. Both the immigration and their suicidal energy ideas will be the death of Western Europe if something is not done immediately. This cannot be sustained. What makes the world so beautiful is that each country is unique. But to stay this way, every sovereign nation must have the right to control their own borders. You have the right to control your borders, as we do now, and to limit the sheer numbers of migrants entering their countries and paid for by the people of that nation that were there and that built that particular nation at the time. They put their blood, sweat, tears, money into that country, and now they're being ruined. Proud nations must be allowed to protect their communities and prevent their societies from being overwhelmed by people they have never seen before, with different customs, religions, with different everything. Where migrants have violated laws, lodged false asylum claims, or claimed refugee status for illegitimate reasons, they should, in many cases, be immediately sent home. And while we will always have a big heart for places and people that are struggling and truly compassionate, answers will be given. We have to solve the problem, and we have to solve it in their countries, not create new problems in our countries. And we are very helpful to a lot of countries that are just not able to send their people anymore. They used to send them to us in caravans of 25,000, 30,000 people each. These massive caravans of people pouring into our country, totally unchecked and unvetted. But not anymore. According to the Council of Europe in 2024, almost 50% of inmates in German prisons were foreign nationals or migrants. In Austria, the number was 53% of the people in prisons were from places that weren't from where they are now. In Greece, the number was 54%, and in Switzerland, beautiful Switzerland, 72% of the people in prisons are from outside of Switzerland. When your prisons are filled with so-called asylum seekers who repaid kindness, and that's what they did, they repaid kindness with crime, it's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. See, I can tell you, I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell. In America, we've taken bold action to swiftly shut down uncontrolled migration. Once we started detaining and deporting everyone who crossed the border and removing illegal aliens from the United States, they simply stopped coming. They're not coming anymore. We're getting a lot of credit, but they're not coming anymore. This was a humanitarian act for all involved, because on the trips up, thousands of people a week were dying. Women were being raped. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Raped, horribly beaten, raped. On the trip up, the journey up, it was a long walk. It was a long, arduous journey, indeed. And it was also a historic victory against human trafficking throughout the region. What we did was a victory, and we saved so many lives of people that wouldn't make the journey. That journey was loaded up with death. Loaded up with death. Dead bodies all along the roads of jungles to get up. They go through jungles, they go through areas so hot you couldn't breathe. They were dying of suffocation, areas so hot that you couldn't breathe. Dead bodies all over. By them not coming, we're saving tremendous numbers of lives. My people have done a fantastic job in doing what they did, and the American public agrees with it. I mean, I was very proud to see this morning I have the highest poll numbers I've ever had. Part of it is because of what we've done on the border. I guess the other part is what we've done on the economy. Joe Biden's policies empowered murderous gangs, human smugglers, child traffickers, drug cartels, and prisoners from all over the world. The previous administration also lost nearly 300,000 children. Think of that. They lost more than 300,000 children, little children, who were trafficked into the United States on the Biden watch, many of whom have been raped, exploited, and abused, and sold. solved. Nobody talks about that. The fake news doesn't write about it. With many others, young children who are missing or dead. And we found a lot of these children, and we're sending them back, and we've been sending them back to their parents. They said, nobody knows who they are. They said, where do you come from? And they'll give us a country, and we'll find out, and we'll figure it out, and we'll bring them back to their homes. And the mother and father rush to the door, and their tears in their eyes. They can't believe that they're seeing their son or daughter, their little son or daughter again. We've done almost 30,000 of them so far. Any system that results in the mass trafficking of children is inherently evil. Yet that is exactly what the globalist migration agenda has done, and it's what it's all about. In America, those days, as you know, are over. The Trump administration is working, and we are continuing to work to track down the villains that are causing this problem, and also, as I said, to get back the 30,000 we've already returned. Now I think we're going to have another. We're going to find a lot. You're not going to find all of them. 300, more than 300,000. They're lost or they're dead. They're lost or they're dead because of the animals that did this. To protect our citizens, I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as and you see this, and you see it happening right before your eyes. Let's put it this way. People don't like taking big loads of drugs in boats anymore. There aren't too many boats that are traveling on the seas by Venezuela. They tend not to want to travel very quickly anymore. And we've virtually stopped drugs coming into our country by sea. We call them the water drugs. They kill hundreds of thousands of people. I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as foreign terrorist organizations, along with two bloodthirsty transnational gangs, probably the worst gangs anywhere in the world, MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. Tren de Aragua is from Venezuela, by the way. Such organizations torture, maim, mutilate, and murder with impunity. They're the enemies of all humanity. For this reason, we've recently begun using the supreme power of the United States military to destroy Venezuelan terrorists and trafficking networks led by Nicolas Maduro. To every terrorist thug smuggling poisonous drugs into the United States of America, please be warned that we will blow you out of existence. That's what we're doing. We have no choice. Can't let it happen. They're destroying. I believe we lost 300,000 people last year to drugs, 300,000. Fentanyl and other drugs. Each boat that we sink carries drugs that would kill more than 25,000 Americans. We will not let that happen. Energy is another area where the United States is now thriving like never before. We're getting rid of the falsely named renewables. By the way, they're a joke. They don't work. They're too expensive. They're not strong enough to fire up the plants that you need to make your country great. The wind doesn't blow. Those big windmills are so pathetic and so bad, so expensive to operate. And they have to be rebuilt all the time, and they start to rust and rot. Most expensive energy ever conceived, and it's actually energy. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. You lose money, the governments have to subsidize. You can't put them out without massive subsidies. And most of them are built in China, and I give China a lot of credit. They build them, but they have very few wind farms. So why is it that they build them and they send them all over the world, but they barely use them? You know what they use? Coal. They use gas. They use almost anything, but they don't like wind. But they sure as hell like selling the windmills. Europe, on the other hand, has a long way to go, with many countries being on the brink of destruction because of the green energy agenda. And I give a lot of credit to Germany. Germany was being led down a very sick path, both on immigration, by the way, and on energy. They were going green, and they were going bankrupt. And the new leadership came in, and they went back to where they were, with fossil fuel and with nuclear, which is good. It's now safe. And you can do it properly. But they went back to where they were, and they opened up a lot of different plants, energy producing plants, and they're doing well. I give Germany a lot of credit for that. They've said this is a disaster, what's happening. They were going all green. All green is all bankrupt. That's what it represents. And it's not politically correct. I'll be very badly criticized for saying it, but I'm here to tell the truth. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I'm in New York City. I'm feeling a lot safer. Crime, we're getting crime down. And by the way, speaking of crime, Washington, D.C. was the crime capital of America. Now it's after 12 days, it's a totally safe city. Everyone's going out to dinner. They're going out to restaurants. Your wife can walk down the middle of the street with or without you. Nothing's going to happen. My people have done a fantastic job. And yes, I called in the National Guard, and the National Guard took care of business, and they weren't politically correct, but they took care of business. We got 1,700 career criminals out, brought them back to where they came from, the countries where they came from, or put them in jails. Washington, D.C. is now a totally safe city again, and I welcome you to come. In fact, we'll have dinner together at a local restaurant, and we'll be able to walk. We don't have to go by an armor-plated vehicle. We'll walk right over there from the White House. They've given up their powerful edge, a lot of the countries that we're talking about, in oil and gas, such as essentially closing the great North Sea oil. Oh, the North Sea, I know it so well. Aberdeen was the oil capital of Europe, and there's tremendous oil that hasn't been found in the North Sea. Tremendous oil. And I was with the Prime Minister I respect and like a lot, and I said, you're sitting with the greatest asset. They essentially closed it by making it so highly taxed that no developer, no oil company can go there. They have tremendous oil left, and more importantly, they have tremendous oil that hasn't even been found yet. And what a tremendous asset for the United Kingdom. And I hope the Prime Minister is listening, because I told it to him 3 days in a row. That's all he heard. North Sea oil, North Sea, because I want to see them do well. I want to stop seeing them ruining that beautiful Scottish and English countryside with windmills and massive solar panels that go 7 miles by 7 miles, taking away farmland. But we're not letting this happen in America. In 1982, the executive director of the United Nations Environmental Program predicted that by the year 2000, climate change would cause a global catastrophe. He said that it will be irreversible, as any nuclear holocaust would be. This is what they said at the United Nations. What happened? Here we are. Another UN official stated in 1989 that within a decade, entire nations could be wiped off the map by global warming. Not happening. You know, it used to be global cooling. If you look back years ago in the 1920s and the 1930s, they said, global cooling will kill the world. We have to do something. Then they said global warming will kill the world. But then it started getting cooler. So now they could just call it climate change, because that way they can't miss. It's climate change. Because if it goes higher or lower, whatever the hell happens, there's climate change. It's the greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world, in my opinion. Climate change, no matter what happens, you're involved in that. No more global warming, no more global cooling. All of these predictions made by the United Nations and many others, often for bad reasons, were wrong. They were made by stupid people that have cost their countries fortunes and given those same countries no chance for success. If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail. And I'm really good at predicting things, you know. They actually said during the campaign they had a hat, the best-selling hat. Trump was right about everything. And I don't say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true. I've been right about everything. And I'm telling you that if you don't get away from the green energy scam, your country is going to fail. And if you don't stop people that you've never seen before, that you have nothing in common with, your country is going to fail. I'm the President of the United States, but I worry about Europe. I love Europe. I love the people of Europe. And I hate to see it being devastated by energy and Immigration. This double-tailed monster destroys everything in its wake, and they cannot let that happen any longer. You're doing it because you want to be nice, you want to be politically correct, and you're destroying your heritage. They must take control strongly and immediately of the unmitigated immigration disaster and the fake energy catastrophe before it's too late. The carbon footprint is a hoax made up by people with evil intentions, and they're heading down a path of total destruction. You know, the carbon footprint was a big, big thing a few years ago. I remember hearing about the carbon footprint, and then President Obama would get into Air Force One, a massive Boeing 747, and not a new one, an old one with old engines that spew everything into the atmosphere. He'd talk about the carbon footprint, we must do so. Then he'd get in and he'd fly from Washington to Hawaii to play a round of golf. And then he'd get back onto that big, beautiful plane and he'd fly back and he'd talk about, again, global warming and the carbon footprint. It's a con job. At extreme cost and expense, Europe reduced its own carbon footprint by 37%. Think of that. Congratulations, Europe. Great job. You cost yourself a lot of jobs, a lot of factories closed, but you reduced the carbon footprint by 37%. However, for all of that sacrifice and much more, it's been totally wiped out and then some by a global increase of 54%. Much of it coming from China and other countries that are thriving around China, which now produces more CO2 than all the other developed nations in the world. So all of these countries are working so hard on the carbon footprint, which is nonsense, by the way. It's nonsense. You know, it's interesting. In the United States, we have still radicalized environmentalists, and they want the factories to stop. Everything should stop. No more cows. We don't want cows anymore. I guess they want to kill all the cows. They want to do things that are just unbelievable, and you have it too. But you know, we have a border, strong, and we have a shape, and that shape doesn't just go straight up. That shape is amorphous when it comes to the atmosphere. And if we had the most clean air, and I think we do, we have very clean air. We have the cleanest air we've had in many, many years. But the problem is that other countries, like China, which has air that's a little bit rough, it blows. And no matter what you're doing down here, the air up here tends to get very dirty because it comes in from other countries where their air isn't so clean. And the environmentalists refuse to acknowledge that. Same thing with garbage. In Asia, they dump much of their garbage right into the ocean. And over about a 1 week and 2 week journey, it flows right past Los Angeles. You've seen it. Massive amounts of garbage, almost too much to do anything about, flowing past Los Angeles, past San Francisco, and then somebody will get in trouble because he dropped a cigarette on the beach. The whole thing is crazy. The primary effect of these brutal green energy policies has not been to help the environment, but to redistribute manufacturing and industrial activity from developed countries that follow the insane rules that are put down to polluting countries that break the rules and are making a fortune. They're making a fortune. European electricity bills are now 4 to 5 times more expensive than those in China, and 2 to 3 times higher than the United States. And our bills are coming way down. You probably see that our gasoline prices are way down. You know, we have an expression, drill, baby,
Nós reduzimos os custos de energia porque nós faremos, como vamos fazer tudo isso, reduzir os custos de energia, e os custos diminuíram nos Estados Unidos.
Very uncommon to see one in some of these countries.
Por exemplo, se você olhar
electric costs are so high. So while the US has approximately 1,300 heat-related deaths annually, it's a lot. Europe loses
Mas
more
nós
than
nos Estados Unidos
175,000 people to heat deaths each year.
usar eles e evitar aumento da temperatura, porque é muito caro também usar
all in the name of pretending to stop the global warming hoax. The entire globalist concept of asking successful industrialized nations to inflict pain on
agenda
themselves
mundialista não
and
tem nenhum
radically
sentido.
disrupt their entire societies must be rejected completely and totally, and it must be immediate.
Aumento da temperatura, porque é muito caro também usar e ninguém
pretending to stop is paying so much more than every country. Others weren't paying. China didn't have to pay until 2030. Russia was given an old standard that was easy to meet, a 1990 standard. But for the United States, we're supposed to pay like $1 trillion. And I said, this is another scam. The fact is, the United States has been taken advantage of by the world for many, many years, but not any longer, as you probably noticed. I unleashed massive energy production and signed historic executive orders to hunt for oil, but we don't have to do much hunting because we have the most oil of any nation anywhere, oil and gas in the world. And if you add coal, we have the most of any nation in the world. Clean, I call it clean, beautiful coal. You can do things today with coal that you couldn't have done 10 years ago, 15 years. So I have a little standing order in the White House. Never use the word coal, only use the words clean, beautiful coal. Sounds much better, doesn't it? But we stand ready to provide any country with abundant, affordable energy supplies if you need them, when most of you do. We're proudly exporting energy all over the world. We're now the largest exporter. In the United States, we want trade and robust commerce with all nations, everybody. We want to help nations. We're going to help nations. But it must also be fair and reciprocal. The challenge with trade is much the same with climate. The countries that followed the rules, all their factories have been plundered. It's really sad to watch. They've been broken. They've been broken by countries that broke the rules. That's why the United States is now applying tariffs to other countries, and much as these tariffs were for many years applied to us, uncontrollably applied to us. We've used tariffs as a defense mechanism under the Trump administration, including my first term, where hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs were taken in. And by the way, we had the lowest inflation, and now we have very low inflation. The only thing different is that we have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing into our country. But this is how we will ensure that the system works for everyone and is sustainable into the future. We're also using tariffs to defend our sovereignty and security throughout the world, including against nations that have taken advantage of former U.S. administrations for decades, including the most corrupt, incompetent administration in history, the sleepy Joe Biden administration. Brazil now faces major tariffs in response to its unprecedented efforts to interfere in the rights and freedoms of our American citizens and others, with censorship, repression, weaponization, judicial corruption, and targeting of political critics in the United States. I have a little problem saying this because I must tell you, I was walking in and the leader of Brazil was walking out. We saw him, and I saw him, he saw me, and we embraced. And then I'm saying, can you believe I'm going to be saying this in just 2 minutes? But we actually agreed that we would meet next week. We didn't have much time to talk, like about 20 seconds. They were in retrospect, I'm glad I waited because this thing didn't work out too well. But we did talk. We had a good talk, and we agreed to meet next week, if that's of interest. But he seemed like a very nice man, actually. He liked me, I liked him. But if you, and I only do business with people I like. When I don't like them, I don't like them. But we had, at least for about 39 seconds, we had excellent chemistry. It's a good sign. But also in the past, Brazil, can you believe this, unfairly tariffed our nation, but now because of our tariffs, we are hitting them back, and we're hitting them back very hard. As President I will always defend our national sovereignty and the rights of American citizens. So I'm very sorry to say this, that Brazil is doing poorly and will continue to do poorly. They can only do well when they're working with us. Without us, they will fail, just as others have failed. It's true. Next year, the United States will celebrate the 250th anniversary of our glorious independence, a testament to enduring power and American freedom and spirit. We will also be proudly hosting the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and shortly thereafter, the 2028 Olympics, which is going to be very exciting. I hope you all come. I hope that countless people from all over the globe will take part of these will be great celebrations of liberty and human achievement, and that together we all can rejoice in the miracles of history that began in July 4th, 1776, when we founded the light to all nations. And it's something really that an amazing thing came out of that date. It's called the United States of America. In honor of this momentous anniversary, I hope that all countries who find inspiration in our example will join us in renewing our commitment, values, and those values really that we hold so dear. Together, let us defend free speech and free expression. Let us protect religious liberty, including for the most persecuted religion on the planet today. It's called Christianity. And let us safeguard our sovereignty and cherish qualities that have made each of our nations so special, incredible, and extraordinary. In closing, I just want to repeat that immigration and the high cost of so-called green renewable energy is destroying a large part of the free world and a large part of our planet. Countries that cherish freedom are fading fast because of their policies on these two subjects. You need strong borders and traditional energy sources if you are going to be great again. Whether you have come from north or south, east or west, near or far, every leader in this beautiful hall today represents a rich culture, a noble history, and a proud heritage that makes each nation majestic and unique, unlike anything else in human history or any other place on the face of the earth. From London to Lima, from Rome to Athens, from Paris to Seoul, from Cairo to Tokyo and Amsterdam to right here in New York City, we stand on the shoulders of the leaders and legends, generals and giants, heroes and titans who won and built our beloved nations, all of our nations, with their own courage, strength, spirit, and skill. Our ancestors climbed mountains, conquered oceans, crossed deserts, and trekked over wide open plains. They charged into thunderous battles, plunged into grave dangers, and they were soldiers and farmers and workers and warriors and explorers and patriots. They built towns into cities, tribes into kingdoms, ideas into industries, and small islands into mighty empires. You're a part of all of that. They were champions for their people who never gave up and who never, ever gave in. Their values defined our national identities. Their visions forged our magnificent destiny. Everybody in this room is a part of it in your own way. Each of us inherits the deeds and the myths, the triumphs, the legacies of our own heroes and founders who so bravely showed us the way. Our ancestors gave everything for homelands that they defended with pride, with sweat, with blood, with life, and with death. Now the righteous task of protecting the nations that they built belongs to each and every one of us. So together let us uphold our sacred duty to our people and to our citizens. Let us protect their borders, ensure their safety, preserve their cultures, treasure, and traditions, and fight, fight, fight for their precious dreams and their cherished freedoms. And in friendship and really a beautiful vision, let us all work together to build a bright, beautiful planet, a planet that we all share, a planet of peace and a world that is richer, better, and more beautiful than ever before. That can happen. It will happen. It will happen, and I hope it can happen and start right now, right at this moment. We'll turn it around. We're going to make our countries better, safer, more beautiful. We're going to take care of our people. Thank you very much. It's been an honor. God bless the nations of the world. Thank you very much. Bye.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the United States,
Please be seated. Please be seated.
Excellencies, could you please take your seats in due respect to the next speakers? The second row, could you please take your seat right now? Please take a seat now. With due respect to the next speakers, I would kindly ask you, gentlemen in the left row, please take your seats. We will continue. Excellencies, as we are receiving queries, I would like to assure you that don't worry, the UN teleprompters are working perfectly. And by this technical note, I would like to call on the next speaker. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Prabowo Subianto, President of the Republic of Indonesia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Her Excellency Madame Annalena Baerbock, President of the United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Moses Abelian, Under-Secretary General for General Assembly and Management, Excellencies, Heads of States, Heads of Governments, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor for me to stand in this august General Assembly Hall among leaders and representatives who represent almost all of humanity. We differ in race, religion, and nationality, yet we gather together today as one human family. We are here first and foremost as fellow human beings, each created equal, endowed with unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The words of the United Nations Declaration of Independence have inspired democratic movements across continents, including the French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, the Mexican Revolution, the Chinese Revolution, and Indonesia's own struggle and journey to freedom. It also gave birth to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted by the United Nations in 1948. All men are created equal was the creed that opened the way to unprecedented global prosperity and dignity. And yet, in our own era of scientific and technological triumphs, an era capable of ending hunger, poverty, and environmental ruin, we also continue to face today grave dangers, challenges, and uncertainties. Human folly, fueled by fear, racism, hatred, oppression, and apartheid threatens our common future. My country knows this pain. For centuries, Indonesians lived under colonial domination, oppression, and slavery. We were treated less than dogs in our own homeland. We Indonesians know what it means to be denied justice and what it means to live in apartheid, to live in poverty, and to be denied equal opportunity. We also knew what solidarity can do in our struggle for independence, in our fight to overcome hunger, disease, and poverty. The United Nations stood with Indonesia and gave us vital assistance. Decisions made here based on human solidarity by the Security Council and this Assembly gave Indonesia independence, international legitimacy, opened doors, and supported our early development through the efforts of the United Nations Children Fund, the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, the FAO, the World Health Organization, and many, many other United Nations institutions. And because of that, Indonesia today stands on the cusp of shared prosperity and greater equality and dignity. Madam President, Excellencies, our world today is driven by conflict, injustice, and deepening uncertainty. Every day we witness suffering, genocide, and blatant disregard for international law and human decency. In the face of these challenges, we must not give up. As the United Nations Secretary General said, we cannot give up. We cannot surrender our hopes or our ideals. We must draw closer, not drift apart. Together we must strive to achieve our hopes, our dreams. The United Nations was born from the ashes of the Second World War that claimed scores of millions of lives. It was created to secure peace, security, justice, and freedom for all. We remain committed to internationalism, to multilateralism, and to every effort that strengthens this great institution. Today, Indonesia is nearer than ever before to meeting the sustainable development goals of ending extreme poverty and hunger. Because years ago, this very chamber chose to listen and uphold social and economic justice. We will never forget. And today, we must never be silent while Palestinians are denied that same justice and legitimacy in this very hall. Excellencies, Thucydides warned, the strong do what they can, the weak suffer what they must. We must reject this doctrine. The United Nations exist to reject this doctrine. We must stand for all, the strong and the weak. Might cannot be right. Right must be right. Indonesia today is one of the largest contributors to United Peacekeeping Forces. We believe in the United Nations. We will continue to serve where peace needs guardians, not with just words, but with boots on the ground. If and when the United Nations Security Council and this great assembly decide Indonesia is prepared to deploy 20,000 or even more of our sons and daughters to help secure peace in Gaza or elsewhere, in Ukraine, in Sudan, in Libya, everywhere when the peace needs to be enforced, peace needs to be guarded, we are ready. We will take our share of the burden, not only with our sons and daughters, we are also willing to contribute financially to support the great mission to achieve peace by the United Nations. Madam President, Excellencies, I propose to this Assembly a message of hope and optimism, grounded in action and execution. Today, we heard the speech of Madam President, the President of the United Nations General Assembly. Yes, it is true what she said. Without the International Civil Aviation Organization, will we be here today? Will we sit in this great hall? Without the United Nations, we cannot be safe. No country can feel secure. We need the United Nations, and Indonesia will continue to support the United Nations, even though we still struggle, but we know the world needs a strong United Nations. The world's population is growing. Our planet is under strain. Food, energy, and water insecurity haunt many nations. We choose to answer these challenges directly at home and to help abroad wherever we can. This year, Indonesia recorded the highest rice production and grain reserves in our history. We are now self-sufficient in rice, and we are starting now to export rice to other nations in need, including providing rice for Palestine. We are building resilient food supply chains, strengthening farmer productivity, investing in climate-smart agriculture to ensure food security for our children and for the children of the world. We are confident in a few years' time, Indonesia will be the granary of the world. As the world's largest island state, we testify before you that we are already experiencing the direct consequences of climate change, particularly the threat of rising sea levels. The sea level on the north coast of our capital city is increasing by 5 centimeters every year. Can you imagine in 10 years? Can you imagine in 20 years? For this, we are forced to build a giant seawall, 480 kilometers in length. It will take us maybe 20 years, but we have no choice. We have to start now. Therefore, we choose to confront climate change, not by slogans, but by immediate steps. We are committed to meeting our 2015 Paris Agreement obligations. We aim to achieve net zero emission by 2060, and we are very confident we can achieve net zero emission much earlier. We aim to reforest more than 12 million hectares of degraded forest, to reduce forest degradation, to empower local communities with quality green jobs for the future. Indonesia is shifting decisively from fossil fuel-based development towards renewable-based development. From next year, most of our additional power generation capacity will come from renewables. Our goal is clear: to lift all of our citizens out of poverty and make Indonesia a hub for solutions to food, energy, and water security. Madam President, Excellencies, we live in a time when hatred and violence can seem to be the loudest voices. But beneath this loud noise lies a quieter truth, that every person longs to be safe, to be respected, to be loved, and to leave a better world to their children. Our children are watching. They are learning leadership not from textbook, but from our choices. Today, still, a catastrophic situation in Gaza is unfolding before our eyes. At this very moment, the innocent are crying for help, are crying to be saved. Who will save them? Who will save the innocent? Who will save the old and women? Millions are facing danger at this very moment. As we sit here, they are facing trauma. They are facing irreparable damage to their bodies. They are dying of starvation. Can we remain silent? Will there be no answer to their screams? Will we teach them that the human family can rise to the challenge? Madam President, we must act now. Many speakers have said that. We must stand for a multilateral order where peace, prosperity, and progress are not the privilege of a few, but the right of all. With a strong United Nations, we can build a world where the weak do not suffer what they must, but live the justice that they deserve. Let us continue humanity's great journey of ideals, the selfless aspirations that created the United Nations. Let us use science to uplift, not use science to destroy. Let rising nations help others to lift themselves. I am convinced that the leaders of the great world civilizations, civilizations of the West, of the East, of the North, of the South, leaders of America, Europe, of India, China, the Islamic world, the whole world, I am convinced they will rise to their role demanded by history. We are all hopeful that the leaders of the world will show great statesmanship, great wisdom, restraint, humility, overcome hate, overcome suspicion. Madam President, distinguished delegates, we are greatly heartened by the events of the last few days, where significant leading countries of the world have chosen to side with history, to choose the right side of history, the path of the moral high ground, the path of rectitude, the path of justice, the path of humanity, to shun hatred, to overcome suspicion, and to avoid the use of violence. The use of violence will beget violence. No one country can bully the whole community of the human family. We may be weak individually, but the sense of oppression, the sense of injustice has proven in the history of mankind that this sense of injustice, this sense of oppression will unite into a strong force that will overcome this oppression, that will overcome this injustice. To close, I would like to reiterate again Indonesia's complete support for the two-state solution in Palestine. We must have an independent Palestine, but we must also recognize, we must also respect, and we must also guarantee the safety and security of Israel. Only then we can have real peace, and no longer hate and no longer suspicion. The only solution is this two-state solution. Two descendants of Abraham must live in reconciliation, peace, and harmony. Arabs, Jews, Muslims, Christians, Hindus, Buddhists, all religions, we must live as one human family. Indonesia is committed to being part of making this vision a reality. Is this a dream? Maybe, but this is the beautiful dream that we must work together towards. Let us work towards this noble goal. Let us continue humanity's journey of hope, a journey started by our forefathers, a journey that we must complete. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Namo Buddhaya. Thank you very much. May God bless us all. May peace be upon us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Indonesia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Sayın Başkan,
Excellency
değerli
President of UNGA,
devlet ve hükümet başkanları,
Excellencies, Heads of State and Government,
Sayın Genel Sekreter,
Distinguished Secretary
kıymetli
General,
delegeler,
Distinguished
sizleri
Delegation Members,
şahsım ve milletim
on behalf
adına
of myself and
en
my
kalbi
nation, I
duygularımla
greet you all with
selamlıyorum.
most heartfelt feelings.
Birleşmiş Milletler
I wish
80.
for the
Genel
80th
Kurulu'nun
United
tüm
Nations
insanlık
General
için
Assembly to
hayırlara
bring
vesile
blessings to
olmasını
all humanity.
temenni ediyorum. İnsanlığın ortak vicdanını temsil
I'm
eden
deeply honored
bu
to
kürsüden
address you once again from this
sizlere
podium,
bir kez daha hitap
which
etmekten
represents the collective
büyük
conscience
bir
of
bahtiyarlık duyuyorum.
humanity.
Genel Kurul Başkanlığını tamamlayan
I congratulate
Sayın
Mr. Young,
Young'ı tebrik
who
ediyor.
has completed
Bu
his
görevi
term as
devralan
President of the General
Sayın
Assembly,
Berbok'a
and I wish
başarılar
success to
diliyorum.
Ms. Baerbock, who has
Konuşmamın hemen
taken over
başında
this position.
Filistin'in giderek artan sayıda ülke
At the outset
tarafından
of my
tanındığı
speech,
bir
I would like to
dönemde
first express my
Filistin
regret
Devlet
at the
Başkanı
absence today
Sayın
of the
Mahmut
President
Abbas'ın
of the State
bugün
of Palestine,
bizzat
Mahmut
aramızda
Abbas, at a time
olamayışından
when
duyduğum üzüntüyü
Palestine is being
ifade etmek istiyorum.
recognized by an increasing number of
Biz
countries.
bugün bu kürsüde
Today,
kendi
we stand here
vatandaşlarımızla
on this
birlikte
podium. I
sesi
stand here on
kısılmak
this
istenen
podium
Filistin
alongside
halkına
my
tercüman olmak
86
için
million
de
citizens,
bulunuyoruz.
also for our
Filistin
Palestinian
devletini
brothers and
tanıyacağını
sisters
açıklayan
whose voices are
tüm
being silenced.
ülkelere teşekkür ediyor. Henüz bu kararı almayan
I'd like to
devletleri
thank all the
ise
countries
bir an
who
önce
announced that they
harekete
recognize the
geçmeye
state of
çağırıyorum.
Palestine, and I call
Sayın
on
Başkan,
all the other countries
değerli
who
üyeler,
have not done so yet
Birleşmiş
to do
Milletler
so, to
şartı
recognize
bundan
the state of
80 yıl
Palestine
önce
as soon as
San
possible.
Francisco'da imzalandı
Esteemed President,
ve
distinguished members,
24 Ekim
the United Nations Charter was
1945'te
signed in San
yürürlüğe
Francisco
girdi.
8 years ago, and it
Birleşmiş
entered into
Milletler
force on
Kuruluş
October the
Şartı'nın
24th,
ilk
1945.
maddesinin ilk
I
kelimelerini
would like to recall
burada
here again the first
tekrar
words of the
hatırlatmak
first
isterim.
article of the UN Charter.
Birleşmiş Milletler'in amacı
The
uluslararası
purpose of
barış
the United
ve
Nations
güvenliği
is to maintain
korumaktır.
international peace and
Evet,
security.
bizler
Unquote.
bu salonda Birleşmiş
As we
Milletler'in
celebrate the 80th anniversary
80.
of the
yaşını
UN in
kutlarken
this hall, grave
dünyanın
events are
birçok
unfolding
bölgesinde
in many parts
kuruluş
of the world
şartının
that cast
ilk
a shadow
maddesinin
over the
ilk
very first
kelimelerine
words of
gölge
the
düşürecek
UN Charter's
vahim
opening
hadiseler yaşanıyor.
article.
Özellikle Gazze'de gözlerimizin önünde
Particularly in Gaza,
700 günü
right
aşkın bir
before our very
süredir
eyes,
soykırım
genocide has been going
devam
on
ediyor.
for over
Biz
700 days
toplantı
now.
halindeyken dahi
Even as we gather
Gazze'de
here, as
şu
we speak
anda
now,
siviller
Israel is currently
katlediliyor.
massacring civilians in
Gazze'de
Gaza.
ölen sivillerin sayısı
The number of civilian
65
casualties
bini
in
geçti.
Gaza has surpassed
Enkaz altında
65,000.
kaç cenazenin olduğu
Unfortunately,
henüz
the number of
bilinmiyor.
people who are still trapped under the
Ölenlerin
rubble
20
is
binden
not yet
fazlası
known.
çocuk.
And more than 20,000
İsrail
of those who
tarafından
died
Gazze'de
were children.
son 23 aydır
For the last
her
23
saat
months,
evet
a
her
child
saat
has been
bir
murdered by
çocuk
Israel in
acımasızca
Gaza every
hayattan
hour. Yes,
kopartılıyor.
every hour.
Bunlar sayı değil dostlar.
These are not just figures,
Hepsi birer
dear
can,
friends. All
birer
of these, each one
masum
of
insan.
these is a
Şu anda
person, a
sadece
human being,
silahlarla
innocent
değil,
people. People are now being
açlık
killed not with
silahıyla da
weapons,
insanlar
but with the
öldürülüyor.
weapon of starvation.
21. yüzyılda medeni
In the
dünyanın
21st
bakışları
century,
altında
under the gaze of the
146
civilized
çocuk,
world, 428
428
people
kişi
died of starvation.
açlıktan
Out of
hayatını
those
kaybetti
428,
ve sayı her geçen gün
146
artıyor.
were children.
Şimdi
And
size
this number is increasing
Gazze'deki
every day.
günlük hayatı anlatan
Now,
bir fotoğraf
I will show you
göstereceğim.
a photo, which is a picture from daily life in
Birinci
Gaza.
fotoğraf
The first photo,
gördüğünüz gibi
as you see,
ellerinde
these are
leğenli
people.
kadınlar.
These are women
Lütfen
with
hepimiz
these cups that they are
elimizi
holding in
vicdanımıza
their
koyup
hands, cups
cevap
and
verelim.
buckets. Just
2025
feel your
yılında
conscience and answer
böyle
the
bir
following
gaddalığın
question.
makul bir sebebi
Can we possibly
olabilir
have a
mi?
reasonable reason
Fakat
for this
insanlık
brutality in
adına bu utanç
2025?
manzarası Gazze'de
This
23 aydır
shameful
her gün
picture in Gaza
tekrar
has been
ediyor.
unfolding and is being repeated
365
every day
kilometre
for
kare içinde
23
yaşayan
months now.
2,5 milyon
And
Gazze'li
there are
her
2.5
gün
million
yerinden
Gazans
ediliyor.
who live
Her
in
gün bir başka
365
bölgeye
square
göçe
kilometers, and every day
zorlanıyor.
what happens
Gazze'nin
is
sağlık
they are
altyapısı tamamen
being dragged from one
çökmüş
place
durumda.
to another. The
Doktorlar
healthcare
öldürüldü
infrastructure
ya
of
da
Gaza
gözaltına
is
alındı.
completely collapsed. Doctors have
Ambulanslar
been killed
vuruldu.
or they have
Hastaneler
disappeared
bombalandı.
while under custody.
Yıkıldı.
Ambulances have been hit.
Tedavi
Hospitals
mümkün değil.
targeted and destroyed.
Operasyon
Treatment
mümkün
is
değil.
not possible. Surgery
İlaç
is
bulmak
not possible. It's
mümkün
not
değil.
possible to find
Dostlar,
medications.
bakın
Now, dear
Tayyip
friends,
Erdoğan olarak
now, as
içim
Tayyip
yanarak,
Erdoğan, with
içim
a
kan
heavy
ağlayarak
heart,
söylüyorum.
with my heart
Henüz
bleeding here,
2-3
I'm telling you,
yaşındaki elleri,
innocent
kolları,
little ones,
bacakları
just
olmayan
2 or 3 years
masum
old,
yavrucuklar
without hands,
bugün
arms
maalesef
or legs,
Gazze'nin
have
olağan
become,
fotoğrafı haline
unfortunately,
gelmiştir.
a common sight to see in Gaza.
Buna hangi vicdan dayanır?
What kind of a human conscience can
Hangi vicdan
possibly
buna
bear this?
sessiz kalabilir?
Possibly.
Çocukların
How can
açlıktan,
one stay silent vis-a-vis this?
ilaçsızlıktan öldüğü bir dünyada
In a world where
huzur olur
children
mu?
are dying of starvation and lack of
Hepimiz
medication, can we possibly
anne
have calm
babayız.
and peace? We all are
Üzerine
parents.
titrediğimiz
We have
evlatlarımız,
children
torunlarımız
or
var.
grandchildren
Burada,
who we dearly cherish.
Amerika'da,
Here,
Avrupa'da,
say in
dünyanın her
America or
yerinde
in Europe, anywhere
bir
in the
çocuğun
world,
eline
when a
küçük
small
bir
rose
diken batsa
thorn hurts
anne
a child's
babaların
hand,
yüreği yanıyor.
the hearts of
Ama
parents
Gazze'de
break. But in
çocukların
Gaza,
elleri,
children's
kolları,
hands, arms,
bacakları
and legs are
anestezi
being amputated
yapılmadan
without
ampute ediliyor.
anesthesia.
Kimse kusura bakmasın ama
Now, I'm extremely
bu
sorry to say,
insanlığın
but this
dip noktası.
represents the lowest point of
İnsanlık
humanity.
tarihi son bir asırda
Human
böyle
history
bir vahşet
has not witnessed
görmemiş.
such bloodshed within the last century.
Her şey gözümüzün
All
önünde
of
cereyan
this
ediyor.
is happening before our very eyes.
Gazze'deki soykırım,
The genocide
medya,
in Gaza
sosyal
is
medya
being
aracılığıyla
broadcast
her an canlı olarak
live every
yayınlanıyor.
moment through the
İsrail,
media and social media.
Şu ana kadar Gazze'de
So far,
ulusal
Israel
ve
has
uluslararası
deliberately
basında
killed
çalışan
250
250
journalists
gazeteciyi
working in national and
kasıtlı
international
olarak
media in
öldürdü.
Gaza.
Gazze'ye tüm girişleri yasakladı.
And
Ama yine de
they
soykırımı
have closed
gizleyemedi.
all the entrance
Filistin
into Gaza,
topraklarında
but they still have not
devam
been able to
eden
cover up the genocide.
soykırıma her fırsatta
I
dikkatlerini çeken
wholeheartedly support
Genel
Secretary General
Sekreter
Guterres
Sayın
because he
Guterres'i
consistently draws
gönülden
attention to the
destekliyorum.
ongoing
Cesareti için
genocide
kendisini
in Palestinian
bir kez daha
territories, and I would like
tebrik
to once
ediyorum.
again congratulate him for his courage.
Ancak
But
Birleşmiş Milletler
the
Gazze'de
United
kendi
Nations has
çalışanlarını
not
dahi
even been able to
maalesef
protect its own
koruyamamış.
personnel in Gaza.
Gazze'de insanlara yardım için
Unfortunately.
koşturan 500
In
kişi
Gaza, 500
öldürülmüştür.
people rushing to help others
Ve
have been
bunların
killed.
326'sı
Out of those 500,
Birleşmiş Milletler personelidir.
326 were
Sayın
UN
Başkan,
staff members.
değerli üyeler,
Esteemed President,
bakınız
distinguished members,
soykırım tıpkı
Now,
Holocaust gibi insanların toplu halde iması
genocide,
için
like the
kullanılan
Holocaust, is a
utanç
shameful
verici,
concept which
insanlık
refers
dışı
to the mass
barbarca bir
extermination
kavramdır.
of people. It's a
Oysa
barbaric
bugün
concept.
Gazze'de
Today,
sadece insanlar öldürülmüyor.
It's not only people who are being killed in
Gazze'de
Gaza,
hayvanlar
mind you.
hedef alınarak
Animals
öldürülüyor.
are being targeted and
Gazze'de
killed in Gaza.
tarım alanları, bahçeler,
In Gaza,
ağaçlar,
agricultural land,
otlar,
gardens,
Gazze'de
trees, grass,
asırlık zeytin ağaçları
century-old olive
yok
trees
ediliyor.
are being destroyed.
Gazze'de
In Gaza,
sular yok ediliyor.
water supplies are being
Kirletiliyor.
destroyed and
Gazze'de
polluted.
binalar, evler,
Buildings,
kütüphaneler,
homes,
hastaneler,
libraries,
okullar,
hospitals,
camiler,
schools, mosques,
kiliseler,
churches,
tarihi yapılar
and historical
bilinçli bir
structures in
şekilde
Gaza are being
yıkılıyor.
deliberately destroyed.
Gazze'nin toprağı insan içinde,
The soil
hayvan
of Gaza
içinde,
is being
bitki
rendered
içinde
useless for humans,
artık
for
işe
animals,
yaramaz
and for
hale
plants.
getiriliyor. İşte sizlere
So
bir başka fotoğraf
now
daha.
let me show you yet
Şimdi
another
size
photo.
soruyorum.
And let me ask you
Elimdeki
here.
şu fotoğrafın
Look at this
güvenlik arayışıyla ne ilgisi var?
What could this photo here
Bunun
possibly
adı
have to do with security
canlıya
concerns?
düşmanlık. Hayata
This is being
düşmanlık değil.
against,
Bu kürsüden
life.
açık açık ifade ediyorum.
don't you think?
Gazze'de
Let
bir
me
savaş
state
yok.
this openly from this podium.
Gazze'de
There is
iki
no war
taraftan
in Gaza.
söz edilemez.
We cannot possibly talk about the
Gazze'de bir
presence
yanda
of two sides in
elinde en
Gaza.
modern,
Because
en
in
öldürücü
Gaza, on
silahlar
one
olan
side, there is a
düzenli
regular
ordu,
army
diğer
with the most
tarafta ise
modern, most lethal
masum
weapons,
siviller,
and on the other
masum
hand, there are
çocuklar var.
innocent civilians,
Bu
innocent
terörle
children.
mücadele değildir.
This is not fight
Bu
against
7 Ekim
terrorism.
olayı öne sürülerek yürütülen bir işgal, tehcir,
This is an occupation,
sürgün,
deportation,
soykırım, daha
exile,
doğrusu
genocide,
bir toplu
and
kıyım
life
politikasıdır.
destruction, mass destruction
Bugün
policy
Gazze
carried out
Hamas
by invoking the
bahanesiyle
events of
yok
October the
edilirken
7th.
eş
Today,
zamanlı
while
olarak
Gaza is being destroyed
Hamas'ın
under the
yönetimde
pretext of
olmadığı
Hamas,
Batı Şeria'da
Concurrently,
adım adım
simultaneously,
işgal
the
edilmekte,
West Bank, where Hamas
infazlarla
is not in
masum
power,
siviller
is also being occupied
katledilmektedir.
step by step, and
Üstelik
innocent
İsrail,
civilians are being
Gazze
massacred through
ve Batı
executions.
Şeria ile
Moreover,
sınırlı
Israel
kalmıyor,
is not limiting
Suriye'ye,
itself to Gaza and the
İran'a,
West Bank only.
Yemen'e,
By launching attacks
Lübnan'a
on Syria,
saldırılar
on Iran,
düzenleyerek
Yemen, and
bölge
Lebanon,
barışını da
Israel
tehdit ediyor.
is also
En
threatening
son
regional peace.
arabulucu
Just
Katar'da
recently, an Israeli
ateşkes
attack
müzakereleri
took place
için
against a
toplantı
delegation
yapan heyete
delegation
İsrail
meeting in
saldırısı
Qatar for
gerçekleşmiştir.
ceasefire negotiations.
Katar'a yönelik saldırı
The
göstermiştir ki
attack on Qatar
İsrail
has also
yönetimi
shown that
tamamen
the Israeli
kontrolü
leadership is now
kaybetmiştir.
completely out of control.
Netanyahu'nun barış yapmaya da rehineleri
Netanyahu
kurtarmaya da niyetinin
is
olmadığı
not obviously
bir kez daha
interested in forging
anlaşılmıştır.
peace or releasing
Sadece
the
komşuları değil,
hostages.
Orta Doğu'daki
Not only
tüm ülkeler
Israel's neighbors,
İsrail
but all
hükümetinin
countries in the Middle
pervasız
East are
tehditlerine
subject to the Israeli
muhatap oluyor.
government's reckless
Şunun da
threats.
farkına varalım.
And we must realize
İsrail'in artan
following.
saldırganlığı sebebiyle Avrupa başta
due to
olmak
the
üzere
increasing aggression
Batı'da
of
İkinci
Israel
Dünya Savaşı sonrası
in Europe and
ortaya
the West
çıkan
in
değerler
general,
de
the values
çok
that
ağır
emerged after
yara
the Second
almıştır.
World War have been
En temel
eroded.
insan hakları, ifade
The
özgürlüğü,
most fundamental
basın
human rights,
özgürlüğü,
such as freedom of
gösteri ve
expression,
protesto
freedom of
özgürlüğü,
the press,
kadın
freedom of
hakları,
assembly and protest,
çocuk
women's
hakları,
rights, children's
demokrasi,
rights, democracy,
eşitlik,
equality,
adalet
and
gibi
justice
kavramlar
have
rafa
been
kaldırılmış.
shelved away.
Gelinen noktada
At this point,
hepimiz
we all
şu
have to
gerçeği
see
görmek zorundayız.
the following
Değerli
truth,
dostlar,
my dear friends.
vaat edilmiş topraklar
The Israeli
saplantısıyla
government,
hareket
driven by an
eden
obsession
İsrail
with the
yönetimi
promised lands,
yayılmacı bir
is
politikayla
openly threatening
bölge
regional
barışına
peace and
ve
shared
insanlığın
values of
müşterek kazanımlarına kastetmektedir. Üç semavi dinin kutsal beldesi,
Three celestial
insanlığın
religions.
ortak mirası olan Kudüs-ü Şerif
Jerusalem
bu
hosts
radikalizmin doğrudan
all three celestial
hedefi.
religions and
Vicdan sahibi
a common
Musevileri de
inherited
rahatsız eden,
holy place.
onların da tasvip
Al-Quds
etmediği
is
dahası
holy for all
tüm
three
dünyada
religions.
antisemitizmi körükleyen bu cinnet
This
hali
madness disturbs
artık
conscientious Jews.
daha
It
fazla
fuels anti-Semitism
devam
around the
edemez.
world. We cannot continue with this madness anymore.
Gazze'de ateşkes bir an önce sağlanmalı,
We have to have
saldırılar
ceasefire in Gaza
durmalı,
as soon as possible.
insani
Attacks
yardımların
should stop.
engelsiz girişine
Humanitarian aid
mutlaka
should be able to
izin
enter with
verilmelidir.
no obstacles.
Soykırım kadrosunun uluslararası
genocide
hukuka hesap vermesi
Team
temin
should be held
edilmelidir.
accountable vis-a-vis
İnşallah
international law.
bu mutlaka
And God willing, this
gerçekleşecektir.
will definitely
Gazze'de
happen.
yaşanan barbarlığa karşı
Vis-a-vis the
sesini
barbarity taking
yükseltmeyen,
place in
tavır
Gaza,
almayan herkes
everyone
bu
who is
vahşetin
keeping silent
sorumluluğuna ortak.
is accomplice to this
Buradan
barbarity.
bütün devlet ve
From
hükümet
here, I would
başkanlarına
like to call on
samimiyetle
all the heads
sesleniyorum.
of state and
Gün bugün.
government. Today is the
Gün
day.
insanlık adına Filistinli
Today
mazlumların
is the day
yanında
to stand
dimdik
firm
durma
alongside the
günüdür.
oppressed Palestinians and
Halklarınız
alongside humanity.
Gazze'deki barbarlığa tepki
While your
gösterirken
peoples back
gelin
home are reacting to
sizler
the
de
barbarity in
adım
Gaza,
adım
do
cesaretinizi
show the
gösterin.
courage to take action here.
Çocukları büyüttüğü Gazze'ye
Fulfill your
karşı
humanitarian duty
insanlık
toward Gaza,
görevinizi
where
yerine
children
getirin.
are raising
Bu
children.
vesileyle dünyanın farklı
On
ülkelerinde
this occasion,
Gazze'li mazlumlara sahip çıkmak için meydanları dolduran
I would like to say
Gazze'li
the following.
masumlara
There
destek
are
olmak için
peoples all around the world who
denizlere
are taken to the
yelken açan
streets.
akademisyeniyle, sanatçısıyla,
Unarmed activists and
siyasetçisiyle,
volunteers from different countries
aktivistiyle,
of the world,
öğrencisiyle,
academicians,
tüm
students,
Filistin
journalists,
savunucularına
everyone, all
en
the
kalbi
defenders of
selamlarımı yolluyorum.
Palestine. I would like to say to them, thank you so much. And clear bows
Kıymetli
and
delegeler,
favorable winds
13
for
yıl
their
boyunca
actions.
sizlere
Esteemed
bu
delegation
kürsüden
members, for
komşumuz
13
Suriye'de
years,
yaşanan
I
zulümden
have spoken to you
ve
from this
çatışmalardan savaştan bahsetti. Nasıl bugün Gazze'li mazlumlar için sesimizi yükseltiyorsak, 13 yıl süresince de Suriyelilerin feryatlarına dikkat çektik. Burada onların da sesi, nefesi oldu. 1 milyon insanın hayatına, milyonlarcasının da vatanlarını terk etmesine sebep olan zulüm, 8 Aralık devrimiyle birlikte hamdolsun artık tarihe karıştı. Suriyeli kardeşlerimiz 8 Aralık tarihi itibariyle yeni bir dönemin kapılarını açtılar. Eli kanlı bir rejime karşı mücadeleyi kazanan Suriye halkı, inanıyorum ki büyük bedeller ödeyerek elde ettikleri zaferi de inşallah menziline ulaştıracaktır. DAEŞ başta olmak üzere terörün hiçbir çeşidinin olmadığı, güvenliğin tesis edildiği bir ve bütün Suriye vizyonunu tüm imkanlarımızla destekleyeceğiz. Suriye'de istikrar kökleştikçe hiç şüphesiz bunun kazananı Suriyelilerle birlikte tüm komşu ülkeler, tüm bölgemiz olacak. Körfez'deki kardeş ülkelere de Suriye'nin toparlanmasına verdikleri katkılar için teşekkürlerimi iletiyorum. Bizimle aynı ilkeleri paylaşan tüm bölgesel ve uluslararası aktörlerle işbirliğimizi inşallah aynı şekilde sürdüreceğiz. Değerli dostlar, komşumuz İran'la ilgili nükleer dosyanın bir an evvel diplomasi yoluyla çözülmesini temenni ediyoruz. Unutulmamalıdır ki bölgemiz yeni bir krizi daha kaldıramaz. Komşumuz Irak'ın istikrarı, güvenliği ve refahı bölgemizin selameti bakımından fevkalade önemlidir. Kalkınma yolu projesi gibi kolektif refahı önceleyen stratejik hamlelere bu bakımdan büyük önem atfediyoruz. Kuzeyde her ikisi de komşumuz olan Rusya ve Ukrayna arasında İstanbul sürecine büyük bir iştiyakla ev sahipliği yapıyoruz. Doğrudan görüşmeler sayesinde çok sayıda esirin ve naaşın mübadelesine aracılık etti. Taraflar arasında barış müzakerelerinin modalitelerini belirlemeye çalıştık. Unutmayın, savaşın kazananı adil bir barışın kaybedeni olmaz şiarıyla önümüzdeki dönemde de ateşkes için çaba göstermeye devam edeceğiz. Azerbaycan ve Ermenistan arasında barışın tesisi için tarafları en başından bu yana cesaretlendirdi. 8 Ağustos tarihinde iki ülke arasında kalıcı barışa giden adımların atılmasından memnuniyet duyuyoruz. Azerbaycan Cumhurbaşkanı Sayın Aliyev ile Ermenistan Başbakanı Sayın Paşinyan başta olmak üzere sürece katkıda bulunan Amerikan Başkanı Sayın Trump'ı burada bir kez daha tebrik ediyorum. Bu vesileyle ülkemizle Ermenistan arasındaki normalleşme sürecinin kendi rayında ilerlediğini de ifade etmek isterim. Diğer bir arabuluculuk faaliyetimiz olan Ankara süreci kapsamında Somali ile Etiyopya arasındaki ihtilafın halline yönelik gayretlerimizi sürdürüyoruz. Tarafların bu girişimi hızla başarıyla neticelendirmelerini temenni ediyorum. Değerli delegeler, Karadeniz'de güvenliğin teminatı olan Montreux Sözleşmesi'ni tam 89 yıldır tarafsızlık içinde harfiyen uygulamaktayız. Ege Denizi'ni ve Doğu Akdeniz'i ilgili tüm tarafların meşru
We want to see
menfaatlerine
the
riayet
Aegean Sea
edilen
and the Eastern
bir
Mediterranean
istikrar
as a basin
ve
of
refah
stability and
havzası olarak
prosperity where
görmek
the
istiyoruz.
legitimate interests of
Enerji
all parties
ve
involved are
çevre
respected.
başta olmak üzere her
We
konuda
are ready for
yapıcı
constructive
işbirliğine hazırız.
cooperation on all issues,
Komşularımızdan
particularly
da
on energy and the
aynısını
environment, and
bekliyoruz.
we expect the same approach from our
Bu
neighbors.
vesileyle
On
Doğu
this occasion,
Akdeniz'de
I
Türkiye'yi
would like to
ve
particularly
Kuzey Kıbrıs
underline that
Türk
projects
Cumhuriyeti'ni
which
dışlayan
exclude
projelerin
Türkiye and the
başarılı
Turkish Republic of
olamayacağını
Northern Cyprus
burada
in the Eastern
özellikle
Mediterranean,
vurgulamak
such
istiyorum.
projects which exclude
Kıbrıs
us
adasının
will not be
batısında
successful.
Türkiye'nin hak ve
Türkiye has
yetkileri
rights and
adanın
authority in the western
etrafındaki
part of the
alanlarda
island
ise
of Cyprus,
Kıbrıs
while
Türklerinin
the Turkish
meşru
Cypriots have
hakları var.
legitimate rights in the
Daha
areas
evvel de
surrounding
teklif
the island.
ettiğimiz Doğu Akdeniz
An Eastern
Konferansı
Mediterranean
müşterek bir
Conference,
zeminin
which we have
bulunmasına
proposed before,
katkı
would
yapacak.
contribute to finding
Kıbrıs
common
meselesinin çözümü daha önce defalarca denenmiş
Resolving the
ancak
Cyprus
Rum
issue
tarafının
has been tried many
uzlaşmaz
times
tutumu
before,
nedeniyle
but,
tüketilmiş federasyon modeli üzerine bina edilemez. Kıbrıs adasında iki
Due to the
ayrı
rigid
devlet
stance of the Greek
ve
Cypriot side,
iki ayrı
no resolution has been
halk
found.
vardır.
We cannot possibly
Kıbrıs Türkleri
have this as a foundation
adanın
for a
eşit
resolution
sahibidir
of the issue.
ve
There are two
azınlık
separate
olmayı
states and two
kabul
separate peoples on
etmeyecek.
the island of Cyprus. Turkish
Uluslararası
Cypriots are
toplum,
equal owners of the island
Kıbrıs
and they will
Türklerinin
not accept being a
yarım
minority.
asırdır maruz
The international
bırakıldıkları
community must put an end to
haksız
the unfair and
izolasyona
inhumane
artık
isolation that the
son
Turkish
vermelidir.
Cypriots have been subjected
Son
to for
3
half a
Birleşmiş
century now.
Milletler Genel Kurulu'nda yaptığım
I
çağrıyı
reiterate the
bugün
call
bir
I
kere
made
daha
at the
tekrarlıyor.
last three UN General
Uluslararası
Assemblies.
toplumu Kuzey
Let me
Kıbrıs
repeat. I
Türk
call on the
Cumhuriyeti'ni
international community
tanımaya,
to recognize the Turkish
diplomatik,
Republic of
siyasi
Northern Cyprus
ve
and
ekonomik
to
ilişkiler
establish
kurmaya
diplomatic, political
davet
and
ediyorum.
economic relations
Sayın
with it.
Başkan,
Esteemed President,
Sayın Başkan, değerli üyeler, önümüzdeki
distinguished
dönemde
members, in the coming period,
Türkiye-Avrupa Birliği
we
ilişkilerinde
desire a new
yeni
beginning
bir
and
başlangıç
vision in Turkey
ve
European Union
vizyon
relations.
arzuluyoruz. Bu vizyon günü
This
kurtaran
should
değil,
not be a vision that just
ufku
saves the
yeniden
day,
tayin eden,
but rather a
ortak
vision that
geleceğimizi
redefines the
şekillendiren
horizon and
bir
shapes our
vizyon
shared
olmalıdır.
future.
Bunun için elbette
For this,
Avrupa
it is
Birliği'nin de
of course
bizim
important
kadar
that the European
istekli
Union is as
ve
willing
kararlı
and
olması
determined as we are.
mühimdir. Net güvenlik sağlayıcısı bir ülke
As a
olarak
net security provider,
Birleşmiş Milletler,
we continue to
NATO,
contribute to the
AGİ
operations and
ve
missions of
Avrupa
the United
Birliği'nin
Nations,
harekat
NATO,
ve misyonlarına
OSCE,
katkılarımızı
and the
sürdürüyoruz.
European Union.
2026 yılındaki NATO zirvesini
The annual NATO summit
Ankara'da
next year
toplayacağız.
will be held in Turkey,
NATO
in Ankara.
müttefikimiz Amerika Birleşik Devletleri ile
The USA, who is our
ilişkilerimizi
NATO ally.
ticaret,
Our relations with
yatırım,
them are continuing
enerji
on trade,
ve
investments,
savunma sanayi
energy,
başta olmak üzere
defense industry,
birçok alanda
in addition
güçlendiriyoruz.
to other many areas,
Ata
and we're
yurdumuz,
strengthening our
Orta
relations
Asya'daki
with them.
kardeş
Meanwhile, we
ülkelerimizin
attach great
barış,
importance to the peace,
istikrar
stability
ve
and
refahı
prosperity
bizim
of our
için
brotherly countries in
vazgeçilmezdir.
Central Asia,
Türk
which
Devletleri
is our
Teşkilatımız
ancestral homeland.
bölgesel bir çatı olmanın ötesine
Our
geçerek
organization of Turkic
küresel bir
states
aktör
is
olma
moving
yolunda
forward with
ilerliyor.
confidence on the path to becoming a
Köklü
global
beşeri bağlarımızın
actor, going
olduğu
beyond being merely a
Balkanlarda
regional umbrella.
barışın ve istikrarın sürmesi için
We are making intensive
yoğun
efforts to ensure the
gayret
continuation
içindeyiz.
of peace and stability
Temmuz
in the
ayında
Balkans,
ihdas
where we have
ettiğimiz
strong historical,
Balkan
cultural and people ties.
Barış
The
Platformu
Balkan
bu
Peace
yöndeki
Platform, which we
çabalarımızın
established in
en
July,
yeni
is
örneğidir.
the newest and most
KFOR
concrete
komutanlığı
manifestation of our
görevini
efforts
de
in this direction.
bu yıl
And
Ekim ayında bir kez daha
this October
üstleneceğiz.
we'll once again assume the
Afganistan'daki
command of
yönetimin
KFOR forces.
Toplumu kuşatıcı,
In Afghanistan,
dikkate alan
our
bir
fundamental
anlayış
desire is that
sergilemesi
the current
temel
administration demonstrates an
arzumuzdur.
approach that embraces
Yeniden
the society
toparlanma
and
sürecinde
that takes human
uluslararası
values into
toplumun
consideration.
Afgan
In
halkını
this process, it is
yalnız
essential that the international
bırakmaması.
community does not leave
Türkiye
Afghan people
ve
alone,
Türk milleti olarak
and
Afgan kardeşlerimizin
Türkiye
her
and
daim
as the Turkish
yanında
nation
olmaya
will
devam
stand by
edeceğiz.
the Afghan people
Değerli dostlar, Güney Asya'da
at all
barış ve
times.
istikrarın
Esteemed friends, in
muhafazasını
South Asia,
son derece
we
önemli
consider the
görüyoruz.
preservation of peace and
Nisan
stability
ayında
to be of utmost
Pakistan
importance.
ve
We
Hindistan
are pleased
arasındaki
with the
çatışmaya varan
ceasefire achieved
bu
following
gerilimde
the tensions
varılan
last April between
ateşkesten
Pakistan and
memnuniyet
India.
duyuyoruz.
The tension which had
İki ülke
escalated into a
arasında
conflict.
terörle mücadelede işbirliğini önemsiyoruz.
It is important to see a
Keşmir
cooperation between the
meselesinin
two countries when it
Birleşmiş
comes to
Milletler
counterterrorism.
Güvenlik Konseyi
The
kararları
issue of
temelinde
Kashmir
Keşmirli
should be
kardeşlerimizin
resolved on
beklentileri
the basis of
ekseninde
resolutions of the
diyalogla
UN
çözülmesini
for the best for
destekliyoruz.
our brothers and sisters in
Afrika
Kashmir
kıtasıyla
through dialogue. we hope.
eğitimden sağlığa,
In the
altyapıdan
continent of
ticarete
Africa,
kadar
from education
geniş bir
to
yelpazede
health, from infrastructure
ilişkilerimiz
to
yıldan
in
yıla
other areas,
güçleniyor.
our
Somali'nin terörle
relations
mücadelesine
are improving
gereken her türlü
annually.
desteği verirken insani yardım faaliyetlerimizi de
And while providing all
sürdürüyoruz.
possible support to Somalia,
Sudan'da
we are also
2
continuing
yılı
our
aşkın
humanitarian
süredir
and
devam
aid
eden
activities. In
çatışma
Sudan, the
ortamı
conflict that has
bizleri
been going on for
ziyadesiyle
over 2 years
üzmektedir.
saddens us deeply.
Sudan'da akan kanın durması ve
Stopping the
sürdürülebilir
bloodshed
barışın
in Sudan and
tesis
establishing
edilmesi
sustainable peace is
uluslararası
the shared
toplumun
responsibility
ortak
of the
sorumluluğu.
international community.
Bizim bu yöndeki
And
çabalarımız
Turkey's efforts in
devam
this
edecek.
direction will continue.
Büyük Göller Bölgesi
The Great Lakes
yıllardır
region
süren
has suffered
istikrarsızlık
greatly
ve
from
çatışmalardan
years of ongoing
ziyadesiyle
instability
müzdarip
and
olmuştur.
conflict.
Kongo Demokratik Cumhuriyeti'nin doğusunda yaşanan
Our hope is
çatışmalar
that these conflicts
bir an
in the
önce
east of the Democratic
çözülmelidir.
Republic of the Congo will
Amerika'nın
give way to
arabuluculuğu
lasting peace and stability.
ve Katar'ın
We wholeheartedly
kolaylaştırıcılığında
support the
yürütülen
efforts being carried
gayretleri
out under the
samimiyetle
mediation of the
destekliyoruz.
US and the
Batı
facilitation of
Afrika'da
Qatar.
bilhassa sahil
The increasing
havzasında
terrorist activities in
artan
West
terör
Africa,
faaliyetlerini de
particularly in the
endişeyle
Sahel Basin,
takip
are
ediyoruz.
also of great concern
Tarihi
to us.
bağlarımızın bulunduğu bu
We will
bölge
continue our
halklarının
unwavering
huzura
efforts to ensure
ve istikrara
peace,
kavuşmaları
tranquility
için
and stability
çabalarımız
for the peoples of
devam
this region
edecek.
with whom we share
İlhamını
historical ties.
çift başlı
Drawing
Selçuklu
inspiration
Kartalı'ndan
from the
alan
historical
bizim de
double-headed
360
Turkish
derecelik
Selçuk Eagle,
yaklaşımla yürüttüğümüz
I would like to emphasize
Türk
that our
dış
relations with
politikasında
Asian countries
Asya
and Turkish
ülkeleriyle
foreign
ilişkilerimiz
policy are of
büyük
great
stratejik
strategic importance.
öneme sahiptir.
We pursue a
Yeniden
360-degree approach
Asya
in this policy.
girişimimiz çerçevesinde
Within the framework
ASEAN
of our Return
başta
to
olmak
Asia
üzere
initiative, we
bölgesel
are deepening
kuruluşlarla
our engagement with
angajmanımız
regional
giderek
organizations
derinleşiyor.
such as
Latin
ASEAN,
Amerika
the Indian
ve
Ocean Rim
Karayipler bölgesiyle
Association, for
münasebetlerimizi
example. We will
ortaklık
continue to
ruhuyla
develop new
ve
partnerships with
kazan
Asian countries,
kazan
and we
yaklaşımıyla
attach great
geliştirmeye
importance to developing
büyük
our
önem
relations with
atfediyoruz.
Latin America and the Caribbean
Bölgedeki
region in a
tüm
spirit of
ülkelerle
partnership and a
kurmuş
win-win
olduğumuz
approach.
dostane
We are
bağları
determined to
daha
further
ileriye
strengthen
taşıma
the friendly
irademiz
ties we have
bakidir.
established with all the countries in the region.
Kıymetli delegeler,
Esteemed
uluslararası
delegation members,
ticarette artan korumacılık
increasing
eğilimleri
protectionist
ve
trends in
tedarik
international trade
zincirlerinde
and
yaşanan
disruptions in
kırılmalar
supply chains
dünya
are
ekonomisinde
leading to
esaslı
fundamental
değişimlere
changes in the
yol
global
açıyor.
economy.
Mevcut sınamalarla başarılı mücadele için
To successfully
Dünya
address current
Ticaret
challenges,
Örgütü'nün yer
we
aldığı
support the
kurallara
reform
dayalı
of rules-based
uluslararası
international
ticaretin
trade,
reforme
including the
edilmesini
World Trade
destekliyoruz.
Organization.
Ucuz, güvenli ve
I believe
sürdürülebilir
access to
enerjiye
affordable,
erişimi
safe and sustainable
özellikle
energy is
gelişmekte
essential,
olan
particularly
ülkelerin
for developing
kalkınma
countries
hedeflerinin
to be able to
gerçekleştirilmesi
achieve
için
their development
vazgeçilmez buluyorum. Çin'den Avrupa'ya uzanan ve stratejik önemi
We are
haiz
resolutely advancing
pazar
the
geçişli
strategically important
Doğu-Batı
Trans-Caspian
ortak
East-West
koridoru
Middle
projesini
Corridor project,
ilerletiyoruz.
which extends
Modern
from China
ulaştırma
to
altyapımız ve Bakü
We contribute to the
Tiflis Kars
development of
hattıyla
world trade with
dünya
our modern
ticaretinin
transportation
gelişimine
infrastructure and the
katkı
Bakü
sunuyoruz.
Tbilisi Kars
Tabiata saygılı
line.
bir gelecek inşa
On
etme
our journey to
hedefiyle
build a future that
çıktığımız
respects
yolda
nature, we are moving
2053
forward with
net
determination
sıfır
towards the
emisyon hedefine doğru
2053 net
kararlılıkla
zero emission
ilerliyoruz.
target.
Eşim Emine Erdoğan'ın himayesinde yürüyen
We are pleased
sıfır
to observe
atık
that the
hareketinin
zero waste
tüm
movement,
dünyada
under the
her yıl
patronage
dalga
of
dalga
my
büyüyen,
wife Emine
daha
Erdogan,
fazla insana
has grown in
ve
waves
kalbe
around the
ulaşan
world every
bir
year,
farkındalık
reaching
halkasına
more
dönüştüğünü
people
görmek
and
bizim için
hearts.
ayrı bir bahtiyarlıktır. Bu süreçte gelişmiş ülkelerin
In this
sorumluluklarını
process, it is
yerine
no longer a
getirmesi
choice for
artık
developed
bir
countries to fulfill
tercihten
their
öte
responsibilities.
yükümlülük haline
It has
gelmiştir.
now become an obligation
Dünyada
for
en
them.
fazla kalkınma yardımı yapan
As one of the
ülkelerden biri
countries
olarak
providing the most
Birleşmiş
development
Milletler'in
aid in the world, we
sürdürülebilir
are striving to
kalkınma
achieve the
hedeflerine
UN's
ulaşılması
sustainable
için
development
çaba
goals.
harcıyoruz. 2030 hedeflerine erişmek ve dünyanın dört bir yanındaki
To
yüz
achieve the
milyonlarca insanı
2030 goals
onurlu yaşama
and to enable
kavuşturmak
hundreds
için
of millions of people
küresel
around the world to
finansman
live with dignity,
mimarisinin
we advocate
kimseyi
for aligning the
geride
global
bırakmama
financial
anlayışıyla
architecture with the
uyumlu hale
principle of
getirilmesini
leaving no one
savunuyoruz.
behind.
Burada şunu da
And here,
özellikle
let me also
dikkatinizi
particularly
çekerek
draw
söylemek
your
istiyorum.
attention to
Biz
the following.
jeopolitik sınamalarla uğraşırken
When
insanlık
we grapple with
yapay
geopolitical
zeka
challenges,
alanında
humanity is also
olağanüstü bir
witnessing an
sıçramaya
extraordinary
şahitlik
leap
ediyor.
forward in artificial
Çığır açan bu
intelligence, AI.
teknolojilerin dönüştürücü gücü ve
The transformative
sunduğu
power
nimetlerden
and the benefits
hiçbir
offered by these
toplumun
technologies,
mahrum
no
bırakılmaması
society should
gerekiyor.
be deprived of
Yapay
these
zeka
benefits.
teknolojileri yeni bir
AI
tahakküm aracı
technologies
olarak değil,
Be used for
insanlığı
the benefit
lehine
of humanity,
kullanılmalıdır.
not as a new
Ev
tool of
sahipliğini
domination.
yaptığımız en az gelişmiş ülkeler
The
için
UN Technology Bank
Birleşmiş
for the
Milletler
least developed countries,
Teknoloji
which we host
Bankası
in Turkey,
dijital
plays a
ve
critical
teknolojik
role in
açığın
closing the digital
kapatılmasında
and
kritik
technological
rol oynuyor.
gap.
Hazırladığımız ve evrensel mutabakatla yakında imzayı açacağımız
We have prepared
dijital dünyada çocuk hakları sözleşmesinin
Children's
bu
Rights
alanda
Convention in the
küresel bir
digital
farkındalık
world, and we will
oluşturacağına
soon open
inanıyor.
this up for ratification.
Çabalarımıza
I'm sure this will
güçlü desteğinizi
create a lot of awareness in
bekliyoruz.
this area.
Diğer taraftan
And we expect your
ırkçılık,
support for this. On
yabancı
the other
karşıtlığı
hand,
ve
in,
bilhassa
today's
İslam
world,
düşmanlığının
racism,
vahim
xenophobia,
boyutlara
and
ulaştığı
particularly
günümüzde
Islamophobia have
bir
reached
arada
alarming levels.
yaşama kültürünü tehdit
Combating
eden
these trends
bu akımlarla
that greatly
mücadele
threaten the cultural
insanlık
coexistence
için
has
zaruret
now become
halini
an essential
almıştır.
duty for humanity.
Medeniyetler İttifakı Yüksek
It is
Temsilcisi
significant that
Sayın
Mr.
Moratinos'un
High Representative of
Birleşmiş
the Alliance
Milletler
of
Genel
Civilizations,
Sekreterinin
has also been appointed as
İslamofobi
the
ile
UN
mücadele
Secretary General's
özel
Special Envoy
elçisi
on
olarak da
combating
atanması
Islamophobia.
kıymetlidir. Geçen sene burada ifade ettiğim gibi
As
aile
I
kurumu
stated here last year,
günümüzde
the
daha önce
institution
hiç
of the
olmadığı
family
kadar
is under threat
tehdit
today as
altındadır.
never before.
Kadın ve erkekten oluşan
Defending the
aileyi
family,
savunmak
consisting
aynı
of a
zamanda
woman and a
insanı,
man, means
fıtratı,
defending
yaşamı
humanity,
ve
defending nature,
geleceği savunmak
life
demektir.
and the future.
Türkiye olarak artan saldırılar
Turkey will
karşısında
continue to
aileyi
defend the
savunmaya
family in
devam
the face
edeceğiz.
of ever increasing attacks.
Kıymetli delegeler,
Distinguished delegation members,
insanlığın bir daha savaş felaketi yaşamaması için
the roots of the
kurulan
UN
Birleşmiş
established to
Milletler'in
prevent
kökleri
humanity from
içinde
experiencing
bulunduğumuz
the disaster of war
karanlık
again
döneme
are
ışık
filled with
tutacak
values
değerlerle
that will
doludur.
eliminate the dark
Genel
era we
Sekreter
are in.
Sayın Guterres'in teşkilatımızı
We fully
etkin
support
ve
the
verimli hale
UN
getirmek
80
amacıyla
initiative
başlattığı
launched by Secretary
Birleşmiş
General
Milletler
Guterres to make
80
our
girişimine
organization more
desteğimiz
effective
tamdır.
and more
Bu
efficient.
girişimin Birleşmiş Milletler'in tüm faaliyetlerini daha da
I hope this
güçlendirecek
initiative
bir süreç
succeeds
olarak
as a process
başarıya
that will further
ulaşmasını
strengthen all
temenni
the
ediyorum.
activities of
Bu
the
sürece İstanbul'u bir Birleşmiş
I
Milletler
express our
merkezi
readiness
haline
to provide strong
getirme
support to this
vizyonumuzdan
process,
da
also
hareketle
driven by our vision
güçlü
of
destek
making
vermeye hazırız.
Istanbul a UN
80.
hub.
yılda Birleşmiş Milletleri kuruluş ruhuna döndürecek
I sincerely
adımları
believe that
atmak
it is our shared
hepimizin
responsibility to
ortak
take steps
sorumluluğudur.
that will restore the
Biz
founding spirit of the UN
güçlünün haklı olduğu
in
değil,
its 80th year. We
haklının
will
güçlü
continue to
olduğu
say
bir sistem kurulana kadar dünya beşten
the
büyüktür
world is
demeye
bigger than
devam
five
edeceğiz.
until a system is established where the righteous are powerful, not the powerful are righteous.
Görevimiz sistemi
Our
terk
duty
etmek
is
değil,
not to abandon the system,
onarmak,
but rather to
yeniden
repair it
işler hale
and to make
getirmek.
it work again.
Hiç şüphesiz
Without a doubt,
daha adil
a
bir
more
dünya
just, a
mümkündür.
fairer world is
Türkiye
possible.
daha adil bir dünyanın
Türkiye will
inşası
patiently
için
continue its
mücadelesini
fight for the construction
sabırla
of a more just
devam
world.
ettirecektir. Rabbim yar ve
So,
yardımcımız
may God
olsun
help
diyorum.
and aid
Hepinizi
us all.
bir kez
Once
daha
again,
sevgi
let me
ve
greet you all
saygıyla selamlıyorum.
Kind
Kalın
regards
sağlıcakla.
and thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Turkey. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Dina Ercilia Boluarte Segara, President of the Republic of Peru. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Señora Presidenta de la Asamblea
Madam
General,
President of the
Annalena
General
Baerbock.
Assembly, Annalena Baerbock,
Señor Secretario General de las
Secretary
Naciones
General of the
Unidas,
United Nations,
Antonio Guterres.
Guterres,
Señoras
ladies
y señores,
and gentlemen,
jefes de Estado
heads of state,
y señoras presentes en esta magna
ladies
asamblea.
and gentlemen present
El
here
Perú
in this august forum.
Es el centro y cuna de
Peru is
grandes
the center and
civilizaciones
cradle
milenarias,
of great millennial
siendo la
civilizations,
última
the last
el
of which
imperio de
was
los
the
Incas,
Inca Empire,
que dejó
which
un
left
legado
us
de
a
grandeza.
legacy of greatness.
Somos herederos
We are
asimismo
also heirs
del
of
virreinato
the
del Perú, que
viceroyalty
abarcó
of
las
Peru,
dos terceras
which
partes
encompassed
de
two-thirds
América
of
del
South
Sur.
America.
Somos un país mestizo,
We are a mestizo
mezcla
nation,
fundamental
a
entre
fundamental
hispanos
mix
y
between
andinos,
Hispanic and Andean
orgulloso
peoples,
de ser heredero
proud to
de
be
los
the
más
heirs
grandes
of the two
imperios de
greatest
Europa y
empires
América
of Europe
del
and
siglo
America
XVI.
of the 16th century.
El pueblo peruano
The
es
Peruvian
hoy
people today
resiliente,
are resilient,
emprendedor, solidario,
entrepreneurial,
amante
supportive,
de la paz,
and lovers of
la
peace,
libertad y la
freedom,
democracia.
and democracy.
Nuestros grandes
Our great writers,
escritores, Mario Vargas
Mario
Llosa
Vargas Llosa
y José
and
María
José María
Arguedas,
Arguedas,
compartieron la idea
shared the idea
de que el Perú
that
es
Peru
país
is a
de
country
todas
of
las sangres.
all bloods.
Nuestra identidad expresa
Our
creativamente
identity
que somos
creatively
la unidad
expresses that we are
de los
the
diversos,
unity of the diverse,
unidos bajo la misma
united
roja y
under the
blanca
same
bandera
red and
peruana.
white Peruvian flag.
En nuestro país
In our country,
viven los pueblos
native
originarios y los
peoples
pueblos
and
del
peoples
mundo
of the
en
world
paz
live together
y unidad
in peace and
como
unity
una gran síntesis del
as a
Perú.
great synthesis
País en el que vivió y trabajó
Peru,
durante
the
40
country
años
in
el Papa
which
León
Pope
XIV,
Leo XIV lived
nacionalizado
and worked in
peruano,
for 40 years,
por su profundo
a
amor a
naturalized
nuestra
Peruvian
gente,
because of his deep love
tanto
for
por
our
su
people,
carácter
both
solidario y
for his
pacífico
supportive
como
as well
por
as
su fe
his
católica
peaceful
y
disposition
cristiana.
and his Catholic and Christian faith.
Todos los estudios señalan
All studies
que somos el
indicate
país más
that we are the
emprendedor
most
del mundo,
entrepreneurial
razón
country in the world,
por la cual después de la
which is
pandemia del
why, after the
COVID-19, que por
COVID-19
una
pandemic,
pésima
that
administración
due to
gubernamental
poor government
alcanzó
administration
más de 2
claimed more
millones de
than 2
fallecidos.
million lives.
Nos hemos empezado a
But we have
recuperar
begun
logrando
to
hoy
recover,
más de 17 meses
and
de
today
crecimiento
we look back on more
consecutivo
than
de
17 months
nuestra
of
economía.
consecutive
Hemos
economic growth.
derrotado la
We have
recesión y la
overcome the
inflación
recession and
originada por la
inflation
violencia
caused by
política
political violence
y por la
and by
corrupción.
corruption,
Un golpe de
a
Estado
failed
fallido
coup d'etat,
y la fuga de más de
and the
20
flight
mil
of more
millones
than
de
$20
dólares
billion
entre los años
that was
2021
between
y
2021 and
2023.
2023.
Hemos recuperado la
We
confianza
have
de la inversión nacional,
regained
pero
the trust of
también
national but also
del extranjero,
of foreign
y
investment,
abrazado
and
a la
we
libertad.
have embraced freedom.
Somos un país solvente
We
y
are a
estable
solvent and a stable
por el
country.
golpe de Estado de diciembre del
Because of the coup
2022
attempt
que
of December
pretendía
2022,
instaurar una
which sought to
dictadura
establish a
sometiendo
dictatorship
a todos los
by
poderes del
forcing all
Estado,
branches of the state
tuve que asumir
into submission. I had
constitucionalmente
to
la
constitutionally
presidencia de la
assume the
República.
presidency of the Republic.
Desde ese entonces
Since that
se
date,
estableció una narrativa
narrative
por la cual
was
el
established
golpista
by which
se
the coup
convirtió en
plotter
víctima y la
became a
presidenta
victim and
que
the
asumió
president who
constitucional y
constitutionally
legalmente
and
la
legally
presidencia
assumed the presidency
fue acusada
was
por algunas
accused
voces
by
de
some
golpista
quarters
y
of being a
usurpadora.
coup plotter and
La
usurper.
mentira trastocada en verdad
Lies turned into
y
truth,
la verdad en
and truth
mentira.
turned into lies.
Este es uno de los temas
This is
que
one
nuestro,
of the
de nuestro
issues
tiempo.
of our time.
La construcción
The
de
building
narrativas
of false
falsas que
narratives
buscan armar
to
proyectos
attempt to defend
políticos antidemocráticos.
anti-democratic
La
political
reflexión
projects.
es que las
The
ideologías
thinking
de
goes
odio,
that ideologies of
con sus
hatred,
proyectos de
with their
estados
projects of
fallidos
failed states,
que crecen
that
como
grow
estados
into all-powerful
todopoderosos,
states,
requieren para
require,
imponerse una
in order
narrativa
to impose
falsa
their will,
para
a
lograr
false
su objetivo
narrative
por medio
in order to
de la
achieve their
violencia que
objectives
en el
through
poder
violence, and who,
aplasta las
once in
libertades,
power, crush
aplasta
freedoms,
los medios de comunicación,
silence
a la
the press
oposición
and
democrática,
democratic opposition,
viola los derechos humanos
violate
y da
human
inicio
rights,
al
and
control,
begin to control,
confiscación
to
y
confiscate,
expropiación
and
de
to
las empresas
expropriate
privadas,
private companies,
creando una burocracia
creating
corrupta
a corrupt
que
bureaucracy
destruye la
that
economía,
destroys the economy,
la sociedad y la
society,
moral pública.
and public morality.
El primer paso
The
para
first
todo
step
ello
for achieving
es
all
la
of this
construcción
is to build
de un
a
relato en el
narrative
que se
in order
miente,
to
se
lie,
engaña
to
y
deceive,
se
and
manipula.
to manipulate.
La ideología del odio de
The
clases
ideology
es
of
muy
class hatred
hábil
is very
en
skillful
trastocar la
at
realidad y
distorting
construir
reality
falsos
and
relatos,
building false
pues
narratives,
utiliza el método
because it uses the
totalitario de repetir
totalitarian
ad
method of
infinitum
repeating a
una
lie
mentira,
ad infinitum,
como se hiciera
as
en
was
el
done
mundo
in the world
antes de la Segunda
before
Guerra
the
Mundial
Second
y
World
como
War,
se viene
and
haciendo
as is happening
nuevamente
again
porque
today,
el
because
totalitarismo se
totalitarianism
renueva, se
renews
presenta con otros
itself, presents
rostros,
itself with other
porque
faces,
lo que sigue siendo una grave amenaza
but it remains
para
a
los
serious
países
threat
y
to
para el
countries
mundo.
and to the world.
El cínico relato se ve
The cynical
reforzado
narrative is
por el
reinforced
intervencionismo
by
en los
interventionism
asuntos
in the
internos de los
internal affairs
países,
of countries,
apoyando y
supporting
difundiendo
and spreading
falsedades
falsehoods
para
to
destruir la
destroy democracy
democracia y
and
eliminar
eliminate
la libertad.
freedom.
En el Perú
In Peru,
hemos superado
we have overcome
una fuerte, organizada y
strong,
persistente violencia
organized and
política que
persistent political
pretendía
violence
la
that
vuelta al
sought the
gobierno del
return of the
golpista,
coup plotters
y desde el
government,
año
and since
2024
2024,
se ha logrado avanzar en el
progress has been made
restablecimiento de
in
la
restoring
estabilidad
stability
y
and
la
confidence.
confianza, razón por la cual
And this
la
is why
economía
the
peruana
Peruvian
logró
economy
crecer
managed
este
to
año
grow this year by
3,3% y en el
3.3%.
presente año 2025
And
está
in the
superando
current
un
year,
crecimiento del
2025, is exceeding
3,5%,
3.5% growth.
previéndose que el
With
año
forecasts that in
2026 se
2026,
mantenga la tendencia
the
de la
trend of
expansión
economic growth will
económica.
continue.
El gobierno
The
garantiza
government
3
guarantees
años de
3 years
crecimiento
of
económico
economic growth,
encabezando las
being the leader
cifras en
in
Sudamérica.
South America.
La inflación que
Inflation
tenemos
is
es inferior al
below
2% anual.
2% annually.
Las reservas internacionales son
International
superiores
reserves
a los
amount
88
to more
mil
than
millones
$88
de
billion,
dólares. Y nuestra
and
moneda
our currency
se mantiene
remains
estable y
stable,
se
and
fortalece
it's
cada día
getting
más.
stronger every day.
Nuestra deuda externa
Our
es menor
external
al
debt is less than
32,2% del
32.2%
PBI,
of GDP,
una de las más
one of
bajas
the
de
lowest
América
in the
y del
Americas
mundo.
and in the world.
Nuestro déficit
And our
fiscal
fiscal
este
deficit
año
this
será
year
de
will be
2,2%
2.2% annually.
anual. Señora Presidenta de esta magna Asamblea,
Madam President of this
el 24
magnificent
de
General
octubre se
Assembly,
creó
on
las
October
Naciones
24th,
Unidas,
the UN was
después
created
de la
after World
Segunda Guerra
War II,
Mundial, cuando se logró
when one
derrotar a
of
uno
the
de los
greatest
mayores proyectos
totalitarian
políticos
political
totalitarios
projects
construido
built
bajo una
on an
ideología de
ideology
odio
of hatred
que produjo el más grave genocidio
leading
en la
to the most
historia
serious
de
genocide
la
in
humanidad,
human history,
el
the
Holocausto,
Holocaust,
que
was
jamás,
defeated.
que
And this is
jamás
something that we
debemos
must
olvidar.
never I say never
Esa nefasta
forget
guerra causó la
that
muerte
dreadful war
de 60
caused the
millones de
death of
seres
60
humanos.
million human beings.
Toda ideología de odio,
All
el odio de
ideologies of
clases
hate,
y su
class
elevación
hatred,
a
and
principio y
its
motor de la
elevation as a
historia,
principle and
el odio
driver
racial,
of history,
el
racial hatred,
nacionalista, el
nationalist
odio
hatred,
religioso,
religious hatred,
étnico,
ethnic
el odio a
hatred,
las
hatred
mujeres,
against
entre
women,
otros,
amongst others,
son los
are the
causantes de los
causes
peores
for the
crímenes
worst
en la
crimes
historia
committed
humana.
in human history.
Las ideologías de odio
Ideologies of
construyen
hatred
relatos como verdades
build narratives as
absolutas
absolute
que
truths
instrumentalizan a las personas y a los
instrumentalize people
pueblos.
and nations.
La constitución
The
política de mi
political
patria
constitution of my
afirma
homeland,
que la
Peru,
defensa
affirms that the
de la
defense
persona
of
humana
the
y su
individual
dignidad
and their
es el
dignity
fin
is
supremo
the
de
supreme
la
goal
sociedad
of
y del
society
Estado.
and of the state.
El Perú rechaza en
Peru,
consecuencia los dos
Rejects
principales
the
relatos
two
de odio
principal
en el
hate
mundo,
narratives in the world,
el odio de clases y el
namely
odio
class hatred
religioso,
and religious
origen
hatred.
de guerras.
These are the
y
origins
violencia
of
humana.
wars and
En el
inhumane
Perú
violence.
hemos sufrido
In Peru,
más de 20
we
años
suffered
de
for
un
more than
terrorismo
20 years
mesiánico,
from a
dogmático,
messianic,
violento y
dogmatic,
genocida
violent and
que le costó
genocidal
la vida a
terrorism
más de
that cost the
70,000
lives of more
peruanos.
than 70,000
El
Peruvians.
terrorista odia las
The terrorist
elecciones y el
hates
derecho
elections and
ciudadano
the citizens'
a
right
elegir y a
to
ser
choose
elegido.
and to be
Cuando participa,
and to stand for
lo
election.
hace para
When they
destruir la democracia
participate, they do so
desde
to
adentro.
destroy democracy from
Sin
within.
embargo,
However,
el relato que se ha querido
the narrative
imponer
that
es
they
una
wanted
mentira
to
flagrante.
impose is a flagrant lie.
Las Fuerzas Armadas
The
y
armed forces
policiales
and the police
que defendieron la
who
vida
defended
y
the
la
life
libertad de
and
los
the freedom of
peruanos
Peruvians
son
are
acusados
now
de violar
accused
los
of
derechos
violating
humanos,
human rights.
convirtiéndose así
Thus,
los
the
héroes,
heroes who
defensores de la
defended
vida,
life,
la
democracy,
democracia y la
and freedom
libertad en
are
victimarios
turned into
y los
victimizers,
terroristas
and the terrorists
en víctimas.
are turned into
Así,
victims.
Los héroes que
In this way,
defendieron
the
la
heroes who
democracia
defended
son
democracy are
perseguidos
being persecuted
en
in
juicios que se
trials
prolongan
that drag on
por
for
décadas, mientras que
decades,
los
while the
terroristas
terrorists
son
are
indemnizados y
compensated
considerados
and considered
víctimas.
victims.
El mundo al revés. La ONU, Presidenta,
This is the world in
ha
reverse.
sido un hito
The
fundamental en el
UN was
siglo
a
XX,
fundamental milestone in the
pero en el
20th
siglo
century,
XXI
but in the
debemos
21st
estar
century,
más
we must
atentos.
be more vigilant.
Es nuestro deber
It is our
impedir
duty
que el mundo se
to prevent the world
precipite
from
hacia
plunging
nuevos genocidios
into new
y nuevas
genocides
violencias.
and new violence.
No es aceptable en un mundo
It is not
civilizado
acceptable in a
que un
civilized
país
world that
invada
one country
a otro,
invade another
utilizando un
using
relato
a
falso
false narrative
para
to
justificar
justify
una guerra que
a
ataca
war,
principalmente
a
a
war
la
that first and
población.
foremost attacks the
No
civilian
es
population.
admisible la
It is
matanza
not
de
acceptable
civiles,
to slaughter
la
civilians,
captura de
to
centenares de
capture
jóvenes,
hundreds of young people,
mujeres y
women,
hasta niños
and even children,
para
and
utilizarlos
use
como
them
rehenes.
as hostages.
Vivimos ante la
We
amenaza del
live under the
crimen
threat of
internacional
international organized
organizado.
crime.
En el Perú,
In Peru,
la delincuencia internacional
international crime
dedicada
based
a la extorsión recurre a métodos terroristas
on extortion
como los
uses
atentados
terrorist
con
methods such as
explosivos
bomb attacks
para someter
to submit
a los
citizens
ciudadanos.
to its will.
Estas organizaciones
These criminal
criminales
organizations
que utilizan armas de guerra
that
han
use
creado
weapons of war
mecanismos
have
financieros
created
para lavar
financial
el dinero
mechanisms to
manchado de
launder
sangre,
blood-stained money,
remitiendo grandes
sending
sumas
large
a
sums
sus países
back
de
to their
origen.
countries of origin.
Se pretende normalizar
They
esa
seek to
violencia que
normalize this
requiere
violence,
para su
which
derrota
requires, in
el
order to be defeated,
reconocimiento por la
recognition
ONU
by the
como
UN
organizaciones
as
terroristas
terrorist
y una
organizations
nueva legislación
and
nacional
new national
e
and international
internacional
legislation
que detenga su amenaza al
to
sistema
stop them being a
democrático
threat
y al
to the
desarrollo de
democratic
los
system
pueblos.
and to the development
Es
of peoples.
imperativo asimismo
It is also
actuar
imperative
contra el
that we act
narcotráfico y la
against
minería
drug
ilegal
trafficking and illegal
que
mining
destruye el medio
that
ambiente,
destroys the environment,
contaminan los ríos
pollutes
y
rivers,
condena
and
a los
condemns
pueblos
peoples
y a las
and
personas
individuals
a la
to
esclavitud.
slavery.
El crimen internacional
International
tiene
crime
sometidas
has subjected
a miles de
thousands
mujeres
of women
extraídas de sus
taken from their
hogares, de
home
sus países con
countries
violencia
through
y
violence
engaños
and deception
y explotadas
and
y privadas de su
being
libertad.
exploited and deprived of their
Señoras
freedom.
y señores,
Ladies and gentlemen,
vivimos momentos que nos
we are
recuerdan los
living through
episodios
times
más
that recall
oscuros de
the
nuestra
darkest
historia
chapters
moderna.
of our modern history,
Y el Perú
and
está
Peru
convencido
is
que el mundo no
convinced that
necesita
the
menos
world does
ONU,
not need less
sino
UN,
más y mejor
but
ONU.
more and a better
Una
UN,
que esté acorde con
one
los
that is in
tiempos
tune with the
en los
times,
que las ideologías de
in times
odio
in
que
which
tanto daño
ideologies of
causaron y
hatred that
causan
caused and
a la
cause
humanidad
so much damage to
se han
humanity
refugiado en la
have taken
mentira,
refuge in
en las
lies,
informaciones
in
falsas y
misinformation,
en la
and
penetración
which have
de las
penetrated
sociedades
democratic
democráticas.
societies.
El Perú, como miembro fundador,
Peru,
está
as a founding
comprometido con
member,
un
is
sistema
committed
multilateral
to an
abierto,
open multilateral
basado en
system
el derecho
based on international
internacional y los
law
principios
and
de
the
la Carta de
principles
Naciones
of the UN
Unidas.
Charter.
El pilar, el modelo
And we see in
La
the
ONU,
UN the
pero es
pillar
momento
of the model
de hacer un
that has
alto
brought peace and
y
prosperity.
mirar lo que está pasando
But we
en el
have to
mundo a
look
nuestro
at what's
alrededor.
happening around us in
En
the
este
world.
momento estamos
At this
aquí,
time, as we're meeting
pero al otro
here,
lado del mundo
in other parts of the
están
world,
matando niños,
they are killing
niñas, personas
children,
inocentes.
girls, boys, innocent people.
La prosperidad al mundo debe ser
Prosperity
en ese trabajo responsable y unido.
will only come if we
Que
are
hoy debe
united and work
ingresar a un
together.
proceso de adecuación
And we have to
frente a las
adapt
nuevas
to
amenazas.
new threats.
Cada uno de nuestros países
Each of our countries
tiene el deber de
has the duty
contribuir al desarrollo
to make their
de
contribution
soluciones a los
towards finding
problemas
solutions to
que
the
enfrentamos y en
problems
eso
that we all
se
face
esfuerza
together.
mi país.
And my country is
Pero la
striving to do this.
interconexión de nuestras
But
sociedades
the
y
interconnection of
economías
our societies
hacen que
and
solo a
economies
través de la
means that it is only through international
internacional
cooperation
podamos resolver la
that we
crisis
can resolve
que
the
enfrentamos.
crises which we face.
Si no reformamos las
If we
Naciones
do not
Unidas,
reform the United
nuestra
Nations,
casa común,
our common home,
para devolverle
to restore
representatividad y efectividad a su
representativeness and
acción,
effectiveness to its
corremos
action,
el grave
then
riesgo
we
de ver
run the
desaparecer
very serious risk
uno de los
of seeing
instrumentos
one
más
of the most
preciados
precious
que
instruments
tiene
that
la
the international
comunidad
community
internacional
has for
para la
world
estabilidad del
stability
mundo. Por
disappearing.
ello, el Perú apoya
For
los
this reason,
trabajos de la
Peru
iniciativa
supports the
ONU
work of the
80,
UN 80 initiative,
iniciados por el secretario
launched by the
general,
Secretary General,
poniendo
placing
especial
particular
énfasis en la
emphasis
necesidad de
on
volver
the
a
need to
centrar
refocus
la
the
organización
organization
en sus
on
funciones
its
fundamentales,
fundamental functions,
acercándola
bringing it
a las
closer to
necesidades
the
de los
needs
pueblos,
of peoples,
a la vez que
and
volviéndola
at the same
más
time
eficiente.
making it more efficient.
La ONU 80 debe ser
UN
una
80
oportunidad
must
para
be an
fortalecer
opportunity
el
to strengthen
multilateralismo
multilateralism
y asegurar
and
que la
ensure
organización
that the
esté mejor
organization is
preparada
better
para
prepared
cumplir
to achieve
sus
its
objetivos
essential
esenciales.
goals.
Esta reforma solo podrá
This
rendir
reform
plenamente
can only
sus frutos
truly become
si es
fully effective
complementada
if
por
it is
una
complemented
transformación
by
de la
a
gobernanza
transformation
de la ONU,
in UN
que
governance
evite los
that
bloqueos
prevents institutional
institucionales en la toma de
stalemates when it comes to
decisiones a
decision
la vez
making
que asegure
while
su
ensuring
idoneidad.
its suitability.
Señoras y señores,
Ladies and
en
gentlemen,
el Perú, nuestro gobierno
in
trabaja
Peru,
en el
our
cumplimiento de
government
sus
is working to
compromisos,
meet its commitments,
tanto como su
both
población
to our citizens
como con la
as well as
comunidad
to the
internacional,
international community,
enfrentando la amenaza
facing
del
the
crimen
threat of
organizado,
organized crime
resultado de la
resulting from the
descomposición
collapse
de gobiernos
of
tyrannicos
tyrannical
y haber
governments
provocado la migración
that led
a
to
países como el
migration to other
Desde el
countries.
primer día de mi
This is
gobierno
true of our country.
hemos luchado
From
por
day one,
restablecer
my
la
government has fought
gobernabilidad
to
en el
restore
país
governance in the
y
country
derrotar la
and to
polarización y
defeat
la violencia.
polarization and
En el
violence.
Perú rige la
In
plena
Peru, there
separación de
is full
poderes
separation of
y el
powers,
Estado de
the
Derecho.
rule of law,
El respeto a la
respect
libertad
for freedom
y a los derechos
and
humanos.
human rights.
Mi gobierno es el más
My
estable
government is the most
en un
stable
periodo de
of the
5
last
años en el
5
que se han
years,
sucedido
during which 5
5
presidents have succeeded one
Estamos
another.
luchando por la seguridad
We are fighting
ciudadana,
for citizen security,
enfrentando a la delincuencia
facing
que
crime
aprovecha
that takes
el
advantage
alza del
of the
precio del
rise
oro
in the price of
y el
gold
narcotráfico
and drug
con
trafficking.
resultados positivos
We have achieved
que pueden
positive,
ser verificados.
verifiable results in these areas.
Trabajamos por fortalecer
We are working
el
to
capital
strengthen
humano.
human capital.
Estamos dando la
We
batalla
are
contra la
fighting child
desnutrición
malnutrition
infantil y la anemia.
and anemia,
Construimos
and
escuelas
we are building
y
schools
hospitales
and
en todo el
hospitals
país,
throughout the country,
como no se ha hecho en
which
los últimos
has not been
años.
done in recent
La
years.
prioridad
The
son los
priority
niños,
is children,
las mujeres
women,
y la familia
and
peruana.
the Peruvian family.
Estamos modernizando la
We are
infraestructura de
modernizing the
mi
country's
país.
infrastructure,
Puertos,
ports,
aeropuertos,
airports,
carreteras,
roads,
puentes,
bridges,
diseñando una
designing
economía
an
mejor
economy that is better
conectada al
connected
mundo,
to the world,
así como una firme
as well
política
as
de
a
lucha
firm policy
contra la
for fighting
corrupción.
corruption.
Nuestro objetivo es
Our
garantizar
goal is to guarantee
elecciones libres e
free and
imparciales,
impartial elections,
derrotando el intento de una
defeating the
minoría
attempt of a
violenta que
violent
busca su
minority that
fracaso.
seeks their failure.
Señoras y señores,
Ladies and gentlemen,
la Organización de las
the
Naciones
United
Unidas
Nations Organization
ha estado siempre
has always
presente
been
en la
present
historia
in
moderna
the
de
modern
mi país,
history of my country,
en particular
particularly
en sus
in
momentos
its most
más difíciles.
difficult moments.
Simultáneamente a lo que pasa en el
Similarly
mundo
to what is
y a
happening
pesar de
elsewhere in the
nuestros
world, and despite
esfuerzos,
our efforts,
el Perú
Peru
hoy
today
encuentra a sus instituciones
finds its
democráticas
democratic
y el
institutions
Estado de
and
Derecho
the rule of law
atacados
under attack
por la
by
polarización
the
de la
polarization
política,
of politics,
causa y
the
consecuencia
cause and
del
consequence
retorno de la
of the
violencia
return of
extremista.
extremist violence.
Padece el flagelo
We
de la
suffer from the
delincuencia
scourge of transnational organized
transnacional,
terrorist
terrorista, que es causa de
which
muertes,
causes
atentados
deaths,
e inseguridad
attacks,
y del
insecurity,
narcotráfico
and
que
drug
destruye
trafficking
el
that
tejido
destroys
social.
the social fabric.
Afronta la
We
amenaza del
face the
cambio
threat of
climático
climate change
que deteriora
that
su
is destroying
Amazonía,
our Amazon,
provoca el derretimiento de
causing
sus
the melting
glaciares
of our
y
glaciers
pone en riesgo su
and putting our
biodiversidad.
biodiversity at risk.
Fomenta un crecimiento
We promote
inclusivo y
inclusive
sostenible en
and
un
sustainable
contexto de
growth in a
oposición entre
context of
potencias.
opposing
Pero
powers.
ninguno de estos
But
problemas es
none of these
solamente
problems is merely
nacional,
national,
sino global.
but global.
Por ello,
This is
necesitamos
why
que las
we
Naciones
need
Unidas
the United Nations
vuelva a ser
to
un
once
ágora del
again
diálogo y
be
la
a
cooperación.
forum for dialogue and
Deseo recordar el
cooperation.
legado del
To
embajador
recall
Javier
the
Pérez
legacy
de
of
Cuellar,
Ambassador Javier
quien
Pérez de
logró
Cuellar,
ejercer
who
una acción
managed to do
relevante
relevant
de la
work in the
organización
organization
a pesar de la
despite the
Guerra
Cold
Fría.
War.
Con ese ejemplo
With that example in mind,
y en el apego de nuestra
and in
región
view
a
of
los
our region's
propósitos de la
adherence
Carta
to
y en
the
aras
purposes of the Charter,
de una mejor
and in order to
representación,
ensure better
creemos que es
representation,
tiempo de
we
que
believe it is
quien
time for the
ocupe la
next
próxima
Secretary
Secretaría
General
General provenga de
come from Latin
Latinoamérica.
America.
Señoras
Ladies and
y
gentlemen,
señores, el Perú está comprometido en
Peru
lograr
is
que esta
committed to
Asamblea
ensuring
General
that this General
no
Assembly
sea una simple
this year is not
efemérides,
a mere
sino
commemoration,
la reafirmación
but
de
the
nuestro
reaffirmation
compromiso
of our commitment
hacia una acción
to
colectiva
collective action
que
that
revitalice
will
a las Naciones
revitalize the
Unidas
United
como
Nations as
herramienta
a
que
tool
apoye
that
la
supports
paz
peace
y la unidad
and
global,
global
así
unity
como el
as well
desarrollo.
as development.
Tenemos que ser firmes
We must
en la
stand
verdad
firm
frente a los relatos
in
que
the
la
truth, in the
escamotean,
face of narratives
la
that try to conceal
pervierten
it,
o
pervert
mienten
it, or
abiertamente
openly
con el
lie
fin de
in
ocultar
order to hide agendas
agendas que no
that do not
corresponden a nuestro
correspond
tiempo
to our
y
time,
mucho menos
much less
al
to the
destino de la
destiny
humanidad.
of humanity.
Por ello,
For this reason,
es imperativo
it is essential
fortalecer la verdad
that we
frente a los
strengthen
relatos
truth against
basados
narratives
en
that
el
are based
odio,
on
la
hatred,
mentira
the
repetida que
lie
busca
repeated
imponerse
that seeks to
y que
impose
solo
itself and
engendra
only
destrucción.
leads to destruction.
Pese a todos los
But despite
obstáculos,
all of these
la
obstacles,
verdad
truth
se abre
will
paso
find a
y
way,
nos hace
and
libres.
truth will set us free.
Paz
Peace
y unidad
and
para el
unity
Perú y el
for
mundo.
Peru and for the
Fuera
world,
huchas del planeta.
for all those on the planet.
Kuskayan Yankasun. Ama Chiknikuspa. Ama Yuyakuspa. Buscando el desarrollo de nuestro pueblo.
Let us seek the
Señoras,
development of our
presidentes y
peoples,
presidentes del mundo.
presidents of the world.
Juntos trabajemos.
Together, let us work together
Sin odiarnos.
without hating one
Queriéndonos.
another.
Procurando el desarrollo
Let us
de
work
nuestros
for the
pueblos.
development of our peoples.
Sí a la vida.
Yes to
No a la
life.
violencia.
No to
Y no a la
violence.
guerra.
And no
Muchas
to
gracias.
war. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Peru. The Assembly will hear an address by His Majesty King Abdullah II Ibn al-Hussein, King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. I request protocol to escort His Majesty and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General,
In the name of
Your
God, the
Excellencies.
compassionate, the merciful.
Another year, another UN General Assembly, and another occasion when I stand before you to address the same issue, the conflict in the Middle East. And not for the first time, developments on the ground have made me question the worth and utility of words in capturing the magnitude of the crisis. Yet not speaking about it would signal acceptance of the situation and abandonment of our humanity. And that I will not do. Our UN General Assembly was born 80 years ago, pledging to learn from, not repeat, history. The world vowed never again. However, for almost as long, Palestinians have been living through a cruel cycle of yet again, bombed indiscriminately, yet again, killed, injured, and maimed, yet again, displaced and dispossessed, yet again, denied rights, dignity, their basic humanity, yet again. So I must ask, how long? How long will it be before we find a resolution to this conflict, one that safeguards the rights of all sides and allows a level of normalcy in the lives of the families at its core? How long will it be before I stand before you and speak not of suffering and devastation in my region, but of prospect, prosperity, and potential? Sadly, this is not the only conflict in our world. And some may say that other wars are also devastating. But the Palestinian-Israeli conflict remains unique. It is the longest standing conflict in the world. An illegal occupation of a helpless population by a self-declared democratic nation, and a flagrant violation of repeated UN resolutions, international law, and human rights conventions. A failure that should have elicited outrage and action, especially from major democracies. Instead, it has been met with decades of inertia. My friends, the war in Gaza marks one of the darkest moments in this institution's history. But although it is today's horror, the injustice stretches back decades. The Palestinian-Israeli conflict has been on the UN agenda throughout its 8 decades of existence. How long will we be satisfied with condemnation after condemnation without concrete action? When it comes to the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, it seems that what unfolds in the halls of power is theory. The struggles and suffering on the ground is reality. For decades, we have seen several attempts to achieve a solution by interim agreements and temporary stopgaps, none that delivered on the endgame. In fact, many would argue these processes served as a distraction as Israel grabbed more land, expanded illegal settlements, demolished homes, and displaced entire neighborhoods. Muslim and Christian holy sites in Jerusalem have been vandalized and desecrated by those under government protection. And throughout all these years, Israeli families, too, have not been able to live in true security because military action cannot bring the safety they need. Nowhere is that more evident than in Gaza. More than 60,000 Palestinians killed, 50,000 children injured or killed, miles of burnt-out rubble. Neighborhoods, hospitals, schools, farms, even mosques and churches in ruins. Widespread starvation. And what we are seeing is only a glimpse, because never in our modern history has the lenses of international media been obstructed like this from capturing the reality on the ground. Almost 2 years in, and the cruelty of this military campaign continues unabated. Furthermore, the current Israeli government's provocative calls for a so-called Greater Israel can only be realized through the blatant violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of its neighbors. And there is nothing great about that. I can't help but wonder if a similar outrageous call were made by an Arab leader, would it be met with the same global apathy? The international community must stop entertaining the illusion that this government is a willing partner for peace. Far from it. Its actions on the ground are dismantling the very foundations on which peace could stand, and intentionally burying the very idea of a Palestinian state. It has shown how little it respects the sovereignty of other countries, as we have seen in flagrant violations in Lebanon, Iran, Syria, Tunisia, and most recently, Qatar. And its hostile rhetoric calling for the targeting of Al-Aqsa Mosque will incite a religious war that would reach far beyond the region and lead to an all-out clash that no nation would be able. it is legal and historical status quo. Compromising the delicate balance in the holy city will turn it into a tinderbox that ignites global conflict. And Jordan is serving as the main base for international humanitarian response in Gaza, working by all possible means to provide critical supplies of aid and food. And we appreciate our regional and international partners. I'm also immensely proud of the many Jordanians, including men and women of Jordan Armed Forces, who are at the heart of this effort. Ground convoys, aircraft crews, doctors, nurses, and mobile medical staff who work even under fire to provide relief. These and countless others carry forward Jordan's deep heritage of compassion and generosity to people in grave need. My friends, amid such darkness, there is a glimmer on the horizon. We are seeing more nations stepping up on behalf of a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, one that ensures the release of all hostages, unhindered humanitarian aid, and support for the Palestinian people as they rebuild. We all know that force is no foundation for security. It is a prelude for greater violence. Repeated wars are teaching generations of Israelis and Palestinians that their only recourse is the gun. Security will only come when Palestine and Israel begin to coexist. Seems I have the same problem as President Trump. Begin to coexist side by side. This is the two-state solution, in line with international law and UN resolutions. An independent and viable Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital, alongside a secure Israel living in peace with its neighbors. For almost a quarter of a century, this has been the promise of the Arab Peace Initiative, in which Arab and Muslim partners around the globe extended their hand. My friends, for the past 2 years, we have finally seen the world's conscience stirring in the courage of ordinary people from every walk of life and every corner of the globe, raising their voices as one and declaring, it has been too long. This United Nations must echo that call. It has been too long, and it must act on that call until peace is a reality. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Lee Jae-myung, President of the Republic of Korea. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
I would like to express my respect and gratitude to all members of the United Nations and staff of the UN Secretariat for their contribution to world peace and shared prosperity. I extend my sincere congratulations to Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock on assuming the presidency of the 80th session of the UN General Assembly. I also pay tribute to Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his unwavering dedication and hard work. I hope the 80th session of the UN General Assembly will achieve even more meaningful results under their outstanding leadership. Madam President, Mr. Secretary, and distinguished delegates, this year is a meaningful year marking the 80th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations. The past 80 years of the UN has been a valuable journey of protecting the dignity and values of humanity and at seeking a path forward for future generations. If someone asks what the UN has achieved, I would confidently reply, look at the 80-year history of the Republic of Korea. It is no exaggeration to say that the Republic of Korea's history, dotted with challenges and responses, is the history of the United Nations, which has constantly confronted enormous challenges facing humanity. Liberated from colonial rule the very year that the United Nations was founded, the Republic of Korea emerged from the scars of division and ashes of war through UN assistance, maintaining national identity while achieving industrialization and blooming into a democracy. Therefore, the Republic of Korea in itself is a country that has proven the value of the UN's existence. Whenever the Republic of Korea revived the hopes of lives as precious as the weight of the universe amidst horrific wars and disasters, the UN flag fluttered at the center of that intense solidarity. The United Nations has strived to provide equal rights and opportunities to everyone without discrimination, and has provided education and vaccines to make children's lives blossom. The small country in the East, which rose with the support of the UN and the international community, has become a proud UN member that is drawing the world's attention. It is raising its role and responsibility as a member of the international community more rapidly than any other country. There were times when democracy and peace were in crisis, but each time the Republic of Korea rose with indomitable strength. Even a safe coup could not break the people of the Republic of Korea's strong will, desiring democracy and peace. The revolution of light that the people of the Republic of Korea achieved against the darkness of the insurrection last winter was a historic moment that demonstrated the brilliant achievement of the UN spirit. The remarkable resilience and strength of democracy that the Republic of Korea has shown will be ours as well as the that of the entire world. I need you to take my hand and guide me away from all this, away to where the light shines through, to where the flowers bloom. As the novelist Han Gang, laureate of the Nobel Prize in Literature, wrote, the Republic of Korea will be a milestone of light for all those who join the journey toward democracy. Today, at the UN General Assembly, where world peace and humanity's shared prosperity is discussed, I proudly announce that a new Republic of Korea, which will be a beacon of light for global citizens, has completely returned to the international community. Thank you. The Republic of Korea, which has grown thanks to the support and assistance of the UN, will not hesitate to take on the role of a leading nation, generously sharing its experience and history of restoring democracy. Despite ceaseless efforts from all corners of the world, the international community's determination and aspiration to maintain international peace and security 80 years ago still remains an unfinished task for everyone.
여전히 2억 8천만
280
명의
million
인구가
people are still in a
극심한
state of
기아
extreme
상태에 놓여
hunger.
있고 우크라이나,
Armed conflicts around the
중동을
world,
비롯한
including
세계
in
곳곳의
Ukraine and the
무력
Middle
전쟁,
East, as well as the
이미
climate
현실이
crisis,
된
which has already
기후위기가
become a real
인류
problem,
생존을
threaten the
위협하고
survival of humanity.
유엔을
The
창설한
answer lies in the
선각자들의
wisdom
지혜에
of the pioneers who founded the United
대한민국
Nations, as
국민이
well as the
증명한
path
길에
that the people
답이
of the
있습니다.
Republic of Korea demonstrated.
방법은 하나,
There is only one way,
더
more
많은
democracy.
민주주의입니다.
The
대한민국의
people-centered
국민
government
주권
of the
정부는
Republic of Korea,
집단
through
지성의
the power
힘으로
of collective
더 나은
intelligence,
대안을
is ceaselessly
찾아내는
attempting
민주주의의
innovations,
혁신을
seeking better
끊임없이
alternatives
시도하고
in
있습니다.
democracy.
국제사회가
The way to
직면한
solve common challenges
공동의
facing
과제를
the
해결할
international community
방법도
is no
결코
different.
다르지 않습니다. 같은
When
문제를
all the
겪는
countries
모든
experiencing
국가가
the same problems
이곳
gather
유엔에
here
모여
at the United
함께
Nations
머리를
and continue
맞대는
multilateral
다자주의적
cooperation,
협력을
putting their
이어나갈
heads
때
together,
우리 모두
we will all be able
평화와
to move
번영의
toward a
밝은
bright
미래로
future of peace
함께
and
나아갈 수
prosperity.
있을 것입니다. 총장이
I
제시한
look forward to
유엔
the UN 80
80
initiative
이니셔티브가
presented by the
이
Secretary
시대적
General,
요구에
taking
발맞춰
root as a vision
유엔의
that achieves
진화와
UN's
발전을 이뤄낼
evolution and
비전으로
advancement
자리
in line with the
잡기를
in
기대합니다.
line with the demands of our time.
유엔 안전보장
I also
이사회 또한
hope the UN Security Council
변화된
can
국제
increase the
환경을
number
반영해서
of seats of non-permanent
비상임
members
이사국을 확대하고
reflecting changes in the international
효과성과
environment
대표성을
and
제고할
enhance
수
its
있기를
effectiveness
희망합니다.
and representation. As a
대한민국은
member of the UN Security Council for the
2024년에서
term
25년
2024 to
임기의
2025,
안보리
the Republic
이사국으로서
of Korea is
안보리가
making efforts
국제
so
평화와
that the
안보
UN Security
위협에
Council can
능동적으로
respond
대응할 수 있도록
proactively to
노력하고
threats to the
있습니다.
international peace and security.
의장님,
Madam President,
총장님, 그리고
Mr. Secretary General,
존경하는
and
각국
distinguished
대표단 여러분,
delegates. The
민주주의를
Republic of
회복한
Korea, having
대한민국은
restored
이제
democracy,
더 나은
dreams of a better
미래를
future.
꿈꿉니다.
The
대한민국은
Republic of Korea will
유엔이
fulfill
표방하는
its
자유와
responsibility
인권,
as a responsible
포용과
global
연대의
power
가치를
that
굳건하게
steadfastly
수호하는
upholds the values of freedom,
글로벌
human
책임
rights, inclusiveness,
강국으로서의
and
역할을
solidarity
다해
championed
나갈
by the
것입니다.
United Nations.
대한민국에
We will further
거주하는
develop
내
our
외국인
institutions and
모두가
cultures so that
사회의
everyone residing in the Republic
구성원으로서
of Korea, both
삶의
nationals and
모든
foreigners,
현장에서
can be
존중받을 수
respected as an
있도록
equal member of
제도와
society
문화를
in
더욱
all fields of
발전시켜
life.
나갈 것입니다.
The
대한민국은
Republic of Korea
인권
will
존중의
strengthen
가치를
and lead
실현하면서
cooperation with the international
국제사회와의
community
협력을
while
강화하고
realizing the
또
value of
주도해 갈
respect for
것입니다.
human rights.
당장의
In a
생존이
time of
위급한
crisis where immediate
시대에
survival is urgent,
연대와 상생,
words like
협력이란
solidarity,
다소
coexistence,
생경하게
and
느껴질
cooperation
수도
may
있습니다.
feel somewhat distant.
하지만 인류는
However,
언제나
humanity has
깊은
always dreamed of
절망만큼
hopes
높은
as high
희망을
as its deep
꿈꾸었고
despair,
더
and
나은
has
내일을
achieved the
향한
progress
열정으로
we see today
지금의
through a
진보를
passion for a
이뤄냈습니다.
better tomorrow.
어려운
The more
시기일수록
difficult the times are,
인류
the
보편
more we
가치에 대한
must return
믿음이라는
to the basic spirit of the
유엔의
UN,
기본
which is
정신으로
trust in universal
돌아가야 합니다.
values of humankind.
전쟁의
Just
참화를
as the
물려주지
determination
않겠다는
to not
일념이
pass down the
유엔
devastation of
창립으로
wars
이어져
led to the founding of the
분쟁을
UN
예방하고
and has
평화를
prevented
지켜냈던
conflicts and
것처럼
preserved peace,
미래의
we
인류가
today must
살아갈 더
cooperate
나은
more,
세계를 위해
trust more,
오늘의
and join
우리는
hands more
더
firmly in order
협력하고
to build a better
더
future,
신뢰하고
a better
더
world
굳게
for future
손잡아야 합니다.
generations.
지속 가능한
Democratic
미래를 향한
Korea will lead the way
다자주의적
in
협력의 길,
multilateral
우리
cooperation toward
민주
a sustainable
대한민국이
future.
앞서가겠습니다. 평화는 무엇보다
Peace is a
중요한
value
가치입니다.
that is more important than anything
대한민국에서도
else. In the
전
Republic of
세계
Korea, as
어디에서도
well as elsewhere in the world,
평화는
peace is the
민주주의와
basic
경제
foundation
발전의
for
기본적
democracy
토대가
and
됩니다.
economic development.
지금 우리가 직면하고
The
있는
disputes and
분쟁과
conflicts we are
갈등은
currently facing
인간의
vividly
존엄과
show how
지속
easily
가능한
the
발전의
ideals of
이상이
human dignity and
평화가
sustainable
없다면 얼마나
development
쉽게
can
무너질
crumble
수 있는지를
without peace.
선명하게 설명해 줍니다. 오늘날
Today,
대한민국은
the Republic of Korea
유엔의 평화
is
유지
fulfilling
및
its
평화 구축
responsibility as a
활동에서
key contributor to the
핵심적인
United Nations
기업으로서 책임을
peacekeeping
다하고
and
있습니다.
peace-building activities.
분단
Our
국가인
brave soldiers
대한민국을
who have steadfastly
흔들림 없이
defended the Republic
수호한
of
우리의
Korea, a
용사들이
divided nation,
유엔이
are
주도하는
helping
지속
to pave the way
가능한
towards
평화의 길을
sustainable peace
걷고 있습니다.
led by the UN.
평화를 위협하는
Threats to
것은
peace are
물리적인
not only
요소만이
physical
아닙니다.
elements.
인공지능
In an
기술이
era where
안보
artificial
역량을
intelligence
결정하고
technology is
사이버
critical
공격이
to
국가
security
안보를 위협하는
capabilities
시대,
and cyber attacks threaten
우리는
national
이제
security,
보이는
we
적을
must
넘어
confront not only
보이지 않는
visible
적과
enemies, but
맞서야
also
합니다.
invisible enemies.
AI 시대의
If we
변화에
passively let
수동적으로
ourselves be
끌려다닌다면
dragged along by the changes
기술
of the
악용으로
AI
인한
era,
인권
we
침해의
will
그
meet a
어두운
dystopia
그림자를
of
떨쳐내지 못한
deepening
채
polarization and
양극화와
inequality,
불평등
unable to shake
심화라는
off the dark shadows of
디스토피아를
human rights
맞이하게 될
abuses
것입니다.
caused by the misuse of
그러나
technology. However,
변화에
if
능동적으로
we proactively
대처한다면
respond to these
높은
changes,
생산력을
we can
동력
use the
삼아
high productivity
혁신과
as
번영의
a
토대를
driving force
세우고
to build a foundation for
직접
innovation
민주주의를
and
강화하는
prosperity,
유용한
and create a
기반을
useful base
만들
for
수 있습니다.
strengthening direct democracy.
내일 안보리
I hope the
의장으로서
open
주재하는
debate that I
공개
will
토의
preside
자리가
over as
인공지능의
UN
책임 있는
Security
이용을
Council President
촉진하는
tomorrow will
국제사회의
significantly
노력에
contribute to the
큰
international
보탬이 될
community's
것으로
efforts to
확신합니다.
promote the responsible use of AI.
아울러
Furthermore,
다음 달
we intend
대한민국
to share our
경주에서
vision
열릴
for the future of AI
APEC
through the
정상회의에서
APEC AI
APEC
initiative
AI
at the
이니셔티브를
APEC
통한
Economic Leaders Meeting,
AI
which will
미래
be held
비전을
in Gyeongju,
공유하고자
Korea
합니다.
next month.
첨단 기술
We will
발전이
strive to ensure
인류의
that the
보편적
vision of
가치에
AI for
기여하는
all, where
모두를
advances
위한
in cutting-edge technology
AI의 비전이
contribute to the universal values
국제사회의
of
뉴
humanity
노멀로
becomes a new normal
자리
for
잡을 수
the
있도록
international
노력하겠습니다.
community.
AI가 주도할 기술
AI-driven
혁신은
technological innovations
기후위기
will be
같은
an
전
important
지구적
new
과제를
tool for
해결할
solving global
중요하고
challenges like the
또
climate
새로운
crisis.
도구가 될 것입니다. 지난 80년간
Over the past
지속
80
가능한 발전의
years,
길을
the
열어
United
젖히고
Nations has paved the
인류의
way for
존망이
sustainable
걸린 기후위기
development
대응을
and spearheaded
선도해온
efforts to address climate
유엔의
crisis
노력에
threatening the
세계
survival of
각국이
humanity.
화답해야
Nations
합니다.
around the world must respond to these
대한민국은
efforts. The Republic of
과학기술과
Korea is
디지털
pursuing
혁신을
a
활용해
great energy
에너지
transition,
효율을 높이고
leveraging science and
재생에너지
technology and
비중을
digital innovation
확대하면서
to increase energy
에너지
efficiency
대전환을
and expand
추진하고
the share
있습니다.
of renewable energy.
올해 안으로
We will submit
책임감
a
있는
responsible,
국가
nationally
온실가스
determined
감축
contribution
목표를
within
제출하여
this year, joining the
국제사회의
united
단합된
will of the
의지에
international
동참할 것입니다.
community. At the
2028년
fourth UN
칠레와
Ocean
공동
Conference
개최하는
that will be co-hosted
제4차
by the
유엔
Republic of
해양
Korea and
총회에서도
Chile in 2028,
지속 가능한
we will
해양
also
발전을
work to
위한
build
실질적 연대를
substantive
구축할 수
solidarity
있도록
for the
할
sustainable
것입니다.
development of oceans.
이처럼
Such efforts
전
by
지구적
the
과제에
Republic of
적극
Korea to
대처하는
actively address
우리
global
대한민국의
challenges
노력은
are based on a
지속
firm
가능한
commitment
발전이라는
to fulfilling
인류 공동의
humanity's
약속을
shared
실현하겠다는
promise of sustainable
확고한
development.
의지를 바탕으로 한 것입니다. 10년 전
Since the United
유엔이
Nations
지속 가능한 발전
established
목표를 수립한
the
이래
Sustainable Development Goals 10
국제사회는
years ago,
빈곤
the
퇴치와
international community
불평등
has
해소를
made
위한
much progress
여러
in
진전을
eradicating
이뤄냈습니다.
poverty and reducing inequality.
그러나
However,
개발 재원에
the
대한 수요는
demand for
지속적으로
development
늘어나고
financing is continuously increasing,
가장 취약한
and
이들은
the most
여전히
vulnerable are
고통
still
속에 놓여 있습니다.
suffering.
엄중한
Let
현실을
us
직시하고
squarely face this
새로운
grave
변화를
reality
만들어
and create
냅시다.
new momentum for change.
글로벌 개발
We must move
거버넌스를
toward
구조적으로
structurally
개혁하는
reforming
동시에
global development
재원의 질을
governance
높이는
while
방향으로
enhancing
나아가야 합니다.
the quality of financial resources.
원조 받던
I
나라에서
trust that we will pull
원조하는
together in
나라로
order to bring
성장하고
about more
도약한
cases like the
대한민국의
Republic of
사례가 더
Korea
많이
growing and
나올 수
developing
있도록
from an aid recipient
함께
country to an
힘을
aid
모아주실 것으로
donor country.
믿습니다. 올해는
This year
유엔 창설
marks the 80th
80주년이자
anniversary of the
한반도
founding of the
분단
United Nations,
80주년입니다.
as well as the 80th
새로운
anniversary of the division
도전과
of the Korean
함께
Peninsula.
미완의
New
과제가 우리를
challenges,
기다리고
as well
있습니다.
as unresolved tasks await
민주
us.
대한민국은
Democratic Korea
평화
will begin a
공존,
new journey
공동
toward peaceful
성장의 한반도를
coexistence
향한
and shared
새로운
growth on
여정을
the Korean
시작합니다.
Peninsula.
그 첫걸음은
The first step
남북
will
간
be to
무너진 신뢰를
restore broken
회복하고
inter-Korean trust
상호
and
존중의
shift
자세로
to a stance
전환하는
of
것입니다.
mutual respect.
대한민국
The
정부는
government of the Republic of Korea
상대의 체제를
clearly
존중하고
reaffirms that it respects
어떠한
the
형태의
North's current
흑수
system,
통일도
that it will
추구하지
not
않을
pursue any
것이며
form of unification by
일체
absorption,
적대
and
행위를
that it has
할
no
뜻이
intention
없음을
of engaging in
다시
hostile
한번
acts.
분명하게 밝힙니다. 이 세 가지 원칙을
Based on
바탕으로
these three principles,
우선
we
남북 간
intend to end
불필요한
the
군사적
vicious cycle
긴장과
of
적대 행위의
unnecessary
악순환을
inter-Korean
끊어내고자
military
합니다.
tension and hostile
취임
acts.
직후
That is a reason
대북 전단
why we have
살포와
proactively taken
대북
measures,
방송 중단
including
등의
halting
조치를
the launch of
선제적으로 취한
leaflets
것도
and suspending
같은
broadcasts
이유입니다.
toward the north.
앞으로 우리
Going
정부는
forward,
남북
the
간
government of the
군사적
Republic
긴장
of Korea
완화와
will consistently
신뢰
seek
회복의
a
길을
path to reduce
일관되게
military
모색할
tensions
것입니다.
and restore inter-Korean trust.
가장 확실한 평화는
The most certain
싸울
peace is a
필요가
state where there
없는
is no
상태입니다.
need to fight.
교류,
Through comprehensive
관계
dialogue
정상화,
centered on
비핵화,
exchange
즉
normalization and denuclearization.
END를
In
중심으로
other
한
words,
포괄적인
END,
대화로
we must end the
한반도에서의
era
적대와
of
대결의
hostility
시대를
and
종식하고
confrontation on the Korean
평화
peninsula
공존과
and usher in a
공동
new era
성장의
of peaceful
새 시대를
coexistence
열어가야
and
합니다.
shared growth.
교류와
The fact that
협력이야말로
exchanges and
평화의
cooperation are
지름길이라는
a shortcut
사실은
to peace
굴곡진
is a
남북
timeless
관계의
lesson
역사가
demonstrated by the history of fraught
증명해왔던
inter-Korean
불변의
relations.
교훈이기도 합니다. 남북 간
By
교류
gradually
협력을
expanding
단계적으로
inter-Korean
확대함으로써
exchanges and cooperation,
한반도에서
we will pave the
지속
way for
가능한 평화의
sustainable
길을
peace
열어
on the Korean
나가겠습니다.
peninsula.
한반도
It is
평화는
crucial
남북은
for
물론
both the RK
국제사회가
and the
함께
DPRK as well as the
만들어가는 게
international
중요합니다.
community to work together to establish
남북
peace
관계
on the
발전을
Korean
추구하면서
peninsula. While striving to
북미
advance
사이를
inter-Korean
비롯한
relations, we will provide our active
국제사회와의
support and
관계
cooperation
정상화
for
노력도
efforts to normalize
적극적으로
relations with the international
지지하고
community,
협력하겠습니다.
including
비핵화는
between the United
엄중한
States and the
과제임에
DPRK.
틀림없습니다.
Denuclearization is
그러나
undoubtedly a grave task,
단기간에
but it is time
해결되기
to seek
어렵다는
realistic
냉철한
and
인식의
rational
기초
solutions
위에
based on a
현실적이고
cool-headed perception
합리적인
that
방안을
denuclearization
모색해야 할
cannot be
시점이
achieved in
됐습니다.
the short term.
핵과
The international
미사일
community
능력
must gather
보도와
its wisdom in a
중단부터
pragmatic
시작하여
and phased solution, beginning
축소의
with
과정을
a
거쳐
stop in the sophistication
폐기에
of nuclear and
도달하는
missile capabilities,
실용적
going through a
단계적
reduction process
해법에
and
우리
reaching
국제사회가 지혜를
dismantlement.
모아주시기 바랍니다. 한반도에서의
Realizing
항구적
lasting
평화
peace
시대는
on the Korean peninsula
분쟁으로
would
고통받는
present new
인류에게
hope and
새로운
possibility
희망과
to humanity
가능성을 제공할
suffering
것입니다.
from conflict.
대한민국은
The Republic of Korea will
END
end the
이니셔티브로
Cold War in the Korean
한반도의
Peninsula
냉전을
through the
끝내고
END
세계 평화와
initiative
번영에
and fulfill its
기여하기 위한
responsibility
책임과
and
역할을
role to
다하겠습니다.
contribute to world peace and prosperity.
서로 다른 나라의
A
국민이
future where
상호
people from
협력하며
different nations
전
cooperate
지구적인
and
도전을
overcome
함께
global challenges
헤쳐나가는
together
미래가
may
꿈
sound
같은
like a
장밋빛
rosy,
전망처럼 들릴 수도
dream-like vision.
있습니다. 그러나 이는
However,
결코
this is
불가능한
by
꿈이
no means
아닙니다.
an impossible dream.
평화란
Peace
단순히
is not
무력 충돌이
merely the
없는
absence
상태가
of
아니라
armed conflict,
다름을
but the
존중하며
realization of a
함께
community
살아가는
where differences are
공동체를
respected
실현하는
and
것입니다.
people coexist.
다양성에 대한
As long as
존중과
respect and
열망이
aspiration
우리
for
안에
diversity
살아있는 한
is inside us,
언제든
we can
연대하고 서로를
always
포용할
unite
수
and
있습니다.
embrace one another.
국경과 언어, 문화적
K-culture
차이를
is
넘어
connecting people all over
K-컬처가
the
전
world beyond
세계인을
borders,
하나로
language,
연결하고
and
있습니다.
cultural differences.
K-컬처의
The
성공과
success
확산은
and spread of K-culture
모든 배경의
prove
차이를
that
넘어
universal empathy
인류
is
보편의
possible,
공감이 가능하다는
transcending
점을
differences
입증하고
in
있습니다.
all backgrounds.
연대와 상생,
Gathering the energy of solidarity,
배려의 에너지를 모아
coexistence, and
새로운
consideration,
민주공화국을
the Republic
열어낸
of Korea, having
대한민국은
ushered in a new
지속
diplomatic
가능한 미래,
republic, is ready to move
인류의 새
toward a
역사를 향해
sustainable
나아갈
future
준비를
and a new
마쳤습니다.
page in human history.
험난한 여정이
Though a
예상되지만
difficult journey is expected,
시련이 있어도
humanity has
도전을
been able to
멈추지
grow
않았기에
and come this far
인류는 한
by not
단계씩
giving up
성장하며
on challenges,
오늘
even in the
여기까지 올
face
수
of
있었습니다.
adversity.
민주주의의
As the people
위기
of the
앞에서
Republic of Korea
대한민국
raised
국민이
colorful
들었던
cheering
오색빛
sticks in the
응원봉처럼
face of a crisis in democracy,
국제사회와
I
유엔이
call on the international
인류의
community and the
미래를
United Nations
밝힐
to lift the
희망의
lantern
등불을
of hope that will
들어주십시오.
light the future of
평화
humanity.
공존과
The
공동
Republic of Korea
성장이라는
will boldly lead the way
한반도의
toward a
새
new
시대를
era
향해
of peaceful
그리고
coexistence and shared growth on the
함께하는
Korean
더
Peninsula
나은 미래의 세계를
toward
향해
a better
우리
future
대한민국이 맨 앞에서
together.
담대하게 나아가겠습니다. 긴 시간
Thank you
경청해
very
주셔서
much for your
감사합니다.
attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Korea. The Assembly will hear an address by His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Amir of the State of Qatar. I request protocol to escort His Highness and invite him to address the Assembly.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعادة رئيس الجمعية العامة، سعادة الأمين العام، الحضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. لقد أنشأت منظمة الأمم المتحدة منذ 8 عقود بناء على عدد من القواعد والمبادئ التي توصلت إليها الإنسانية بعد حربين عالميتين، وتقوم هذه القواعد على الحفاظ على السلم والأمن الدوليين واحترام كرامة الإنسان وسيادة الدول وشؤونها الداخلية والتعاون الدولي بما فيه خير شعوبنا والبشرية. إن تراجع منطق النظام الدولي هذا أمام منطق القوة، يعني السماح بتسييد حكم الغاب، حيث تغدو مفاهيم القانون والعدالة نافذة خارج السياق، وحيث يحظى المتجاوز على الآخرين بامتيازات لمجرد أن بوسعه فعل ذلك. هذه هي الواقعية السياسية الجديدة التي اختزل تعريفها ليصبح مقتصرا على مسايرة القدرة على فرض الأمر الواقع. ثمة قصر نظر كارثي في هذا السلوك، فمرتكب التجاوزات في العلاقات الدولية يعتبر أن التسامح معه ضعف، ويعد المتسامح مع تجاوزاته عاجزا. إن الموضوع الذي ينبغي أن يتصدر النقاش في المؤسسات الدولية حاليا هو كيفية استعادة نظام الأمن الجماعي قوته وفقا لميثاق الأمم المتحدة، وعودة الفاعلية للشرعية الدولية. الحضور الكرام، كما تعلمون تعرضت الدوحة يوم 9 سبتمبر إلى اعتداء غادر استهدف خلاله اجتماعا للوفد المفاوض لحركة حماس في مسكن أحد أعضائه بحي سكني يضم مدارس وبعثات دبلوماسية. وقد سقط جراء هذا العدوان 6 شهداء، من ضمنهم مواطن قطري يخدم في قوة الأمن الداخلي الخوية، وأصيب 18 بجراح.
people have been injured.
كان هذا العدوان انتهاكا خطيرا لسيادة دولة،
aggression was a violation against our sovereignty and a blatant violation that is unjustified of international law. But the whole world was shocked because of the circumstances of this heinous act, which we have classified as state terrorism. Unlike the claim of the Prime Minister of Israel, this attack is not a legitimate right to follow perpetrators of terrorism. It is an act of a diplomacy that is dedicated to political assassinations, and it undermines any diplomatic efforts aimed at ending the genocide against the people in Gaza. It is also an attempt to kill politicians who are members of a delegation that engages in negotiations with Israel while they were studying an American proposal. As you know, Qatar hosts as a mediator during the negotiations, hosts delegations of Hamas and Israel.
وقد أنجزت الوساطة فعلا بالتعاون مع الشقيقة مصر والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية تحرير 148 من الرهائن. وقد واصلنا الوساطة مع أن إسرائيل ألغت الهدنة الأخيرة من طرف واحد دون تقديم أي مبرر، يحدون في ذلك الأمل
negated by Israel unilaterally,
إلى وقف دائم لإطلاق
preventing
النار
an ability to reach a
والإفراج عن
permanent
جميع الرهائن
ceasefire and the release of all
وانسحاب قوات
hostages and the
الاحتلال من
withdrawal
القطاع
of the occupying
ودخول
forces from the
المساعدات
Gaza Strip
الإنسانية
and the
وتحرير
humanitarian
أسرى
access
فلسطينيين
and the release of Palestinian prisoners.
يزورون بلادنا ويخططون
They visit our
لقصفها
country and plot to
يفاوضون
attack it.
وفودا
They
ويخططون
negotiate with
لاغتيال
delegations and
أعضائها
plot to
من
assassinate the
الصعب
members of the
التعامل مع
negotiation
هذه الذهنية
teams.
التي
It
لا
is
تحترم أبسط
difficult to
المبادئ
cooperate
في
with such a
التعامل
mentality
بين
that does
البشر
not respect the most
فتوقع
minimum
تصرفات
standards of
أصحابها
cooperation.
يكاد يكون مستحيلا
It is
أليس هذا هو
impossible.
تعريف
Is this not
الحكومة المارغة؟
the definition of a
لا يسعى طرف لاغتيال الوفد الذي يفاوضه إلا إذا كان هدفه إفشال المفاوضات وما المفاوضات عنده إلا مواصلة للحرب بطرق أخرى ووسيلة لتضليل الرأي العام الإسرائيلي إذا كان ثمن تحرير الرهائن الإسرائيليين هو وقف الحرب فإن حكومة إسرائيل تتخلى عن تحريرهم فهدفها الحقيقي هو تدمير غزة بحيث يستحيل فيها السكن والعمل والتعليم والعلاج أي تنعدم مقومات الحياة الإنسانية وذلك تمهيدا لتهجير سكانها لهذا السبب يريد رئيسها مواصلة الحرب إنه يؤمن بما يسمى أرض إسرائيل الكاملة وهو يعتبر أن الحرب فرصة لتوسيع المستوطنات وتغيير الوضع القائم في الحرم القدسي الشريف كما يخطط لعمليات ضم في الضفة الغربية لم يعد هناك شك في أن التطهير العرقي وتغيير واقع المناطق المحتلة بل وفرض وقائع جديدة على الإقليم هو هدف هذه الحرب وقد بين هذا الاعتداء الغادر على سيادة دولة خليجية على بعد آلاف الأميال أن رئيس الحكومة الإسرائيلية التي يتباهى بأنه غير وجه الشرق الأوسط في العامين الأخيرين يقصد فعلا أن تتدخل إسرائيل حيثما شاءت ومتى شاءت إنه يحلم أن تصبح المنطقة العربية منطقة إسرائيلية وقد حذرت الدول العربية والإسلامية التي تنادت وعقدت مؤتمر قمة في الدوحة من عواقب هذا الوهم الخطير. ليست إسرائيل دولة ديمقراطية في محيط المعادٍ كما يدعي قادتها بل هي في الحقيقة معادية لمحيطها وضالعة في بناء نظام فصل عنصري وفي حرب إبادة ويفتخر رئيس حكومتها أمام شعبه أنه منع قيام دولة الفلسطينية ويعده أن الدولة الفلسطينية لن تقوم مستقبلا وإنه يتباهى بمنع تحقيق السلام مع الفلسطينيين وبأنه سوف يمنع تحقيقه في المستقبل إسرائيل محاطة بدول إما وقعت اتفاق سلام أو ملتزمة بمبادرة السلام العربية ولكنها لا تكتفي بالتسويات والهدن حتى تلك القائمة على موازين قوى مختلة بل تريد أن تفرض إرادتها على محيطها العربي وكل من يعترض على ذلك هو في دعايتها إما إرهابي أو معاد للسامية وهذا ما أصبح الرأي العام حتى في الدول الحليفة لإسرائيل يدركه ويرفضه وها نحن نشهد نشوء حركة تضامن عالمية تشبه الحركة العالمية ضد نظام الفصل العنصري في القرن الماضي ولا يفوتني في هذه المناسبة أن أعرب عن تقديري للتضامن العالمي مع قطر بما في ذلك بيان مجلس الأمن الذي أدان العدوان بإجماع أعضائه. الحضور الكرام، لقد اختارت دولة قطر أن تظل كعهدها وفية لنهجها في صف القيم والمبادئ التي يفترض أن المجتمع الدولي يقوم عليها والإيمان بإمكانية التوفيق بينها وبين المصالح حين تكون السياسة عقلانية وواقعية وعدم الخشية في رفع صوت الحق حين يخيم الصمت والتمسك بالدبلوماسية حيث يستسهل الخصوم استخدام السلاح. لقد انخرطنا في وساطة شاقة لوقف الحرب وضمان تدفق المساعدات الإنسانية
we have engaged to mediate an end to the war and allow for humanitarian access and release hostages, and we have faced disinformation campaigns. However, these campaigns will not deter us. We will continue our efforts in cooperation and partnership with Egypt and the United States of America.
إن قناعتنا راسخة بأنه
We
لا
are
يمكن
firmly
تحقيق
convinced
السلام
that
في
peace can
منطقتنا
only
دون
be
اتخاذ
achieved in
المجتمع
our
الدولي
region
ولا سيما مجلس الأمن
through
موقفا حازما
a
بالانتقال
firm
من
position from
انقياده
the Security
لإيقاع
Council,
الاحتلال في فرض الوقائع في حروبه المتتالية إلى حل
accepting
القضية
and tolerating
الفلسطينية على
the
أساس إنهاء
occupation's crimes,
احتلال الأراضي الفلسطينية والسماح للشعب الفلسطيني بممارسة حقه في تغيير
until
مصيره
allowing to
وإقامة
the Palestinian people
دولته
to
المستقلة
enjoy
وعاصمتها
their
القدس
right to self-determination
على
and
حدود عام
establish their state
1967
with East
وفقاً
Jerusalem as its capital on the
للقرارات
borders of
الشرعية
1967
الدولية
as per
وحل الدولتين
UN resolutions
الذي
and the
توافق عليه
two-state solution
المجتمع
that
الدولي.
has been the consensus of the international community.
إننا نثمن دور الدول التي
We
اعترفت بدولة
appreciate the role
فلسطين
of
ولا
states that
شك
have
أن
recognized
هذه
the state of
الاعترافات
Palestine. There is
تكتسب
no doubt
أهمية
that such
معنوية
recognition is
إذ تبعث برسالة
morally
مفادها
important because
أن
it
العنف
sends a
والمزيد
message
من العنف
that
لا ينجح
violence
في
and more
تصفية
violence
قضية
will
عادلة
not succeed in
قضية
liquidating
فلسطين.
a just cause
ونحث باقي
such as
الدول على
the cause
الاعتراف
of
بدولة
Palestine,
فلسطين.
and we urge more states to recognize the state
وإيمانا
of
منا
Palestine.
بأن عدم الاستقرار لا يعرف
We
حدودا
believe that
وأن الإنسانية
instability knows
مصيرها
no border
مترابط
and that
فقد
humanity's
واصلت دولة
destiny is
قطر
intertwined.
جهودها
Therefore, Qatar has
الدبلوماسية
continued
للإسهام
its
في
diplomatic
حل
efforts
أزمات أخرى
to
كالحرب في أوكرانيا
contribute to the
والحروب
settlement
في
of other
أفريقيا.
crises such as in
وقد
Ukraine and
أثمرت
wars in
المثابرة في
Africa,
هذه الجهود
and our
مع شركائنا
persistence
في القارة الإفريقية عن
continued
خطوات
with
نوعية
partners in
نحو إحلال
Africa
السلام
in order
كان
to
أبرزها
draft peace
التوقيع على
agreements,
إعلان
and most
المبادئ
importantly
في
was
الدوحة بين
the signing
حكومة
of a
جمهورية
declaration of
الكونغو
principles in Doha
الديمقراطية
between the
وتحالف نهر
DRC
الكونغو حركة
and
23
the
مارس
Congo River
دعما
Alliance in March.
لمسار تقوده
Our
الولايات
efforts
المتحدة
support
لاتفاق
the
سلام
leadership
شامل
of the
في
US
الشرق
to
البلاد.
achieve a
وستظل
peace
دولة قطر
agreement in the
شريكا
east of the
فاعلا في
country, and
المجتمع
Qatar will
الدولي
continue to
لجعل
engage as an international partner
المنازعات
in
بالطرق
order
السلمية
to
واقتناص
achieve the peaceful
الفرص
settlement of
لإحلال
conflicts
السلام
and to
العالمي.
seize opportunities to
الحضور
establish
الكرام،
global
ما
peace.
زالت بعض الدول في
Your
منطقتنا
Excellencies,
تعاني
some
من
states
غياب
in our region
الاستقرار
still
والأمن
suffer
ولكن
the
ما
lack of
يبعث على
security
الأمل
and
حدوث بعض
stability.
التطورات
However,
الإيجابية.
there is hope through some
فسوريا
positive
الشقيقة
developments.
تشهد منذ أواخر
In
العام
our dear
الماضي
Syria,
مرحلة
since the
جديدة.
end of last year, is
نأمل أن تكون
going through a
بداية
new
مسار
phase
نحو تحقيق
that we
تطلعات الشعب
hope
السوري
will be
في
a
الاستقرار
path towards achieving the
والتنمية
aspirations of
وسيادة
the Syrian
القانون.
people towards
وذلك
stability,
بعد أن
development, and the
طويت
rule of law
صفحة قاتمة
after the
من
end
تاريخ
of a
وطنه.
dark phase of
وقد
the country's
وقفت قطر
history.
إلى جانب
Egypt
الشعب
has
السوري
stood by the
على نحو
Syrian
المثابر طوال
people
السنوات السابقة
throughout the
وكنت
previous years.
أذكر
I
بقضيته
recalled
من على هذا المنبر حتى
and
حين بدا
urged to
وكأنها
support
أسقطت
Syria from
من جدول أعمال
this
السياسة
podium,
الدولية. ويتعين على
even
المجتمع
when it
الدولي
seemed to
استغلال
fall off
الفرصة
the
المتاحة
international
حاليا
agenda. The
للوقوف إلى
international
جانب
community
سوريا
is
لتجاوز هذه
called
المرحلة
upon to
الانتقالية
assist
بنجاح
Syria now in
ويحظى
order
السوريين
to
بحياة
succeed through the
طبيعية
transition
بعد
phase
عقود من المعاناة.
after decades of
وقد علمتنا
suffering.
التجربة في بلدان
Our
عربية
experience
أخرى
in other Arab
أن
countries
بناء مؤسسات
has taught
الدولة
us that building
وكذلك
state
إرساء العلاقات
institutions
بين
and
الدولة
establishing relations
وعموم الناس على
between
أساس
a
المواطنة المتساوية
state and
مع احترام التنوع
others
الديني
is based on
والإثني
equality
والثقافي
and internal
يكتسبان
stability on the
أهمية
basis of
قصوى
respect for
في هذه
diversity
المرحلة.
are paramount
ولن تدخر
issues
دولة
at this
قطر وسعا
stage.
في
Qatar will
تقديم
not
الدعم
spare
اللازم
an effort
للشقيقة
to
سوريا.
provide
وإنني على
the
ثقة
necessary
بقدرة
support
الشعب
to our
السوري
brothers
على
and
التغلب
sisters
على
in
مصاعب
Syria.
المرحلة
And we have no doubt
الانتقالية
that the Syrians will
ونبذ
be able to
الطائفية
overcome
بأشكالها
this phase
كافة
and to
والعنف
reject
وعناصر الشقاق
sectarianism in
الأخرى
all its forms,
ورفض التدخل
and that they
الخارجي
will reject
ولا سيما
external interference,
المحاولات الإسرائيلية لتقسيم سوريا
especially the Israeli attempts
والتصرف
to divide Syria.
وكأن المناطق الواقعة جنوب دمشق هي مناطق
And the conduct of Israel that is as though
إسرائيلية.
all areas south
كما
of
شهد
Damascus
لبنان
are areas
الشقيق
of
تطورات
Israeli influence.
إيجابية تمثلت
The
في
Middle East
انتخاب
has
الرئيس
also witnessed
العماد
positive
جوزيف عون
developments
رئيسا
through the election of President Ahmed Joseph Aoun in Lebanon and the appointment of Mr. Nawaf Salam as a Prime Minister, which is a step towards stability in the country. Qatar will continue to support the Lebanon government and people and institutions and will continue to support the Lebanese army. We emphasize the need to implement Security Council Resolution 1701 and the withdrawal of Israeli forces from the areas it occupied during the last war, and to end Israeli interference in internal Lebanese affairs. For Sudan, the people in Sudan continue to suffer an unprecedented humanitarian crisis because of the continued violence. We call once again on all parties to prioritize the national interest and to engage in a comprehensive dialogue that leads to a permanent peace and that preserves the unity of Sudan and its territorial integrity and independence, and that achieves development and stability. We declare our support for all international efforts that aim to achieve this goal.
الحضور الكرام
لطالما
كانت الدوحة عاصمة عالمية
Doha has always been a global capital that hosts major events in all spheres, and an area where leaders convene and decision makers from around the world to engage in negotiations and the formulation of solutions. Doha will host the Second World Summit for Social Development from the 4th to 6th November this year, and we look forward to welcoming you all during this conference.
ولا شك أن ثقة المجتمع الدولي بنا إنما تقوم على سجل من النجاحات التنظيمية التي حققتها دولة قطر على مر السنوات. وبناء على هذا الإرث الراسخ قدمت ملف ترشحها لاستضافة دورة الألعاب الأولمبية 2036 إيمانا منا بأن الرياضة ليست مجرد منافسة بل جسر يربط بين الشعوب ومنصة لترسيخ قيم السلام والتفاهم. ولقد أثبت تنظيمنا لبطولة كأس العالم لكرة القدم 2022 أننا قادرون على جعل الأحداث الرياضية الكبرى ساحة للتواصل والتقارب بين الثقافات المختلفة. وختاما إن دولة قطر وهي تعي جسامة التحديات التي يواجهها المجتمع الدولي تؤكد أنها ستظل وفية لالتزاماتها في مراسلة الحق وبناء جسور السلام وتعزيز العدالة في العلاقات الدولية. أشكركم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Emir of the State of Qatar. The Assembly will now hear an address by Her Excellency Jennifer Gillings-Simons, the President of the Republic of Suriname. I request the protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Good morning. Madam President, we are here to commemorate in this special moment in history as we celebrate the United Nations 80th anniversary. And this 80th anniversary of the General Assembly coincides with the 50th anniversary of the independence of the Republic of Suriname and our membership of this organization. On behalf of the government and the people of the Republic of Suriname, I express sincere congratulations to the international community on this occasion. It is clear that a journey that spans over 80 years cannot be and has not been without challenges. The United Nations played, in some instances, an important role in ending colonial rule, worked on advancing human rights, and often provided hope and a future to the most vulnerable in our global community. This is also the organization that provided a voice to the global community and worked to establish a balanced world order aimed at adopting a framework for sustainable development agenda and contribute significantly to advancing human rights, more specifically the rights of women and children. The organization promoted education for all and universal access to health care. In some instances, the peaceful resolution of conflicts was achieved, preventing misery and saving human lives. Madam President, on the other hand, we must admit that the UN at other times regrettably has been unsuccessful in avoiding conflicts, wars, and violations of human rights. As we look at the world today, we see that in Europe, war has returned. Elsewhere, wars are displacing millions, killing many, and threatening global security and peace. In other countries and regions, for instance in the Middle East, we have witnessed unspeakable terror at the hands of terrorist organizations. The UN was not able to prevent that. At this moment, there are increased occurrences of grave violations of human rights, and more specifically, the rights of children. For example, in Gaza, it is unbearable to even think about their suffering. Also, within our own region, which is the Caribbean, we have not been spared of rising tensions. It is with heightened concern that we noted the Secretary General's recent briefing on the Security Council meeting on the situation in Haiti, mentioning that the Haitians are enduring a perfect storm of suffering. Haiti is still paying a hefty price for being the first to throw away the shackles of slavery in the region of the Caribbean. Our hearts go out to the people of Haiti. Suriname strongly reiterates its position that conflict should primarily be resolved through dialogue. And we remind the international community that Latin America and the Caribbean are proclaimed a zone of peace. We do not want military aggression in our region. Madam President, this is the moment, on the 80th anniversary, we should reflect and ponder on the next 80 years. What do we have to change and what needs to be done differently? We all must underscore and repeat it ceaselessly today that the United Nations will only be successful if all nations, without exception, adhere to the resolutions we adopt. We can only keep the peace if we stop allowing that the votes of all the countries in the world can be nullified by one veto. Today, partially because of the work done by our organization, some poor countries have developed substantially, economically and otherwise. They have become powers who can't be ignored any longer. We have to remind ourselves that the world in which the United Nations was established 80 years ago does no longer exist. The task ahead, therefore, is that we, in the first place, renew our vows, recommit to the principles and objectives of the Charter of our organization, and recognize all the voices in the world, because people from all regions should have opportunities for a dignified life. Furthermore, the UN should adjust to the world we currently live in. This means, for example, The Security Council should expand to include all nations who exert major influence in the world. Exclusion of these players will only increase the risk of conflict and obstruct the beneficial cooperation necessary for humanity to develop and prosper. It is of great importance that all economically and otherwise strong nations and countries maintain a healthy competition that promotes the scientific advancement we need for sustainable development. On the other hand, these countries need to work together to guarantee global peace, so crucial for the existence and growth of the developing states and for their own countries. In this context, Suriname endorses the inclusion of, amongst others, Brazil, India, and the representation of the African continent for equal membership of the Council. Equally, we support the CARICOM position for a non-permanent rotating seat for the small island developing states and low-lying coastal countries. I would also like to remind the member states that my country, Suriname, has presented its candidacy as a non-permanent member of the Council for the period 2043 to 2044. Madam President, the United Nations must be a genuine unity of nations. If our organization, moving forward, wants to play a crucial role in creating a prosperous future for humanity, we have no choice than to genuinely unite, all of us. Suriname stands firmly for global peace, for the rule of law, and for the equal value of every human life. Considering this, Suriname once again calls for the lifting of the long-standing, unjust embargo against Cuba, bringing misery to its people. Madam President, Suriname is a country with people of indigenous, Maroon, Javanese, Hindustani, Creole, African, Chinese, and European descent. We all live together in a mosaic of cultures and faiths. The persons from Surinamese origin living abroad are part of this mosaic of our population and can contribute to the socio-economic development of the nation. We consider this diversity a great asset. Actually, Suriname does not have diversity. Suriname is diversity, and we keep working together to protect and grow our national unity for our own well-being and as an example of harmony in this often divided world. My country also carries immense natural wealth, and it is our vision to create an economy that is resilient, sustainable, and inclusive. Together we strive to build this more diverse economy by developing, among others, our tourism and agricultural sectors, strengthen our educational system, and work towards universal access to basic health care. Suriname has a vast tourism potential with its green and lustrous hinterland, many waterfalls, rapids, and great rivers for relaxation, as well as for unforgettable adventures, if you're inclined to that. Rich biodiversity, cultural treasures, and the UNESCO-acknowledged historical city of Paramaribo. Through cooperation in the agriculture sector with our neighbors, we aim at improving food security within Suriname and the Caribbean community. My government views energy security as a strategic priority for national development, regional stability, and economic resilience. With an investment of more than $10 billion for the development of our offshore oil and gas, the country is getting a new beginning, a new start, that will contribute significantly to our economic growth. However, we know oil and gas revenues should not be the sole fundament of our economic development. Hence, we need investments in relevant sectors in our country. We are steadily advancing our energy transition. While we already source about 50% of our energy needs through hydropower, we are moving toward natural gas and other forms of renewable energy as part of our long-term vision, because we know climate change is a fact. Madam President, I firmly believe that education is the foundation upon which every prosperous society is built. We are committed to invest in our education system, our teachers, our children and youth. The future of any country depends on the talent and skills of its people. My country reaffirms strongly its commitment to upholding the rights of indigenous and tribal communities, ensuring that their livelihoods, tradition, knowledge systems are respected and preserved, and the acknowledgement of their collective land rights. Strengthening our institutions is high on our agenda. Suriname has worked tirelessly on the prevention of diseases, and despite challenges, we have achieved results that we as a country can be proud of. As of June 30, 2025, Suriname has officially been declared malaria-free by the World Health Organization after 30 years of continuous fight against this disease, the first in the Amazon region to receive such a recognition. We're aware of the responsibility to remain vigilant as government as well as a community to ensure that these gains are sustained. Suriname's example showcases that we too can surely make a valuable contribution in combating infectious diseases. Madam President, the Caribbean community is expanding its outreach. And in this light, Suriname also welcomes the recently concluded Second Africa CARICOM Summit held in the Republic of Ethiopia. This, Madam President, honors the historic, cultural, and human bonds between the regions of the Caribbean and Africa. Suriname also acknowledges the CARICOM 10-point plan for reparatory justice, which has our full and strong endorsement. Slavery was a crime, is a crime against humanity, and we're talking about reparations, yes. We will furthermore continue to contribute with CARICOM, aiming at enhancing the organization's geopolitical influence. Despite our commitment as a country to the Paris Agreement 10 years ago, we see that the climate crisis is worsening. It's worse than we feared. Our countries have least contributed to climate change and carbon emissions, but are hit the hardest by its effects, directly impacting the livelihood and economic growth of our peoples. Suriname calls for the urgent attention of the international community to address the detrimental impact of climate change facing the small island developing states and countries with low-lying coastal areas. Our forests stand strong. More than 90% of our land is covered by rainforest. And this makes us the most forested country in the world. Your eyes have never seen so much green. Suriname is one of the 3 carbon-negative countries on Earth. Since 1992, our forest has absorbed nearly 290 million tons of carbon, and each year we capture more than we emit, and we want to keep it that way. The protection and conservation of our forests has been a priority. It doesn't stand by default, but by design. We have been logging sustainably for decades and did so with a sustainable tropical rainforest management system developed in Suriname, an ecological approach to forestry. Also, the indigenous and tribal communities protect the forest by their continued stewardship. We are proud of the way we did it, but pride alone does not pay the bills and does not develop the indigenous and tribal communities. Madam President, we must not forget that these forests, our forests, are in competition with vast resources such as gold, diamond, bauxite, and more. We will need to make difficult choices. We want to keep our forest coverage at a minimum of 90%. But we cannot do it alone. The time has come for the world's largest emitters to share this responsibility, not only with words, but with action, justice, and finance. Suriname strongly calls for global action, predictable climate finance for high forested, low deforestation countries, fair recognition of real carbon removals, and direct support for the communities who live in and protect these forests. Suriname, Madam President, therefore endorses the initiative of the COP30 presidency to launch the Tropical Forest Forever facility and calls upon the international community to contribute to its success. Suriname, as mentioned previously, takes pride in being an example of peaceful coexistence, having different cultures, religions, and the traditions to live together in respect and solidarity. This is our gift to the world. The second gift, because we also have a forest that is delivering services to the whole world. This gift proves that harmony can prevail. As stated upon our admission to the United Nations in 1975, our republic indicated our willingness to engage with the international community. My country reiterates its strong commitment to multilateralism, one of humanity's most important achievements, which needs our protection in this time of change. In closing, aggression and military force should be replaced with peaceful resolution and dialogue, because it doesn't solve problems, it creates destruction and misery. As a matter of urgency, I call on every member state to keep the peace, protect the planet and all human rights. Suriname has shown the world that living sustainably together is possible. We are really better together. Thank you, Grand Tanye, and may God be with you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Suriname. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Katinas Nauseta, President of the Republic of Lithuania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Dear Mr. Chairman Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 80 years ago, humanity, emerging from the Second World War, embarked on a long road towards peace. Building on the solid foundation of the rules-based international order, our forefathers created the United Nations and its institutional system. This system was never perfect. Many nations, Lithuania included, had to struggle for decades, seeking freedom, independence, and sovereignty. Many people suffered war, famine, and premature death. And yet, it was the best international order that we have ever. The United Nations system embodied the great hope that nourishes the human soul and guides our actions for the universal good. Together we succeeded in condemning war and conquest, at least in theory, if not always in practice. To this day, even the worst aggressors feel ashamed to openly conquer, destroy, and enslave. Instead, they talk about special military operations and the need to protect those who frankly do not want to be protected. This shame is a significant achievement of our time. To the extent that current international norms limit the behavior of offenders, they help countless people to survive, escape torture, or even prosper. Thus, it is an ever-growing concern to witness these same norms being subjected to increasingly open and brutal attacks. Our international order is being slowly eroded by the irresponsible actions of those who should know better. The world is turning into a much more dangerous place. We have seen this before. We cannot ignore the striking parallels between the present day and the events of 1938, a time when the world chose appeasement over international law and diplomacy over deterrence, culminating in the infamous Munich Pact. That was a short-sighted attempt to satisfy a dangerous revisionist aggressor by giving away the territory of a sovereign nation. It proved to be a complete failure. The Munich Pact not only emboldened the Nazi regime, but also opened the door for Soviet expansion. Soon after, the secret protocols of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact carved Europe into spheres of influence and sealed the fate of many independent states. As Europe descended into another great war, Lithuania and the other Baltic states were illegally occupied, annexed, and brutalized. After regaining the independence 35 years ago, Lithuania feels a duty to guard the bitter memory of past mistakes. Never again will we place our hopes in appeasement. Never again will we stand aside. Never again shall Pandora's box be opened. In 1938, it was Czechoslovakia that was abandoned. Today, we cannot abandon Ukraine alone. The war in Ukraine is well in
the end included. One of the partners in organizing today's forum is Denmark. So let me turn back to a member state representative and ask His Excellency Jeppe Tranholm Mikkelsen, who's the permanent Secretary of State for the Foreign Affairs of Denmark, to provide some perspectives on this topic.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. While Denmark is a small country and cannot claim to be a key player in a matter like this one, we do have a little bit of history with this particular issue. Back in 2005-06, the last time we were an elected member of the Security Council, that was the time of the election of Ban Ki-moon. But when we look into our files of that period of time, we have to admit that we played no role whatsoever and cannot really see that this was an issue that figured prominently. In 2015-16, we were not in the Security Council, but at that time the process was conducted by a Danish politician as the President of the General Assembly. And he was quite pushy in terms of trying to make this process more open and transparent, and we believe that we achieved quite some progress.
Export chaos for strategic gain. Russia is not acting alone. The countries enabling Russia's war against Ukraine also violate international law. They prolong the war and deepen unnecessary suffering. Their actions damage us all, every sovereign nation. Lithuania therefore calls on the international community to maintain strong political, military, humanitarian and economic support for Ukraine. Having already provided more than 1 billion euros in assistance, half of which for reconstruction and long-term recovery, we are setting an example to follow. It is equally vital that the international community stop buying Russia's energy resources. Without all that oil and gas money, Moscow's war machine would finally stop. If history is any indicator, Russia will never stop using energy for its geopolitical goals. Wherever Russian energy resources flow, corruption, blackmail and sabotage will follow. Let me remind you, this is a country that understands only the language of force. Ukraine's ability to deter aggression will be the decisive factor in the future. Moreover, peace will never be sustainable without justice. Russia's numerous war crimes, from mass killings and attacks on hospitals to the abduction, deportation and indoctrination of children, demand accountability. My country strongly supports the Special Tribunal for the Crime of Aggression under the auspices of the Council of Europe. We call on all states to endorse this initiative. Accountability must have real consequences, legal, political, and financial. As a co-founder of Register of Damage for Ukraine, Lithuania calls on all eligible states to join this vital effort. Russia's frozen assets must eventually be used to help Ukraine defend itself and rebuild. I also cannot stress strongly enough that the return of all deported Ukrainian children and illegally detained civilians must be a global priority. We urge all states and institutions to strengthen international efforts and to ensure their safe homecoming. Ladies and gentlemen, as crucial as Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is, it is only part of the broader global upheaval. Lithuania watches the current situation in the Middle East with deep concern. We join the international community in calling for the full and immediate implementation of the ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. To prevent starvation, humanitarian aid must be allowed to reach those in need without obstruction. At the same time, the unconditional release of all remaining Israeli hostages remains a crucial step towards ending hostilities. Lithuania is firmly committed to a just and lasting peace in the Middle East. We condemn all the actions that undermine this goal. The ongoing mediation efforts led by the United States, Qatar, and Egypt deserve our full support. There is no alternative but to revitalize a credible political process towards a two-state solution, ensuring that the state of Israel and an independent, democratic, contiguous, sovereign and viable state of Palestine can live side by side in peace, security and mutual recognition, with Jerusalem as the future capital of both states. Sadly, many states remain trapped in cycles of conflict, crisis and long-term fragility. It is our shared responsibility to support those in need as destabilization spreads far and wide across international borders, regions, and continents. Our attention must also focus on the growing challenge of disinformation, which is increasingly being used to undermine democratic institutions and destabilize entire nations and societies. Lithuania calls on all members of the international community to defend truth as the supreme value and to fight attempts to rewrite history. Historical memory must be preserved. Ladies and gentlemen, as we face high global uncertainty, one choice remains entirely clear. Either we will repeat the mistakes of history, or we will find the resolve to defend the core principles of the United Nations. Today, Lithuania chooses to act. We call on the international community to respond to today's challenges with unity and determination. We call on the United Nations to return to its founding purpose, to prevent the scourge of war, to protect human dignity, and to uphold the rights of nations large and small. Together, we must ensure that no permanent seat on the Security Council grants any state permanent impunity. We must support those who defend the very principles of the UN Charter. In this spirit, I welcome the Secretary General's UNAT reform agenda, a timely blueprint for adapting this institution to the realities of today's world. His call for a more inclusive, effective, and accountable United Nations deserves our broad support. Lithuania stands firmly behind these efforts to reimagine multilateralism. We call on all states to strengthen our collective ability to act across all three pillars: peace and security, human rights, and development. Our message must be simple and straightforward. Aggression cannot win, and the principles of the UN Charter must prevail. Let us rise to the demands of this moment. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Lithuania. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Marcelo Rebelo da Sousa, the President of the Portuguese Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, symbolic moment this one for United Nations, the celebration of 80 years, and for us, Portuguese, 70 years of membership. It's a time of judgment, of compromise, of renewal, multilateral ambition. Portugal is today what always aspired to be, an open country to the world, listening, dialoguing, building bridges, deeply multilateralist and guided by the Charter of United Nations. A world with more cooperation and respect for international law is safer, more predictable, stable, peaceful, prosperous, plural, representative, and able to respond collectively to global challenges. 70 years ago, we were living still in dictatorship. And we found in this community the space to rediscover the real values and contributing to global solutions. And even now, in the changed world, fragmented, polarized, unpredictable, this community is a key community to defend basic principles of a coexistence between nations, cultures, civilizations. And it is with this coherence and the sense of responsibility, with the conscience of the need of contributing, acting, and deciding, guided by values and principles, that will be candidates to the Security Council in 27-28, a decision we formalized in 2013. Excellencies, let me pay tribute to the former President of the General Assembly for his support to the adoption of the Pact for the Future. Let me congratulate the present President of this session, wishing the success in her term. But I would very specifically, and in Portuguese this time, say a word about the remarkable work of the Secretary-General António Guterres. O seu humanismo.
His humanism, devotion to international law, the reforms he has championed.
2017, que inclui agora,
now including UN 80 and the Pact for the Future, are testaments to his work and will be his legacy.
É orgulho para mim, having a Portuguese as Secretary-General of the United Nations, ter português como Secretário-Geral das Nações Unidas. Someone is projecting a Portuguese way of acting in international relations, uma forma portuguesa de estar nas relações internacionais. He will always be supported by Portugal. Contará sempre com o apoio de Portugal. And I must congratulate him for his speech, because he said, I will never give up. I know him ever since we were teenagers. He never gave up, ever. And he's right. It's true we live at a time of multiple crises and persistent crises. Division, polarization, violations of international law, cleavage between power exercise and responsibility, technology and ethics, urgency of crisis and capacity of response and action. United Nations faces an existential moment. Without change, without renewal, the United Nations will be marginalized and we could be left to the law of force. No G1, no G2, no G3, no G1 plus 1, 1 plus 2, or 2 plus 1 will be an alternative. No absence of multilateralism will avoid the need of multilateralism. The world is multipolar, will be multipolar. Just think of the situation in Ukraine or the situation in Middle East. In Ukraine, for years, and now for months, for 8 months, one is waiting the mediation of the most powerful in the world. Do we have a ceasefire? No, we don't. In the case of Middle East, we waited and waited for the intervention of the most powerful in the world. Did we have a ceasefire? Without the multipolar, multilateral intervention of so many countries, here in New York, with the recognition of the existence of the state of Palestine, some Europeans, others non-Europeans, we won't change soon. This means we need United Nations, we need multilateralism, we need dialogue between countries from every continent. And the same for international law. We need international law. We need international law for the reform of United Nations. We need international law as a foundation of peace and justice. A world governed by rules is a safer and more predictable and equitable world. We need a Charter of United Nations as a common compass. Of course, we must adjust United Nations, but we must never forget the lesson of the League of Nations. When one forgets the principles, when one abandons the principles on account of pure realpolitik, I mean the power or the powers of the moment, one forgets that no power is eternal. No personality is eternal. Empires went up and went down. We know by experience it. Colonial empires inside Europe, all kinds of empires went up and went down. We believe that in the reform of United Nations, we have 3 pillars: prevention, partnership, and protection. Preemptive action before the conflict, not just afterwards. Mediation, preventive diplomacy, intervention of the Secretary General and of the PBC, avoiding destruction and institution collapse, building peace, fighting against the deep causes of violence, promoting resilient and peaceful societies. But development, peace building without development, preventive action without development, doesn't work. We co-presided, together with an African partner, Burundi, the preparation of the 4th Conference on Financing of Development. Ideas, dialogue, determination, results. Without sustainable development, no lasting peace is possible. Never forget to implement the 2030 Agenda and the reform of the international financial architecture. It's a priority involving the digital, the space, the artificial intelligence technologies as force for peace, not tools for domination. Bridging the digital and technological divides as central to build resilient societies. C'est aussi très fier que...
And with great pride, we share in the priority of
prioritizing oceans, addressing climate change. We can talk about combating climate change, but we must first and foremost admit that there is this change. That's why we prepared for UNOC 2 in Lisbon, and we were at UNOC in Nice. We were one of the first European states to ratify the BBNJ Treaty. We project 27% of our marine surface area. That is 3% of the objective for 2030.
Speaking of the appeal of partnership, United Nations must deepen partnerships, strategic partnerships with regional organizations. Portugal has the experience that is very specific.
We have the experience of the community of Portuguese-speaking countries.
Speaking community, present in 9 countries, 4 continents, 1 language. Presentes em 9 países, 4 continentes, uma língua,
A language, a short platform with its own voice at the UN. We hosted the 10th Global Forum of the Alliance of Civilizations.
For the Alliance of Civilizations. Also, the conference, UN Conference on Racism. Portugal
hosted the first UN Conference on Racism, and we promoted the implementation of the Durban Declaration.
We are part of the Ibero-American community. Indeed, Portugal feels like a kindred spirit of Latin America. We share common priorities, such as inclusive multilateralism, sustainable development, and social cohesion.
Our South is made of respect and solidarity.
We launched the first EU-African Union summits.
Initiative of the first and second summits between European Union and the African Union. We cooperate actively with the PMA, CITES, and LLDC. At the same time, we think that protecting means also protecting the role of women, youth as agents of change, the access to education, leadership, political participation. The world needs more women and more youngest as leaders in the procedures of decision. Third pillar, protection. We participate for 65 years in peacekeeping. Thousands of armed forces and security forces participated in 25 missions in 4 continents, mostly in Africa. Peacekeeping now with 4 peace operations, a quick reaction force, punctual payment, example of intervention in every continent, defense of a predictable and stable financing, including for the missions that are promoted by Security Council or accepted by Security Council, but initiative of African Union. This year, we celebrate the 25th anniversary of the additional protocol to the Convention of Rights of Children involved in armed conflicts. It's a drama. It's a drama. Children going on being victims in every war scenario. We have the legal duty, the political and the moral duty of protecting them. And then, of course, humanitarian international law. One spoke of it, about the situation in areas of conflict. Geneva Conventions are not suggestions. They involve duties. We participated in the 6th Commission preparing the Convention on Crimes Against Humanity. Human rights. Human rights. Human rights mean personal rights, political rights, freedom of expression, economic rights, social, cultural rights, universal, interdependent, and inseparable. Não podemos ficar.
We cannot remain indifferent
concerning major crises. We just declared our decision of recognizing the state of Palestine. In the Middle East, now we think that the following step is creating conditions for a ceasefire, immediately releasing the hostages, humanitarian assistance, but also creating political, economic, and social conditions to strengthen the solution of 2 sovereign states, rebuilding economies and societies, giving an opportunity to peace, to the daily life of Israelis and Palestinians, so that they can live, not die. Live, not die. In Ukraine, sovereignty, independence, and integrity with global total ceasefire, immediate and unconditional, first step for a fair peace, respecting international law and respecting the Charter of the United Nations. In Sudan, intervening to react much more quickly to perhaps the greatest humanitarian catastrophe in Africa. On Haiti,
in Haiti, where the suffering of the population is no longer tenable, this in light of the barbaric atrocities committed by criminal gangs and the recruitment of child soldiers, decisive UN assistance to the multinational security support mission is required before it is too late.
Excellencies, at a time when we are witnessing the largest number of armed conflicts since the creation of the United Nations, Portugal is ready to take on greater responsibilities and represent a global voice in the Security Council, bringing the experience of almost lessons learned in recent decades and proximity to all the states here represented, without discrimination. And for that, our vision for the Security Council will act to prevent and creating partnership and protection, and with the reform of the Security Council to make it more representative and effective, to reflect the geopolitics of the 21st century and doesn't remain stuck in 1945, with representation of the African continent, with seats represented, and recognition of major emerging powers such as Brazil and India, with more transparent, a council that is more plural and consistent with the content and the spirit of the Charter. A Security Council which in 2024 met frequently since 1989. But it met frequently with less resolutions adopted and the highest number of vetoes casted. It's unacceptable that the use of veto continues to paralyze essential decisions. It is therefore unacceptable in the face of human suffering. The Charter is clear. A party to a conflict shall not be the judge of its own case. Portugal supports the ACT Group's code of conduct, measures to restrict the use of veto, and all initiatives that strengthen transparency and accountability within the Council.
A last word. Portugal is presenting itself to the Security Council without hidden agendas, but rather with an agenda aligned with the values and objectives of the UN, with humility, but with confidence, contributing to a Council that is more effective, representative, and close to those who expect protection from it. We are a predictable country, a bridge builder, a reliable partner, an uncompromising defender of the UN Charter. It is in this spirit that we want to serve, that we reaffirm our commitment to the United Nations today, and that we hope will earn your trust for the future of the United Nations, but mostly for the future of the world. More peaceful, more just, more respectful of dignity, human dignity, in so many conflicts that represent a shame for all of us. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank His Excellency, the President of the Portuguese Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Yomandu Usi, President of the Eastern Republic of Uruguay. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Señora Presidenta.
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, heads of state and government, representatives of international organizations, official delegations, ladies and gentlemen. I come from a republic that lies to the east of the Uruguay River, one which on maps, in history and in culture occupies a small corner of the southernmost tip of the world. This is a country of grasslands overlooking the ocean, which stands out for the tranquility and hospitality of its people. I come from a country where it is now common practice for a president to visit neighboring countries accompanied by his predecessors from other political parties. This is a country where the handover between governing parties does not trigger an institutional crisis. On the contrary, this handover represents business as usual. I come from a country whose president can walk among the people without security, can enjoy a football match standing in the stands like any other supporter. I come from a country whose political parties, almost all of them, more than half a century old, are always willing to agree on national solutions to national emergencies. Uruguayan solutions, as we call them. In saying this, I'm trying to express how Uruguay lives its profound vocation for peace and respect every day. I live in a country, of course, that does not stand on the threshold of paradise, since we are also facing fresh challenges in child poverty, public security, and social inequality. And on these issues also, there is, generally speaking, national consensus. Our historically robust institutions and political system have allowed Uruguay to continue to stand out in the region for its high level of human development and its income distribution policies. It has allowed us to be a country with stable rules, where contracts are honored, where international commitments are respected, and where macroeconomic stability is a state policy. But this impressive record can also be seen beyond our borders. Because Uruguay is recognized worldwide for its commitment to peace, its tireless pursuit of the peaceful resolution of conflicts, its unfettered respect for international law as the greatest guarantee of the sovereignty of peoples, and for being a fraternal and hospitable land for migrants from all latitudes. From that small country which breeds tolerance, dialogue, and agreement as the historical key to coexistence, and which lies on a continent free of conflict and interstate wars, we come to this assembly to join efforts to contribute to stability and peace in an increasingly tumultuous and challenging world. The growing geopolitical tension and increase in conflicts, together with the underfunding of efforts for a peaceful and rules-based global order, are posing enormous challenges on a planetary scale. A few facts suffice to illustrate this. According to the 2025 Global Peace Index, in 2023 there were 59 interstate conflicts. This is the highest number since the end of the Second World War. In 2024, global military expenditure rose by almost 10% in real terms when compared to 2023. This represents the largest annual increase since the end of the Cold War. We're talking about military expenditure of $2.7 trillion. We're not only talking about increased conflict between nations, nor of rapidly growing military expenditures to sustain this, but we're also talking about new forms of cruelty and death that wars now bear. We are well aware that since the very birth of civilization, the absence of violence or war has perhaps been nothing more than a pipe dream. But in our time, technological progress has unleashed other, much more perverse means of waging war, such as the use of military practices aimed at sowing fear, terror, and death among the civilian population. Let it be very clear. We condemn all forms of terrorism, since it constitutes, among other things, a despicable act of cowardice. There is another perspective, a current perspective, one that leads us to believe that the main objective of current wars seems to be the systematic practice of extermination. The end has never, never justified the means. We must banish that old precept that war is the continuation of politics by other means. All war is criminal, irrespective of where it occurs, irrespective of the God invoked to justify it, and it will always deserve our most visceral condemnation. It is true that every nation has the right to its own territory and government. It's true that they have the right to establish a level of self-determination that allows a nation to coexist with other peoples. And the value of the United Nations is precisely to ensure that these principles are realized in a peaceful and civilized manner. No state that claims to be democratic and to live under the rule of international law can, even under the legitimate right to defend itself against terrorism, exercise barbarity against any civilian population, least of all against especially vulnerable and defenseless persons. Since 1948, Uruguay has maintained a consistent and steadfast position in line with the principles of self-determination and peaceful coexistence. Our historic stances on the main global conflicts, especially that currently underway in the Middle East, are well known. In this regard, the Uruguay has always maintained the position of two states, two peoples. The Uruguayan government hence takes very seriously the reports produced by the international community concerning the Palestinian territories and urges the implementation of the recommendations made by the United Nations. At the same time, we urge the immediate suspension of military operations of death. We urge the suspension of death of innocent civilians. And we request the release of the hostages. In our world, at the same time, there are other persistent and worsening, more widespread and permanent tragedies, to such an extent that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted in this very assembly 77 years ago, stands as a revolutionary manifesto in the times that we are living through, beginning with its first article, which proclaims all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and, endowed as they are with reason and conscience, should act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood. How far we are from our own principles and commitments when we see that the gap between those who have the most and those who suffer the most is ever greater. How far we are when we see that the principles of freedom and equality are increasingly estranged, and we hear much more talk of a supposedly free individual than of egalitarian societies in terms of income or the enjoyment of rights. How far we are from human sensibility when we forget that our main calling must be to stand with the majority, listening to every problem or anguish of our people and understanding even and fundamentally those who think differently. Madam President, I come from a country with a long, faithfully documented tradition in international politics. This tradition includes staunch support for multilateralism in all of its facets, political, economic, cultural, as the best and only way to face the challenges to which I have referred. It also, of course, includes a permanent commitment to international law, a commitment to dialogue and to the building of peace as one of our greatest contributions in the context of a fragmented and polarized world. My country's entire political system is proud to contribute decisively to global tasks such as the maintenance of international peace and security, the consolidation and development of international law through participation in normative bodies and in international courts, through our support for disarmament, food security, global health, and commitment to addressing climate change. In this context, I wish to highlight my country's historic commitment to the multilateral peacekeeping system. In the last 35 years, and without interruption, Uruguay has deployed battalions to various United Nations peace operations. We've taken on this role to such an extent that we've become the leading country in Latin America and the second per capita worldwide in contributing to this type of missions. Moreover, we have done this with particular distinction because our troops have been specialized in the most emblematic role of these peace operations, that is, the protection of civilians in armed conflicts. The nations represented in this assembly are well aware that my small country is very far from standing out for its military might or its economic dominance. And it is there, paradoxically, that our strength lies. Because we are incapable of standing in anyone's way. On the contrary, our strength lies in intangible capacities that this world greatly needs, because we are a country that can be relied upon to promote dialogue and peace. Firstly, because those principles define us as a republic and are evident in our respect for the separation of powers and the rule of law. the strengthening of our democratic system, and our respect and promotion of human rights and social equity, among other things. Secondly, because this is how we have historically conducted ourselves on the international stage. As early as in 1907, for instance, my country took a firm stance at the Hague Conference on Arbitration, seeing it as an essential and obligatory mechanism for resolving conflicts between states. Just a few years later, in 1921, Uruguay was the first state in the world to accept the jurisdiction of the Permanent Court of International Justice, the predecessor of the International Court of Justice. On the basis of these and other historical precedents, I hereby reaffirm that Uruguay is in an excellent position to be able to offer itself to the world as a host for negotiations, as a promoter of networks of dialogue and mediation, leading to the construction of peace and the prevention of conflicts. Believe me, we are prepared for this ever more urgent and necessary challenge. Among other reasons, because we have learned, as my country's former president, José Pepe Mujica, said, that tolerance is the foundation for peaceful coexistence. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Eastern Republic of Uruguay. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Natasha Pirc-Musar, the President of the Republic of Slovenia. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Madam President, please accept my warmest congratulations on your election at this historic 80th anniversary of the United Nations. Your election underscores the vital importance of including women in the decision-making process. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, in 1945, the end of the Second World War was greeted with celebrations, and hopes were placed in a new era of peace and cooperation, embodied by the creation of the United Nations. However, those hopes were soon overshadowed by the onset of the Cold War. When it ended in 1991, we once again dared to believe that this would pave the way to the vision of lasting peace, security and cooperation as enshrined in the UN Charter. Sadly, that vision has not materialized. In fact, the situation has worsened, and here is why. Firstly, the Security Council, envisioned as the very pillar of collective security, is failing to meet the expectations of the world, if it ever has. The Permanent Five were supposed to be role models for the rest of the world working for peace. Some work in their own interests instead. Secondly, the promise of the Sustainable Development Goals is faltering. Progress is lagging, and with cuts in development assistance, millions of the world's poorest are pushed further away from the access to even the most basic services. Thirdly, international law appears to stand at the precipice of irrelevance. The independence of elected international judges, the integrity of human rights institutions, personal security of human rights defenders, and the authority of this organization are under siege. Fourthly, the Genocide Convention risks becoming a relic of the past. Some states have put the International Criminal Court to its greatest challenge ever. Its prosecutors, whose only duty is the pursuit of justice, and its judges, whose responsibility is to uphold the law, our international law, now face sanctions and intimidation. As if the states that sanction them would prefer to shield the alleged perpetrators of atrocities rather than confront the truth and help deliver justice. Fifthly, the landmark opinion of the International Court of Justice affirming that international law obliges states to prevent harming the climate already feels obsolete. And finally, states are withdrawing from the Paris Climate Agreement, from the Ottawa Treaty, and from the UN agencies, or simply cutting their finances. Each such act chips away at the support for multilateralism, a system designed not for the powerful few, but for the benefit of all of us. Madam President, how are we to explain these trends to our electorates, to our people, and above all, to our children? Shall we tell them that this is the new normal, that might makes right, that the strong may seize what they want because they can, that they can kill with impunity because they can, that they may pollute, wage wars, and trample on international law just because they can? Are we prepared to look our children in the eyes and say, "This is the world you will inherit and there is nothing we can do about it"? With the adoption of the Pact for the Future last year, we have charted a path toward a stronger, more forward-looking United Nations. But we must now create the conditions to fulfill our commitments. One way forward is to establish a permanent advocacy network to give the Pact unconditional, sustained political support. To this end, I propose the creation of a global forum for the future, an inclusive movement of states committed to multilateralism, mutual respect, and the defense of our shared vision. A movement determined to stand up for the Pact and drive its implementation at every level. As states consider how to implement the Pact for the Future, some solutions may be seen as inconvenient today, but in the long run, ladies and gentlemen, they are not optional. They are systemically necessary. The first example is the reform of the Security Council. We all recognize that it is the principal organ entrusted with the maintenance of international peace and security. But what it is not, and must never be, is a body that stands above international law to defend the interests of some at the expense of others. Jus cogens norms must be safeguarded as a matter of principle. If the prohibitions against genocide and crimes against humanity are accepted as jus cogens norms, can any permanent member claim a legitimate veto right in such circumstances? Member states have attempted to address this question through many reform proposals, but with minimal progress. This is why we must dare to go further now. We, the General Assembly, must take a bold step and request an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on this very question. Second, we must confront the gap between our words and actions on gender equity. Progress has been made, but far too modestly. Over the past 80 years, 13% of leaders in multilateral organizations have been women. And no woman has ever served as Secretary General of the United Nations. And this, ladies and gentlemen, must change. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let us make history. Today, the 80th session of the General Assembly is led by only the 5th woman to hold the presidency. By the end of this session, she would be joined by a Madam Secretary General-elect, a living proof to 4 billion women that even the most impossible job is not beyond their reach. But gender representation is not enough. What we must achieve is actual gender equity because it benefits not only women and girls, but entire societies. True equity requires systemic change, and so women's empowerment must remain at the heart of our global agenda. International organizations must weave a gender perspective into every strand of policy making. And that should be a result of effective participation of women and girls themselves. Electing a Madam Secretary General would be historic, but it must only be the beginning of a much deeper transformation. Madam President, the Pact for the Future sets out clearly what must be done to change our world for the better. I have mentioned only two of the many challenges we must confront decisively. But we can only succeed as a community if we accept that there is no future for humanity without a fundamental change. The mandate of the Global Forum for the Future would be to push towards such a change. This is why it must be inclusive. It must not be merely a coalition of countries. It must inspire hundreds of millions of people. For when it comes to human dignity, the constituency of like-minded individuals is vast, diverse, and knows no borders. Human dignity is indivisible. We must fight for it no matter how great the obstacles are. And there are many, we know that. Think of hunger. Time and again, humanity rose across continents to confront the scourge of hunger, to no avail. Worse still, hunger is now being weaponized, turned into a tool of war. We receive reports on a daily basis of how women and children are starved because they are marked as legitimate targets, as enemies. How cruel, how inhumane is that, ladies and gentlemen? We cannot allow this to happen any longer. 40 years ago, musicians stood against hunger. Instead of guns, they, the Band Aid, used music. The world heard them, but they were not loud enough, as hunger has not been eradicated. Today, we have science. We can address on a scale beyond imagination not only hunger, but every act of violence against human beings and all human fears. Granted, science, technology, and global connectivity are too often twisted by cynical leaders and warmongering regimes. But they can also be harnessed for the common good. Artists, influencers, and visionaries with audiences of millions can join forces with the governments of like-minded nations. Together, their voice in defense of humanity could become irresistible. Together, we can demand real action by all governments, all world and community leaders on the Pact for the Future, and hold to account those who betray human dignity to its very core, through wars of aggression, genocidal policies, and crimes against humanity. If we join forces and make ourselves heard, nobody can ignore us, not even the most arrogant governments and individual politicians. Of course, such initiatives cannot emerge out of thin air. They require leadership, strong, inclusive, and fearless leadership. We, the leaders of today, are only transient custodians of power. Some of us may not be here after the next election, but that is precisely why we must act now. Our responsibility and destiny will be judged by how we treat our planet and its people today. We simply cannot afford silence, ignorance, or passivity, not while we hold power and possess the power of the word. Hesitation is not an option, Madam President. For most of us, members of the UN, is not might that makes right. It is the opposite. We must not allow the powerful few to ignore us. We must not surrender to a world where power alone prevails. We, the majority of United Nations members, must be role models. We must work for a different world. The Global Forum for the Future can be a platform for the much-needed transformation in which partnerships with non-state actors and companies are indispensable. Profits must finally serve development for all. Innovation and sustainability must drive tolerance, mutual respect, and inclusive dialogue. Is that too much to ask? If we, the leaders of this planet, can offer nothing but terror, conflict, pollution, fear, inequalities, and war to 8 billion people, then we must confront the truth. We are complicit in crimes against our civilization and our planet. And not just us, heads of states, but leaders of international institutions, CEOs, and every individual with the power to make a difference share this responsibility. None of us can claim ignorance of what is at stake. If we believe in human dignity for all, we must deliver more. A world that fulfills lives, not threatens them. We must say yes to inclusive multilateralism and a resounding no to multipolarism. Let us show that this General Assembly can and will make a difference, as it has often done before. Let us demonstrate that we reject arrogance, hatred, and willful blindness to a lack of equality and justice, to wars of aggression, crimes against humanity, and genocide, because they tear us apart for generations. And let us proclaim in all seriousness and sincerity that we embrace personal and collective responsibility to uphold humanity, sustainable development, and international law, because this will keep us together as a civilization for generations. And Madam President, let me end on a personal note. For the sake of future generations, to fulfill our responsibility as human beings, to ensure that we are on the right side of the history, we should do the right thing. We did not stop the Holocaust. We did not stop the genocide in Rwanda. We did not stop the genocide in Srebrenica. We must stop the genocide in Gaza. There are no excuses anymore. None. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Slovenia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Kasim Jomart Tokayev, the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, for 8 decades, the United Nations has played a pivotal role in combating humanity's global challenges. Over that time, it has led our common efforts on collective security, nuclear non-proliferation, peacekeeping, development, poverty reduction, sustainability, and human rights. But we must also face the truth. The world around us has changed profoundly and, unfortunately, not for the better. That's why the United Nations remains today a symbol of hope for millions around the globe. This historic meeting is a unique opportunity to recommit ourselves to the founding principles and goals of our universal and truly indispensable organization. However, we cannot turn a blind eye to the real crisis thrust in multilateral institutions. Serious violations of international law have become new normality, which undermines global stability and erodes confidence between peoples, between political leaders, and between states. In this challenging time, we all must empower the United Nations to make it more adjustable to the realities of today's unpredictable world. The spirit of mutual understanding and eagerness to cooperate must prevail over dangerous warmongering. State leaders have a responsibility to move toward making peace. A failure of the current generation of leaders to act is not an option, because future generations will pay a much greater price. In this regard, comprehensive reform of the United Nations is a strategic necessity, not a subject for endless contemplations. We need to establish a new group of truly dedicated people who will highly professionally and without any hesitations make concrete proposals for reforming the United Nations to make it better suited to the challenges of today and objectives of tomorrow. A central pillar of this bold effort to renew the United Nations should be a reform of the Security Council. Major powers of Asia, Africa, and Latin America should be represented in the Security Council on the rotational basis. In addition, Kazakhstan strongly believes that the voices of responsible middle powers also need to be seriously amplified in the Security Council. In fact, they have already started to play a larger positive role in international relations, bringing balance and building trust. They can act as bridges within the United Nations when major powers are divided or failing to resolve pressing issues of common concern. Above all, a credible United Nations for the 21st century requires member states to take concrete steps toward durable peace and security. Otherwise, the United Nations is doomed to forever mitigate consequences while root causes forever proliferate. We can begin this process already today by reaffirming our steadfast commitment to the Charter of the United Nations. The founding principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and peaceful resolution of disputes must be upheld without exception. Selective application of the Charter undermines its credibility. The world needs a new consensus based on trust, inclusiveness, and shared responsibility. For example, the enemy state clauses of the Charter, historical remnants of the Second World War, have already been recognized by the overwhelming majority of the international community is obsolete. For all these reasons, it's time to have a serious conversation about Charter review. Today we face an alarming reality. Arms control treaties are collapsing, and with them, so are the foundations of strategic stability. Global military spending in 2024 hit a record $2.7 trillion. The global cost of violence reached nearly $20 trillion. Therefore, rebuilding a robust global security architecture should remain a top priority for the international community. We advocate relaunching high-level dialogue among nuclear powers and stronger multilateral action to drastically reduce the looming threat of nuclear weapons. More widely, we must begin the hard work of getting rid of the militant mindset. We can do so by tracking closely how much our countries invest in peace. Kazakhstan is ready to host a new dialogue on nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation. We can focus on informal, inclusive exchanges that reinforce the NPT and support progress toward the CTBT. We also call to advance our proposal to establish International Agency for Biological Safety and Security. Kazakhstan remains concerned by the Ukrainian crisis, which continues to seriously harm civilians, damage global trust, and undermine international security. Nonetheless, bilateral and international diplomatic efforts on this conflict should continue along with political flexibility to meet the long-term interests of both states. Territorial disputes are never easy to resolve and require mutual restraint and responsibility for the sake of future generations. The psychology of animosity drags all involved in conflicts to the abyss, leaving no chance to reach peace. The humanitarian crisis in Gaza has reached a disastrous scale that cannot be ignored. This conflict stems from a complex historical background. We cannot ignore the root cause of this belligerence. Kazakhstan calls for full protection of all civilians and unhindered humanitarian access in strict compliance with international humanitarian law. We reaffirm our support of the two-state solution, with the United Nations playing a central role. Kazakhstan acknowledges diplomatic initiatives aimed at regional reconciliation in the Middle East, including the Arab Peace Initiative, the New York Declaration, and the Abraham Accords, and others. They demonstrate that leadership and political will can turn division into cooperation and shared benefit. We also welcome the normalization of relations between Azerbaijan and Armenia under the mediation of the United States President. It shows that even entrenched conflicts can be settled through diplomacy and common sense. Guided by this principle, Kazakhstan consistently favors diplomacy over escalation and dialogue over force. Current geopolitical tensions sometimes tempt some leaders to claim that a clash of civilizations is inevitable. Yet, these divisions are not fact or fate. They are political choices. Global public goods such as science, medicine, sports, religion, and culture should not become subjects of geopolitical divisions and sanctions. These spheres of human activity bind us together under a humanitarian umbrella. When political leaders make irresponsible statements or take reckless decisions, manipulating religion and identity for political gain, they in fact seriously damage the trust and goodwill in striving for peace. Political leadership must be rooted in mutual understanding and respect, not mutual suspicion and arrogance. Tolerance and wisdom are the foundation of lasting peace and must be upheld through the rule of law. Dear friends and colleagues, we observe a growing fragmentation and political bias of investment flows. As a result, global FDI fell to $1.5 trillion last year. Kazakhstan strongly advocates for greater international investment cooperation. More than $400 billion have been attracted to our economy within 30 years of independence. Our commitment to open market principles is absolutely firm and will remain a cornerstone of our state policy. Located in the very center of Eurasia, Kazakhstan is poised to play a crucial role as a logistic hub, handling 80% of all overland transit between Asia and Europe. We are investing tens of billions of dollars in our transport and transit infrastructure, including the Belt and Road Initiative, the North-South and Trans-Caspian transit corridors. Kazakhstan will continue to develop regional supply chains that are the heart of the emerging global transport network. By 2029, we plan to build 5,000 kilometers of new railway lines. Kazakhstan has made the Sustainable Development Goals a core pillar of its national agenda, integrating their targets into state planning and budgeting. With the support of the United Nations Secretary General and partner states, Kazakhstan now hosts the new United Nations Regional Center for SDGs for Central Asia and Afghanistan in Almaty. Today, Central Asia is demonstrating a renewed sense of unity and mutual trust. It is emerging as a proactive contributor to international peace and progress. The Central Asian Five are strengthening cooperation, proving that regional solidarity can be a powerful force for development and security. This has enabled our region to engage key global partners in the unique Central Asia Plus dialogue format. Kazakhstan believes that inclusive development in Afghanistan is a basis for long-term regional peace and stability. We continue to support the Afghan people through humanitarian assistance and cooperation in trade, food security, infrastructure, and transport connectivity. Distinguished delegates, last year was the hottest year in human history, and Central Asia is warming at twice the global rate. The melting of glaciers in the Alatau Mountains is accelerating, multiplying threats to water and food security for millions. Kazakhstan has drawn profound lessons from the tragedy of the Aral Sea. Thanks to our consistent efforts, including at the international level, we succeeded in preserving the northern part of the sea. As the current chair of the International Fund for Saving the Aral Sea, Kazakhstan will continue to play a proactive role in this common priority. Meanwhile, the Caspian Sea is rapidly shrinking. It is no longer just a regional concern. It is a global warning signal. Therefore, we call for urgent steps to preserve the Caspian water resources with our partners across the region and the wider international community. Last year, Kazakhstan co-organized the One Water Summit with France, Saudi Arabia, and the World Bank. Looking forward, stronger coordination, investments, and sustainable solutions are urgently needed to prevent future water crises. to help advance this agenda. Kazakhstan will host a regional ecological summit in Astana in April next year, to be convened in partnership with the United Nations and other international organizations. As part of our broader environmental commitment, Kazakhstan is implementing a nationwide Clean Kazakhstan campaign. This national movement mobilizes millions of volunteers in cleanup actions, waste reduction, and eco-education. At this initiative of Kazakhstan, the United Nations declared 2026 the International Year of Volunteers for Sustainable Development. We invite all member states to collaborate on this important endeavor. In this spirit, I propose that the General Assembly adopt a resolution proclaiming April 22 as the International Day of Greening the Planet. Dear friends, Kazakhstan views artificial intelligence not as one more technological advancement, but as a major breakthrough that can be a true engine of human progress. Yet, as artificial intelligence accelerates, so do the related risks, specifically deepening technological, economic, and geopolitical divides. At the same time, we should not let ethical norms fall behind this rapid evolution. Pressing questions of fairness, accountability, and individual rights must be addressed with clarity and urgency. We must act collectively to ensure that every country can benefit from AI. Kazakhstan welcomes the establishment under UN auspices of the Global Dialogue on AI Governance. We stand ready to actively contribute to this platform to help ensure that AI remains safe, inclusive, and human-centered. In Kazakhstan, artificial intelligence will be integrated across all sectors of economy and public services. The basic infrastructure to deliver this plan is being built, and our bright young people are getting ready to turn this vision into reality. Our strategic goal is to transform Kazakhstan into a fully digital power within the next 3 years. Large-scale digitalization and widespread use of AI have become a national priority in Kazakhstan. E-government is an important pillar of our national development strategy. Around 90% of public services are already digitalized. Kazakhstan has recently launched its fastest national supercomputer ever. But AI and automation are expected to threaten jobs in many countries. That's why digital progress must go hand in hand with professional education. Therefore, Kazakhstan believes it is imperative not just to increase employment, but to valorize the technical professions. Ladies and gentlemen, amid global turbulence, Kazakhstan is pursuing a bold national renewal to build a truly just and fair state. Over the last 3 years, we have carried out large-scale political and economic reforms that are unprecedented in our part of the world. Through a national referendum, we introduced a single 7-year presidential term, thereby strengthening democratic accountability. We remain committed to the formula of strong president, influential parliament, and accountable government. Guided by strong wish to modernize Kazakhstan, I have proposed a single-chamber parliament for a national referendum to consider. Our objective is to continuously embrace the political system to make it more transparent, effective, and reflective of people's aspirations. At the heart of these reforms lies a clear principle: law and order must prevail. We believe that only governance rooted in common sense and the rule of law can ensure public order and protect the rights of all citizens. It creates good conditions for international investment, trade, cooperation, and more broadly, the dynamic development of our country. The interests of law-abiding people and decent citizens must always come first, maintained through justice, accountability, and mutual respect. Kazakhstan's economy is showing clear signs of sustainability and resilience. This year, economic growth is expected to exceed 6%, underscoring the sustainability of our economy as the largest in our part of the world. But we are not complacent. We will continue our efforts to ensure a long-term growth. Kazakhstan's energy strategy is based on 4 pillars: oil and gas, coal, uranium, and critical minerals. These precious assets are the basis of reliable energy partnerships. Climate change and the green agenda cannot be accepted by all countries that have huge deposits like coal, which nowadays can be cleaned up by advanced technologies. That's why we have committed to decarbonize our country in 35 years. Renewable energy is not the single solution to all energy problems. Agriculture is another driver of our development with huge potential for global markets. Kazakhstan's grain export capacity has amounted to 12 million tons, reaching a great number of international markets, creating new opportunities for trade expansion using enhanced transport connectivity. We will continue our cooperation with all major international partners and regional stakeholders to further diversify our external trade and economy, making it more inclusive and resilient. Excellencies, we will remain firmly on this path, deepening governance reforms at home while supporting global governance abroad. Kazakhstan will continue to serve as a bridge builder and peacemaker. It will also continue to choose balance over domination, cooperation over confrontation, and peace over war. We stand ready in cooperation with other players, stakeholders in the international community to renew the promise of the United Nations as a beacon of peace, justice, and cooperation. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, President of the 80th session of the UN General Assembly, United Nations Secretary General, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, and ladies and gentlemen. 80 years ago, the United Nations was established to save succeeding generations of humanity from the scourge of war and to build a peaceful, prosperous, and just world arising from the devastation brought about by global conflict. Through the UN Charter, the nations of the world pledge to uphold peace, development, and human rights, which would be underpinned by international law. Now more than ever, we are called upon to uphold the values and advance the purpose of the United Nations. We are also called upon to advance cooperation and solidarity between nations. We are called upon to promote multilateralism and safeguard the institutions that enable it. South Africa's engagement in the international sphere echoes our domestic imperatives of eradicating poverty, reducing unemployment, and addressing the root causes of inequality. Our foreign policy is guided not only by the needs of our people, but also those of the continent of Africa and the global South. Inspired by our own history, South Africa strives to maintain world peace and also the settlement of all international disputes through negotiation and dialogue and not through war. We therefore welcome the strong partnership between the African Union and the United Nations in promoting peace, security, and stability on the African continent. This year, South Africa is honored to preside over the G20. This is the first time that G20 Leaders Summit will be held on the African continent, the cradle of humanity. South Africa's G20 presidency is guided by the theme equality, solidarity, and sustainability. To give full meaning to our theme of equality, solidarity, and sustainability, we have invited the G20 countries to join us in prioritizing the following areas. Firstly, in discussion to strengthen disaster resilience and response by addressing the increasing frequency and impact of climate-induced natural disasters. Secondly, to ensure that we have debt sustainability for low-income countries by crafting innovative ways to support countries to have low levels of debt to maintain economic stability. Thirdly, to discuss how to mobilize finance for a just energy transition by encouraging investments in renewable energy and sustainable technologies without foregoing what we would call baseload energy sources. Fourthly, by harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development through the value addition processes, that is, beneficiation of these minerals at the source where the minerals are extracted to foster the development of communities where these minerals are found. These priorities reflect South Africa's commitment to addressing global challenges and promoting inclusive growth and sustainable development. Our country's G20 presidency is a significant opportunity for South Africa to advocate for Africa's development agenda and to amplify African voices in global economic governance for a continent that is irreversibly on the rise. As member states of the United Nations, we have all adopted the Sustainable Development Goals. However, many of these goals remain elusive. There are many reasons that hold many countries back from fulfilling and implementing these development goals. Some of these reasons are lack of sufficient financial resources that can finance the advance that these countries need to make to fulfill those goals. Many countries with developing economies, especially in Africa and the Global South, do not have adequate capital to finance their development goals. They are indebted and are paying much more on debt servicing than they do on health and education. In fact, these countries pay much more than countries in the North for their debt. Yet through global solidarity, by having fairer lending rules, especially for several of the Global South countries, we can achieve our shared commitment. Through the G20 process, we are working towards building consensus on how this problem can be tackled, including the reform of international financial institutions, particularly multilateral development banks, to better tackle global challenges that many countries face. The multilateral trading system needs to be reformed as we reconfirm that the World Trade Organization remains the only multilateral body that is capable of managing differences and coordinating positions in global trade. Trade is one of the most important instruments to mobilize domestic resources for development. It is concerning that geopolitical shocks and unprecedented trade policy volatility are destabilizing the global economy and jeopardizing a critical source of development finance. In fact, trade is now being used as a weapon against a number of countries in the world. We must redouble our efforts to strengthen the link between trade and development. Unilateral trade practices and economic cohesion have a detrimental impact on many nations. This includes the economic embargo against Cuba, which has caused untold damage to the country's economy over the years. This unfair embargo must be lifted, and we want it lifted sooner rather than later. In the midst of global trade uncertainty, the African continent is providing a pragmatic example of constructive collaboration and cooperation by using the African Continental Free Trade Area as an engine for sustainable growth and development. This will, with commitment, become the central pillar of economic cooperation and integration for our continent. As part of the effort to build more inclusive economies, South Africa's G20 presidency has launched an extraordinary committee of independent experts on global wealth inequality. This committee, chaired by Professor Joseph Stiglitz, a Nobel laureate, will deliver the first ever report on global inequality to G20 leaders when they meet in November in Johannesburg in South Africa. Climate change is an existential threat. We are facing future generations by our inability to reduce global warming. Climate change is reversing economic growth and development gains in many countries, especially in the global south. Although Africa carries the least responsibility for climate change, many countries on the continent of Africa experience much of its harshest effects. Extreme weather events like floods and droughts are driving food insecurity, displacing populations, causing damage to infrastructure, and leading to the unnecessary loss of livelihoods. Member states must honor their undertakings and commitments in line with the guiding principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. The Secretary General recently reported that global military expenditure has reached historic highs, just as the world is falling behind on its core development promises. We are building weapons when we should be building social infrastructure that advance the lives of our people. We are fighting wars that cause death and destruction when we should be fighting poverty and developing the livelihoods of vulnerable people. We must act decisively to silence all the guns everywhere to realize the goal of sustainable development and global peace. And I do believe that this is an objective that is possible to reach. As we commemorate the 80th anniversary of the UN, the relevance of this institution and various multilateral processes for the maintenance of international peace and security is being willfully undermined. There is an increasing reliance on unilateral military action in contravention of international law. The United Nations Security Council has proven to be ineffective in its current form and composition in carrying out its charter mandate to maintain international peace and security. South Africa remains deeply concerned by the erosion of the credibility of the Security Council and its failures to ensure accountability and uphold international law. As the security and humanitarian situations in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Sudan, Gaza, and elsewhere deteriorate, it is a matter of great concern that there are countries that continue to violate international law and also defy the United Nations resolutions and rulings, also from bodies like the International Court of Justice. The establishment of the Hague Group and the Madrid Group aim to reaffirm the primacy of international law, promoting accountability and ensuring support for a just peace. We cannot and should not accept that members of this organization continue willfully to violate without consequence the charter that we have all agreed to uphold. Therefore, as nations that have pledged to uphold the UN Charter, we have the ultimate responsibility to ensure and protect the rights of the Palestinian people to self-determination, consistent with the case that South Africa brought before the International Court of Justice. There is growing global consensus. There is growing global consensus that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. Just last week, the United Nations Independent International Commission of Inquiry found that Israel is responsible for the commission of genocide in Gaza. As Palestinians continue to face genocide and famine, we have a duty to act. South Africa has acted in the interest of saving lives by insisting that the International Court of Justice should make a ruling that indeed genocide is being committed in Gaza and that it should stop. And we stand here to say it must stop. We welcome the historic high-level meeting held yesterday on the two-state solution yesterday in this very chamber. This reflects the determination of the global majority, a global majority that now stands at 142 and more countries, that Palestinians deserve a peaceful state alongside a peaceful Israel. Many nations in the world are calling for that, and that is the voice that we believe that Israel should heed, and those powerful nations that can make a two-state solution viable and possible and implementable should act in that regard. The long overdue announcement by increasing number of countries to recognize the state of Palestine is testament to this determination. We have a responsibility as the member states of the United Nations to reaffirm the right also of self-determination of the people of Western Sahara. The very first resolution of the United Nations General Assembly in January of 1946 called for the elimination of atomic weapons. The resolution was passed shortly after the catastrophic use of atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki that killed thousands of people. Decades later, we have not made significant progress in the fulfillment of the commitment to nuclear disarmament. In 2026, next year, South Africa will be presiding over the first review conference of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. This treaty reaffirms that there is no greater assurance of non-proliferation than the complete prohibition of nuclear weapons. I was glad to hear that a number of leaders stood here to speak against nuclear weapons and the use thereof. This year we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action as a roadmap for the achievement of gender equality, the empowerment of the women and girls of the world. South Africa reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the empowerment of women and their full, equal, and meaningful participation in all spheres of life. Yes, we would support also the election of a female Secretary General of the United Nations. The Beijing conference milestone reminds us of our shared responsibility to advance human rights, dignity, and justice for all. We are all equal, men and women, and there is no reason that we continue to hold the women of the world backwards. The right to development must be central to the policies and operational activities of the United Nations and its specialized agencies, programs, as well as funds. It must be at the core of the policies and strategies of the international financial and multilateral trading systems, As we celebrate 80 years of the United Nations, we must seize the opportunity to build a better United Nations for the next 80 years. What is needed now is a stronger and more capable United Nations, a United Nations that is based on the renewed commitment to its founding principles. We must invigorate the negotiations on the Security Council reform at the intergovernmental negotiations in the General Assembly, including by initiating text-based negotiations. The Security Council must be accountable. It must also be representative. It must be democratic and effective in executing its mandate. We can no longer accept that a large portion of the world's population is not represented in the United Nations Security Council. My own continent, Africa, home to 1.4 billion people, as well as South America, are not represented in the United Nations Security Council. This is unjust, this is unacceptable, and it must end. We want representation in the Security Council. We look forward to working with the Secretary General on the UN 80 initiative to ensure that our organization works more effectively and efficiently. Mandates given by member states must be implemented, and the necessary structural changes and program realignment must be implemented across the UN system. In the face of the decrease in funding to the United Nations to fulfill its mandate, the UN 80 initiative is important to maintain the integrity of the multilateral system and to uphold international law. Lastly, I am reminded that our collective membership of the United Nations is our shared humanity in action. The United Nations at 80 compels us to reflect on our collective achievements and to chart a way forward, building an organization that is able to address our common challenges. We must rise to the occasion and do our utmost together to ensure the political, economic, and social freedom of all humanity. We must reaffirm that freedom is indivisible and that the denial of the rights of one person diminishes the freedom of all of us. We must reaffirm the equal dignity and worth of every person and must therefore leave no one behind and no country behind. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of South Africa. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Shavkat Mirziyoyev, President of the Republic of Uzbekistan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Distinguished Madam President, distinguished Secretary General, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen. I am truly delighted to extend my congratulations to you with the 80th anniversary session of the United Nations General Assembly. Our meeting today is taking place in a complex, rapidly changing global situation that calls for new approaches to the work of our organization and its future. Today, across the world, the role and place of international institutions are weakening. Confrontations, conflicts, and wars are intensifying. Technological and social inequality is increasing. An economic and humanitarian crisis are deepening. All of this is creating an entirely new and unsettling geopolitical reality. We highly commend the efforts of His Excellency Secretary General Antonio Guterres aimed at maintaining our organization as a main platform for the peaceful resolution of the most difficult and pressing global issues. In this regard, we fully support the UNAT initiative and reaffirm our strong commitment to the Pact for the Future. We support the transformation of the United Nations Security Council and the expansion of its membership in order to effectively address current threats and challenges and protect the interests of the developing countries. Distinguished participants of the session, we are pursuing a policy to build a democratic, law-governed, social, and secular new Uzbekistan in full alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals. To this end, we are consistently continuing our irreversible reforms. Our top priority goal is to fundamentally transform the lives of each and every family and citizen in our country to enhance human dignity and well-being. In recent years, we have managed to reduce the poverty rate in Uzbekistan from 35% to 6.6%. We have achieved this result primarily through the transformation of the education and science sector, establishment of innovative industries and high-tech manufacturing enterprises, modernization of green energy and transport infrastructure, comprehensive development of small businesses, and as a result, the creation of millions of jobs. In our country, preschool education coverage has increased from 27% to 78%, while the higher education uptake among our youth has risen from 9% to 42%. Most importantly, we consider enhancing the prestige of the teaching profession as a key issue. In order to create a single international platform for the exchange of teachers' experience and knowledge, we propose to hold a World Summit on Professional Education in Uzbekistan. We are also creating an advanced healthcare system in our country. We invite all our foreign partners to participate in a high-level event dedicated to the fight against childhood cancer and other serious diseases, which will be held tomorrow at our initiative at the United Nations headquarters. Another important area is gender policy. We aim to further strengthen the role of women in social, political, and business life of our country. We advocate for holding the Asian Women's Forum on a regular basis in our region, turning it into a permanent platform. I would like to emphasize once again, we remain committed to our obligations in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. By the year 2030, we intend to join the ranks of upper middle income countries. To this end, we will consistently continue our open and pragmatic policy. Ladies and gentlemen, 8 years ago, from this esteemed podium, we declared our firm determination to transform Central Asia into a region of peace, good neighborliness, and partnership. Today, we can confidently declare that we have achieved this strategic goal. The era of closed borders, unresolved disputes, and conflicts is in the past. In recent years, the volume of mutual trade, investments, and transportation of goods in our region has increased fivefold. We are implementing joint investment funds, cross-border trade, and industrial cooperation zones, and major infrastructure projects. We also recognize as a common achievement that the consultative meeting of the heads of the state of Central Asia have become an effective mechanism for deepening regional integration. I can confidently affirm that as of now, we are at the beginning stage of the forming a new Central Asia. Our region, thanks to its unity, stability, and distinct identity, is steadily securing a stronger position in the system of international relations as an independent actor. In order to achieve our goals, we intend to give top priority to expanding mutually beneficial ties with all our foreign partners. In this regard, together with UN structures, we propose to implement a number of new projects and programs in our region. In particular, we propose holding an international forum under the auspices of ECOSOC and UNCTAD, dedicated to the economic development of the Central Asian states, establishing a regional hub for green technologies in industry jointly with UNIDO, adopting program on the rational use of water resources, the creation of green spaces, and the achievement of demographic resilience in our region. In addition, we propose the adoption of UN General Assembly resolution supporting the efforts of the Central Asian countries aimed at deepening regional partnership and economic integration. Distinguished heads of delegations, speaking about global and regional security and sustainable development, it is impossible to overlook the issue of Afghanistan. Supporting the aspirations of Afghan people for a peaceful and stable life requires the united efforts of the international community. I would like to emphasize that it is of utmost importance to prevent this country's isolation. We intend to implement large-scale economic and infrastructure projects in that country. We propose to adopt a dedicated UN resolution on the development of transport and energy corridors of international significance through the territory of Afghanistan. At the same time, we cannot turn a blind eye to the deeply worsening humanitarian crisis in the Gaza Strip. We call for an immediate cessation of hostility and the continuation of political negotiations. In line with the UN resolutions, we remain steadfast supporters of the two-state solution principle. We are also deeply concerned by the situation around Ukraine. We welcome the start of the high-level dialogue aimed at resolving the crisis through diplomatic means. Distinguished participants of the event, effective measures are being undertaken to implement the global counterterrorism strategy in Central Asia. In cooperation with the UN Office of Counterterrorism, a regional council on rehabilitation and reintegration was established. We propose to transform this council into an international competence center. This very body will serve as an important platform for exchanging experiences on adapting to peaceful life for those repatriated from conflict zones. Furthermore, we stand ready to provide all the necessary conditions for the establishment of the Regional Office of Counterterrorism in Uzbekistan. Dear ladies and gentlemen, in today's world full of threats, we are witnessing how vulnerable the global transport system is. These challenges primarily have a negative impact on the stability of landlocked developing countries. It is of utmost importance to ensure the security of international transit corridors and to establish efficient logistics networks. In this regard, we believe the time has come to introduce a global mechanism on strengthening transport connectivity to achieve sustainable development goals. I would also like to draw special attention to the increasingly acute challenges of climate change. For instance, the consequences of the RLC desiccation must remain at the constant focus of the international community. We are consistently continuing our work to restore the RLC ecosystem. In recent years, salt-tolerant desert plants have been planted on 2 million hectares of the dry seabed of RLC. By the year 2030, green cover will be created on 80% of this area. Another serious issue is the water scarcity. As of now, more than 2 billion people in the world do not have access to clean drinking water. We are planning to hold a World Forum on water saving in our country. The outcomes of this conference are expected to recognize the water crisis as a serious threat to sustainable development. We intend to adopt a special roadmap for the wide introduction of innovation technologies in a global level. Another adverse consequence of climate change is the intensifying trend of climate migration. Unfortunately, clear international mechanisms and the legal framework in this direction have not yet been created. We advocate for the adoption of the Global Pact for a broad international partnership and coordinated policy on this serious issue. Dear participants of the meeting, it is of great importance to prevent inequalities in digital development and the use of artificial intelligence between countries. We propose to create an international cooperation mechanism aimed at the gratis exchange of practical solutions and models of artificial intelligence in healthcare, education, and culture. I would like to emphasize another priority issue. Our future, the destiny, and the prosperity of the world are in the hands of the younger generation. It is our urgent task to instill in the hearts and minds of our sons and daughters the most noble ideas, such as peace, humanism, and friendship, mutual trust, and respect. In this regard, we put forward the proposal to establish the World Youth Movement for Peace and to locate its headquarters in Uzbekistan. We are consistently implementing a policy of tolerance in our society. At the same time, we will actively continue our efforts to deeply study the ideas of Islamic enlightenment and promote them to the world. In the coming months, we will open the Center of Islamic Civilization, which is unique for our wider region. We intend to hold a special presentation at the United Nations of the rich spiritual and scientific heritage of our great ancestors, thinkers and scholars such as Imam Bukhari, Imam Tirmizi, and Imam Maturidi. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the new Uzbekistan is a supporter of mutual solidarity, open dialogue, and close partnership with all countries. We are always ready to contribute to strengthening dialogue among peoples, cultures, and civilizations, and to achieving universal human goals. I thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The next plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will be held immediately following the adjournment of this meeting. The meeting is adjourned. The fifth plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Hurel Suk Ukna, President of Mongolia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I wish to extend my sincere congratulations to Ms. Annalena Baerbock on assuming the important role of the President of the General Assembly at this historic moment marking the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, and my best wishes for a successful session. 8 centuries ago, the great Chinggis Khan established the Great Mongolian Empire, bringing together the West and the East under the rule of justice and principled statecraft. Spanning the vast expanse of Eurasia, the Pax Mongolica era heralded a period of remarkable progress and flourishing for humankind. The Pax Mongolica embodied progressive ideals that form the basis of today's collective efforts to maintain global peace and stability. Then, 8 decades ago, when the dust and ashes of the World War had not cleared yet and humanity had not healed yet from fear and anxiety, the United Nations, a great family of nations, rose to prominence as a guarantor of world peace and security and a sanctuary of hope and trust. Since its establishment, the United Nations has illuminated humanity's path, serving as a steadfast beacon of hope and trust for nations to maintain peaceful coexistence and share a prosperous future. In today's volatile and challenging international environment, we welcome Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights as the theme for the 80th session of the General Assembly and the general debate. Indeed, this theme calls upon us to assess and reflect upon the United Nations' achievements and challenges over the past 80 years, further strengthen its work in accordance with the United Nations Charter and the principles of international law, and combine our collective voices and efforts in pursuit of concrete and tangible outcomes. Distinguished delegates, Mongolia has consistently upheld the United Nations Charter and universally recognized principles and norms of international law, respecting the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of all states, resolving disputes by peaceful means, respecting human rights and freedoms, and fostering equal and mutually beneficial cooperation. Since becoming a full-fledged member of the United Nations in 1961, Mongolia has steadfastly supported the organization's efforts to strengthen international peace and security. It has demonstrated its enduring commitments to disarmament and non-proliferation and declared its territories nuclear weapon-free status. Furthermore, Mongolia has actively collaborated with the United Nations at all levels, including establishing a dialogue mechanism in Northeast Asia, participating in the United Nations peacekeeping operations, and putting forward various proposals and initiatives in the areas of socio-economic development, environment, and climate change to advance the implementation of development policy and goals. During his visit to Mongolia in 2022, United Nations Secretary-General Mr. Antonio Guterres described our nation as a symbol of peace in a troubled world. It is a profound recognition of Mongolia's humble contributions and dedication to the work of the United Nations and its enduring commitment to the cause of peace. Over the past 23 years, Mongolia has continuously deployed personnel from its armed forces to United Nations peacekeeping operations, making a meaningful contribution to global and regional peace and security. During this period, Mongolia has deployed more than 23,000 peacekeepers to 16 United Nations peacekeeping missions and consistently ranked among the top 20 troop and police contributing countries out of more than 120 member states. As we mark the 25th anniversary of UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security, it is a pleasure to announce that through the steady increase in the deployment of female military personnel, the proportion of women peacekeepers from Mongolia has reached 14% in 2025. Mongolia will continue to extend its unwavering support to the United Nations in its efforts to maintain international peace and security, and it remains committed to contributing to peacekeeping operations. Distinguished delegates, at this critical juncture, with only 5 years remaining until the 2030 agenda deadline, global progress toward achieving the Sustainable Development Goals stands at the mere 17%. According to the Sustainable Development Report 2025, Mongolia's implementation of the SDGs has reached 66.7%, ranking it 14th in the United Nations Multilateralism Index. This is a testament to our decades-long efforts and a worthy achievement. I want to acknowledge the tremendous efforts of the international community and all member states in advancing the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. We welcome the outcomes of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, held recently in Seville, Spain, where a broad consensus was reached on the crucial role of financing in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. We also appreciate that the conference agreed to increase the engagement of developing countries and take comprehensive actions aimed at reforming the current international financial architecture. Within the framework of implementing the Seville commitment adopted at the conference, it is essential to direct international development cooperation towards supporting the most vulnerable groups and addressing their challenges. It is my pleasure to note that Mongolia has been playing an active role within the United Nations in advocating the interests of landlocked developing countries, in raising awareness of their special needs and unique circumstances, and closely collaborating with them to ensure their voices are heard on the global stage. The 3rd United Nations Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries convened in August in Turkmenistan and adopted the Avaza Program of Action for 2024 and 2034. Landlocked developing countries have long faced trade and economic development challenges due to their geographic location. Member states have committed to implementing the program to advance the development of landlocked developing countries over the next decade and bring positive improvements to the livelihoods of more than 600 million people living in these countries. To ensure the effective implementation of the Avaza Program of Action, it is crucial for landlocked developing countries to align their national development plans with the program while mobilizing all available resources to strengthen regional integration and cooperation. Furthermore, we call upon the international community, financial institutions, and development partners to provide concrete support and cooperation with landlocked developing countries. distinguished delegates, Mother Earth is our one and only home. However, as a result of humanity's careless behavior towards the environment, Mother Earth, with her very existence under threat, is sending a distress call like a patient in critical condition. If we do not take resolute action to preserve our Mother Earth now, she will inevitably find her own way to survive, with or without us. Since ancient times, we Mongols have believed that all beneath the sky is alive. We have revered mountains, rivers, plants, and animals, understanding that the harmony of the earth and the living world is inseparably intertwined with humanity's inner life and conscious actions. 2 millennia ago, the great Han Modon of the Huns, the Mongols' ancestors, proclaimed that the very foundation of the state is the land. Thus, UNESCO recognized this time-honored tradition of revering nature by inscribing the Mongolian traditional ritual of worshipping sacred sites on the last of the intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding. We Mongols are a people blessed with the beautiful tradition of living in harmony with Mother Nature, preserving her pristine purity and nurturing our children from an early age with the mindset and spirit to cherish her. Accordingly, the United Nations General Assembly resolution entitled 800 Years of Mongolian Statehood, adopted in 2005, highly appreciated the contribution of Mongols to humankind's history and recognized the ever-increasing significance and relevance of a culture of living in harmony with nature, which is inherent in nomadic civilization in today's world. Today, we are committed to sharing our cultural heritage and traditional knowledge, rooted in a profound respect for living in harmony with nature, with the international community, as a valuable contribution to building resilience and enhancing adaptation to climate change. In 2026, Mongolia will host the 17th session of the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification and observe the International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists. In this spirit, our country, in partnership with the United Nations, spearheads the International 10-Year Rangeland Flagship Initiative. We warmly invite you to join us in supporting and collaborating on this important endeavor. Mongolian people say, the source of life is water, and the source of water is tree. Access to safe drinking water is declining worldwide, with 3.6 billion people currently affected by water scarcity. Therefore, it is imperative for countries to implement integrated management of land and water resources in a coordinated manner and to place special emphasis on preventing water scarcity. I cordially invite you all to participate at the highest level with broad participation in the 17th session of the Conference of the Party to the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, scheduled from August 17 to 28, 2026 in Ulaanbaatar. This conference seeks comprehensive solutions to adapt to climate change, protect and enhance water resources, and combat desertification and land degradation. Distinguished delegates, from the moment of birth, we Mongols have grown up on horseback, carrying our glory across the world on noble steeds and contributing to the writing of humanity's proud and enduring history. We Mongols are a nation steeped in a unique cultural heritage. We honor our noble horse in our state emblem, craft our state flag with the mane and tail hair of our swift steeds, and the souls of people around the world are spellbound by the haunting melody of horse fiddle known as the morning whore. Since ancient times, horses have been integral to human livelihoods, culture, and civilization. With the goal of preserving and safeguarding cultural heritage and traditions associated with horses and highlighting their enduring role in humankind's livelihoods, Mongolia proposed a resolution to designate July 11th as World Horse Day. This resolution was adopted during the plenary meeting of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly on June 3, 2025. On this occasion, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude on behalf of the horse-loving people of Mongolia to all UN member states for their support in adopting this resolution to designate and observe World Horse Day on the day of Mongolia's National Nadam Festival, which is also inscribed on UNESCO's representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Distinguished delegates, this year, countries around the world are assessing the progress made over the past 30 years since the adoption of the Copenhagen Declaration on Social Development and the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. Mongolia has undertaken a broad range of policies and activities to advance the social development goals outlined in these milestone documents, related legal frameworks, and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. These efforts have focused on poverty reduction, promoting social equality and inclusion, supporting families, children, and youth, and protecting the rights of the elderly and persons with disabilities. Among these efforts, the state policy on gender equality aims to ensure equal rights, opportunities, and treatment for both men and women while actively preventing and eliminating gender-based discrimination. Notably, Mongolia has greatly prioritized advancing gender equality and increasing women's participation in decision-making, with women now making up 25% of our parliament. We are pleased to underscore that, according to the Global Gender Gap Report 2025 by the World Economic Forum, Mongolia ranked 65th globally, improving by 20 places from the previous year and securing 5th place in the Asia-Pacific region. In recent years, Mongolia has regularly hosted international events dedicated to women and gender equality, including the International Conference on Strengthening the Role of Women in Peacekeeping in 2022, the Female Foreign Ministers Meeting in 2023, and the World Women's Forum in 2024 in cooperation with the United Nations. Last month, we successfully hosted the World Women Entrepreneurs Forum under the theme Inspire, Impact, Invest in Ulaanbaatar. I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all countries that supported and participated in the forum. Mongolia will continue to serve as a strong bridge of partnership, cooperation, and solidarity in advancing women's leadership and participation at all levels of social and political life. Distinguished delegates, the ancient Greek philosopher Heraclitus once said, "The only constant in life is change." Supported by its member states, successive UN leadership have consistently pursued reforms to refine the organization's structure and operations across all aspects. In this context, Mongolia welcomes and supports the UN 80 initiative that the United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres presented. We are confident that ensuring gender equality in senior leadership positions within the United Nations will undoubtedly have a positive impact on fostering more transparent, balanced, and inclusive decision-making processes. Therefore, we support initiatives to nominate women candidates for the UN Secretary-General and the Rotation for Equality initiative, which calls for gender rotation in the UN General Assembly President's position. Furthermore, Mongolia upholds and implements the principles of the UN Charter and universally recognized norms of international law, actively contributing to strengthening the UN-centered multilateral system. Mongolia reaffirms its commitment to the UN reform, particularly of the Security Council, to ensure it reflects current realities and embodies equitable and fair representation, inclusivity, transparency, effectiveness, democracy, and accountability. In an era defined by escalating conflicts, rising walls of distrust, and deepening divisions, it is more vital than ever to foster international relations grounded not merely in multipolarity, but on multi-pillar principles that honor each nation's history, culture, civilization, national interests, and unique development paths. The United Nations was established 80 years ago with the noble goals of saving humanity from the scourge of war and maintaining international peace and security. The United Nations, the cornerstone for the peaceful and harmonious coexistence among nations, must be reinforced and empowered through strong multipolar principles that ensure equal rights and balanced influence. Therefore, let us reflect solemnly on whether the mission entrusted to the United Nations 8 decades ago has been fully realized, and let all member states join hands in a shared commitment to revitalize the organization into a powerful institution strong enough to usher in Pax Globalica, a lasting world peace, by embodying the ideals of the Pax Mongolica, which laid the foundation for peaceful coexistence among nations and human progress 8 centuries ago. At this pivotal moment, as we commemorate the historic 80th anniversary of the United Nations, I would like to emphasize the growing importance of its role in fostering mutual understanding, trust, and respect among nations, as well as in advancing peace, stability, development, and the vision of a world free from war. Mongolia has consistently pursued a peace-loving and multipolar foreign policy, made tangible contributions to international peace and sustainable development, and remains committed to fulfilling this responsibility with honor. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you all on the momentous occasion of the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. May the eternal blue sky bless us with peace throughout the world. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Mongolia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Sardar Bardi Muhammadov, President of Turkmenistan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Distinguished Mr. President, distinguished heads and members of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, allow me to congratulate you on the opening of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly and to wish you a productive session. I would like to congratulate Ms. Annalena Baerbock on her election as President of the General Assembly and wish her every success. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to Ambassador Philemon Yang for his skillful and effective leadership of the General Assembly during the previous session. Distinguished participants, the current state of global affairs, as well as the nature and trends of political, economic, and social processes, objectively require a decisive shift towards coordinated interaction among states and international organizations in order to achieve our shared overarching goal, the maintenance of peace and security, the creation of conditions for further progressive development, and the preservation of the legal foundations underpinning the modern world order. It is precisely from this standpoint that Turkmenistan views the main objectives of the 80th session of the General Assembly, placing great hopes in its role in shaping a robust, balanced, and secure global architecture. A key area of Turkmenistan's cooperation with the United Nations is ensuring international peace and security. Recognizing its responsibility as a permanently neutral state, Turkmenistan stands ready to take further practical steps to foster an atmosphere of cooperation, mutual understanding, and respectful dialogue. These are the principal defining conditions for ensuring stability and sustainable development at the global and regional levels. We are convinced that one of the most effective mechanisms for advancing and achieving these goals today is the practical application of the principle of neutrality. In this regard, Turkmenistan has initiated the inclusion of a separate item on the agenda of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, entitled Neutrality for Peace and Security. We deem this important in light of the growing recognition by the international community of the significance of neutrality, as well as the awareness of its potential and utility in the context of the UN's peace-building strategy. In line with this, during this session, Turkmenistan will propose a draft resolution entitled The Role and Importance of the Policy of Neutrality in Maintaining and Strengthening International Peace, Security, and the Process of Sustainable Development. As you are well aware, this year has been proclaimed by the General Assembly the International Year of Peace and Trust on the initiative of Turkmenistan. This landmark event coincides with the anniversary of the establishment of the United Nations. In December this year, Turkmenistan will host a major high-level international forum on the Year of Peace and Trust. We see this as a tangible contribution to achieving the strategic goals of the United Nations, and we look forward to broad and representative international participation. We believe that harmonizing national approaches to global development trends, as well as to establishing and strengthening trust and mutual understanding, should be systematic and consistent. In this regard, Turkmenistan is seeking to initiate the convening of a World Summit on a Culture of Peace and Trust. One of the key objectives of this summit would be to develop a global code of international trust. This would serve as a universal foundation for building relations between states based on the respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, as well as on cooperation and joint efforts to address global problems. We believe that ensuring universal peace and mutual understanding is inseparable from the civilizational aspects of modern development and from the need to preserve and foster cultural and spiritual ties. In this context, Central Asia, which for centuries has played a clear role as a bridge spanning the civilizations of East and West, is now called upon to revive its historic mission to become a space for dialogue, cooperation, and the convergence of values and worldviews. Therefore, during this session, Turkmenistan will propose, in cooperation with the United Nations, an international forum to be held entitled Central Asia, a Space of Peaceful Coexistence. Countries of the region will participate, as well as other interested states and international institutions. Turkmenistan will also submit a draft resolution to the General Assembly on proclaiming an International Day of Mediation. This would emphasize the importance of diplomacy and neutral platforms in preventing and resolving conflicts. One of our country's priorities remains our active involvement in implementing the Sustainable Development Goals and in strengthening cooperation in key areas such as transport and energy. As Turkmenistan is one of the centers of multilateral dialogue on these issues, we will continue to contribute to establishing a fair, balanced, and inclusive international development system. During this session, Turkmenistan will initiate the proclamation of a United Nations Decade for Sustainable Transport for the period 2026-2035 and will submit the relevant draft resolution. We are convinced that this will help to consolidate the efforts of the international community in developing transport corridors, enhancing their sustainability and ensuring accessibility for all countries. Our country will also submit a draft resolution to the General Assembly entitled "The Key Role of Reliable and Stable Energy Connectivity in Ensuring Sustainable Development." At present, one of the priority issues on the development agenda is the digital transformation. We are convinced that this transformation must be balanced. It must reflect the realities and legitimate interests of all states, including the developing world, and also must be free from politicization and bias. In this regard, Turkmenistan intends to put forward an initiative to establish a world platform on digital integration. This is to be based on the principles of equality, trust, and on preventing the use of information and communication technologies to harm peace, security, and sustainable development. During the 80th session, Turkmenistan will continue its work on environmental and climate issues. It will strive for them to be taken into consideration systematically, as they are basic components of ensuring security, and we will advocate for the establishment of multilateral mechanisms to monitor and respond to climate, environmental, and man-made disasters. Turkmenistan will seek to bring about a regional center to combat desertification for Central Asian countries. It is our belief that the establishment of such a center would contribute to building regional capacity, to strengthening cooperation in the field of environmental protection, and would also make a significant contribution to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly in combating climate change and protecting land-based ecosystems. Our country will promote the Caspian Environmental Initiative, proposed at the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, which is intended to become an international platform to preserve the Caspian Sea ecosystem. An important step in this direction is the Caspian Environmental Forum, which we propose holding in 2026. We are convinced that now it is especially important to strengthen the role of the UN in fostering broad humanitarian cooperation, in promoting rapprochement and mutual understanding among peoples, and in overcoming value and spiritual barriers, as well as engaging effective channels of cultural diplomacy. To develop intercultural dialogue and to lend practical support to General Assembly resolutions on multilingualism in international relations, we are proposing proclaiming an International Day of Multilingual Diplomacy as well. Distinguished heads and members of delegations, all of Turkmenistan's international initiatives and actions are always measured against and aligned with the UN Charter and its founding documents, as well as with its long-term goals. It is no coincidence that we always emphasize that cooperation with the UN is a strategic priority for Turkmenistan. We say this with a conviction that the UN is the only international organization endowed with universal legitimacy. In this regard, it must remain the guarantor of peace and development, and be the backbone of global security and stability. Turkmenistan will continue to advocate consistently for strengthening the central role of the UN in international affairs. We consider strengthening the primacy of international law and in improving the international legal framework and increasing the effectiveness of the implementation of UN conventions, treaties, agreements, and other multilateral documents as key factors in this regard. In this context, Turkmenistan is initiating the proclamation of the Year of International Law in 2028. This will become an important step in strengthening the international legal foundations of peace and cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, this session holds special significance for Turkmenistan. 30 years ago, within these very walls, the United Nations General Assembly unanimously adopted the resolution on the permanent neutrality of Turkmenistan. For our country, this was a momentous, historic event. In essence, it determined the entire subsequent course of Turkmenistan's foreign and international policy. International recognition of our neutrality also contributed to boosting the country's domestic development by providing favourable external conditions for this. I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the people of Turkmenistan to express my gratitude to the United Nations member states and the entire international community for the decision adopted in December 1995 to recognise the permanent neutrality of Turkmenistan, a decision reaffirmed by 2 subsequent UN General Assembly resolutions. Turkmenistan will always remember the trust placed in it and will steadfastly and unswervingly uphold its international commitments. Once again, I would like to congratulate all delegations on the opening of the 80th anniversary session of the United Nations General Assembly and wish you every success in strengthening our cooperation and mutual understanding. Thank you very much indeed.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Turkmenistan. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gabriel Boric Font, President of the Republic of Chile. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Distinguished President, members of the United Nations General Assembly, guests, peoples of the world, residents of New York. 80 years have elapsed since the creation of the United Nations. 80 years have also elapsed since Gabriela Mistral, a Chilean woman who came from the Elqui Valley, won the Nobel Literature Prize. Her voice as a poet, a teacher, as a diplomat continues to ring out in our homeland and across the world. And it was precisely here in New York in 1955 that the Chilean ambassador, José Massa, conveyed a message about human rights that was written by Gabriela Mistral. That message said, "I would be happy if our noble strength, our noble struggle to obtain human rights was taken up faithfully and loyally by all nations of the world. This triumph would be the greatest we could achieve in our time." We have we notched up that victory? Have we triumphed in that way? The answer is categorical no. And the fact is, at this stage, I don't really know what to say about Gaza, because many people have said everything already at this podium and at others, but there are our words and those that may be spoken by anyone, but regardless, we still have the fact that innocent people have lost their lives. We still have the empty stares of those suffering. In 2025, thousands of innocent people have lost their lives simply on the grounds of being Palestinian. 80 years ago, the same thing happens. Millions lost their lives simply for being Jewish. Instead of talking about figures, issuing condemnations or demands, as we tend to within these walls, instead of that, I want to talk about humankind. Humanity. Gaza is a global crisis because it is a crisis of humanity. And in this chamber, And for those who are listening to us in their homes, within their delegations, in their various countries, all of us are human beings. That's what I'd like to say. So when under the rubble, we have children, boys and girls, lying under that rubble, there is genuine pain and grief in our homeland in Chile. And I know that that pain is shared by the vast majority of the world's nations. And one of the problems we face as humankind is that often pain engenders hatred. But we must face up to pain and that fact and combat hatred with all of our strength. We must transform our desires to hate into a desire for justice. We can't make any concessions to violence. I don't want to see Netanyahu destroyed by a missile side by side with his family. I want to see Netanyahu and those responsible for the genocide against the Palestinian people brought to the ICJ and other international courts. In another context, looking elsewhere, the war in Ukraine is also an affront to us. It causes us pain. But some people might ask themselves, what's that got to do with Chile? What's happening in Ukraine got to do with Chile? They're so far apart, we don't understand their language. Some people level those arguments against us and our homelands. We say back to them that we have to see ourselves in the people in Palestine that are searching for food. We have to identify and stand in the shoes of the kidnapped children that have been taken away by Russia. We're all human beings, and one of the reasons we come here and meet today together is that we perhaps continue to have faith in humankind. That's principally what brings us here. Our hearts cannot cease to be moved by pain, and we cannot cease to be moved by the needs of others like ourselves. It's for that reason that we have set down rules which are steps forward for civilizations, and they come from the lessons we've learned from the major challenges we've affronted as humankind. And these rules, we should say this loud and clear from this rostrum and take action here. These principles, these values are not being respected. Let's say that loud and clear. It's not okay to invite people to negotiate, to invite a neutral country to negotiate and then assassinate someone that's helping negotiations. That's what happens with Qatar. We can't bomb the nuclear facilities of another country. We can't invade countries like Iraq, saying that there are weapons of mass destruction that don't exist. That's not okay. It's not okay to invade a sovereign country like Ukraine and then impose negotiations on those people. And we all seem to resign ourselves to the fact that that's going on, as was recalled by the French writer Albert Camus when he talked about the experience of the Second World War. If we don't believe in anything, if nothing makes sense, and we can't invoke any values, well, in that case, everything is allowed. There's no good, no evil, and nothing is important. So, if we were to accept that reasoning, we'd have to admit that reason stands on the side of the successful party and no one else. And the rule which we use to assess humankind, the yardstick, would simply be effectiveness. So, in other words, the law of might is right. I want to say to you that ultimately this way of reasoning is the justification of killing. In a world where that occurs, the life of a woman, a man, or their children will always depend on fate or some whims of good or evil, arbitrary decisions. In a world like that, all of those that live without condemning hatred with all of their might are as guilty of homicide as the person dropping a bomb or pulling a trigger. Particularly if you have the voice and the power to say enough, as we do, as all the leaders that we are in this room, we have, with that in mind, greater responsibility. we refuse to rule in favour of those who have might or money, and we say that we're labelled as utopian, nursing pipe dreams. But what is history if not a continued utopian voyage? There will be people who simply want to do things that produce short-term results, but in general terms, shortcuts lead us to the edge of precipices, to the abyss. And the fact is, we don't need to be successful in the way we understand success today in the Western world to continue fighting for a fairer world, because we know that what we have together has allowed us to change the world, to make it more just, have more loyalty, more solidarity, more inclusion. We've done that. So, distinguished delegates, when we are invited to submit, to bow down, when it is said that intelligence is somehow irrelevant, when people want to show us that you can lie to get an advantage, to get ahead, we want to say no. We're not giving way to cunning trickery, violence or passivity. Let us say no to all of that. I can and I must respect the person who likes blue more than red, someone who is of a faith that's not my own, the person who thinks it's better to increase or reduce taxes according to the circumstances. Ultimately, I can and I must respect diversity of opinion. But at the same time as I respect different opinions, the opinions of those who think different to me, I face the outrage, the fact that people lie. And what's all the more outrageous is that they're aware that they're lying. Perhaps, for example, it's been said at this very rostrum today that there's no such thing as global warming. This is not an opinion. It's a lie. And lies must be fought against. Of course, we can discuss the best way of tackling global warming, or we can talk about who are more responsible than others, but we can't deny global warming. We can argue, we can discuss how the Nazis managed to govern such vast swathes of Europe, but we can't deny the Holocaust. We can study the secondary effects of a vaccine, but we cannot state with no evidence whatsoever that vaccines cause autism. The world needs a true, genuine dialogue between those of us who think differently, between people who have different visions of the world. It's for that reason that we created the United Nations, for that precise reason, to have dialogue and to decide that brutality is not acceptable, to decide that human rights must be protected regardless of ideologies or who's the victim or who's the torturer. That international law is the guarantee that reason will prevail over might always. Opposed against this dialogue, the other direction is lies and silence, and both will bring us to the edge of an abyss, into deepest suffering. So what is the task before us today? We have to chart the course that we want as humankind and work with the United Nations, who are paving this path. Chile is rallying behind this shared vision, this shared respect for democracy, human rights, social justice, equity, unfettered respect for the freedom of expression, climate action, all of these things that stand as pillars of hope and action to address the difficult changes and weather these current storms. Today we need to say loud and clear that we defend a commitment to democracy always in an nuanced fashion with no excuses whatsoever. For that reason, this week, together with Brazil, Spain and Uruguay and Colombia, we convened the second meeting for the defense of democracy. That was a collected effort that began here in the United Nations a year ago. We want to build bridges so that we can identify the shortcomings of democracy. We want to look at ways of remedying these shortcomings and of improving quality of life of our peoples. We will not settle with simply pointing out what we don't like about the world. We will not settle for saying that doesn't represent us. We want to propose ideas that we want to see and champion them. With all of that in mind, I'd like to briefly dwell on one particular issue. I come from Chile, that is a tricontinental country. Tricontinental. It has inextricable ties to the ocean. We have more than 6,700 kilometers of coastline. We are a country that looks at the ocean, and as such we are proud of having been the first country in America and the second in the world to have ratified the BBNJ agreement to extend governed ocean area beyond areas of national jurisdiction. In recent weeks, we saw the 60th ratification necessary for it to enter into force. As such, the first COP of that agreement will be held next year. We do hope it will be held early next year. Here, I wish to reiterate the fact that we are ready and willing to have its secretariat established in our Pearl of the Pacific in the city of Valparaiso, because we believe that this agreement is an opportunity to make ocean governance closer to the global south. Chile is always also a country that looks towards and has an Antarctic vocation. Our leadership in scientific research is clear. We provide logistical support for research, and we have campaigns for the protection of this area. When you've gone to Antarctica, you will have done so through Chile. In 2 weeks, we'll have another meeting of the Commission for the Preservation of Marine Antarctic Resources. So I call upon states parties now to approve the proposal of the marine protected area for Dominion 1. That was the proposal established by Chile and Argentina. We cannot simply exploit resources if we don't adopt appropriate preservation measures, because ultimately we'll see the destruction of marine life, which we also depend on. Let us not forget that we are part of one single ecosystem. Maintaining biodiversity and sustaining life on Earth is something we must urgently grapple with, and we need to do so with a sense of responsibility towards our ancestors, towards those we share the planet with today, and with a sense of responsibility to future generations. Distinguished delegates, as we have a situation of climate crises, protracted conflicts and humanitarian crisis, against that backdrop, the selection and appointment process for the next Secretary General of the United Nations takes on particular significance. I come to this assembly convinced of the fact that always, even in the most difficult circumstances, there is room to take clear-sighted action as a collective body, action which is transformative and imbued with humanity. Human tragedy is never a foregone conclusion. We will not give up on the hope that there will be good in the world and that the United Nations we need can be built, because that conclusion depends on what we do. I want to say to you that regional balance must be respected in the Secretary General appointment process. It's time for Latin America and the Caribbean to have their moment. We are a war-free region with a rich diplomatic tradition. We forge consensus. We are unwaveringly committed to the UN Charter and have been since its very inception. Tackling the historic gender imbalance within the United Nations is important. We've never had a woman Secretary General, and that is something we must remedy. 80 years of history without a woman having been appointed Secretary General. The UN must reflect the progress made by the world and recognize that a woman at the helm is not just a symbol of equity, but also represents and reflects the fact that women are half of the population, and appointing a woman as Secretary General will send out the clear signal that women can occupy all parts of the world and nothing's closed off to them. Chile wants to actively contribute to that collective effort, and for that reason it is for me a great honor to announce from this rostrum that Chile will nominate our former President, Michelle Bachelet Jerie, as candidate to the post of Secretary General of the United Nations.
Que además nos está acompañando.
She is here with us at this session. Michelle Bachelet is not only someone known to all of you on the global stage, she is a woman whose own trajectory is fully in line with the values that inspired this organization. She was head of state of Chile twice. Incidentally, she was also the first female head of state. She was also the Minister for Health and Defense. She was the Executive Director of UN Women and also High Commissioner for Human Rights at the United Nations. Michelle Bachelet has governed, has negotiated, has solved problems and has listened. Her trajectory, what she's done throughout her life, combines empathy with strength and resolve, experience with openness, and she combines all of these with a proven ability to make decisions and to take action in times of mistrust and fragmentation. I firmly believe, and I know that this conviction is shared by my nation, that Michelle Bachelet is someone able to build bridges between the North and the South, between the East and the West, between urgent needs to find solutions and the urgent need to defend principles. With her leadership, the United Nations will be able to restore credibility, effectiveness and a sense of purpose in the face of current challenges. She will build on the legacy of Antonio Guterres that I can say has given the best of himself from the good of humankind within this institution. With humility and a sense of conviction, Chile presents this candidacy with the conviction, the certainty that Michelle Bachelet will be able to make a decisive contribution to making the United Nations once more a place for meetings, place for solutions and active hope for the world as a whole. Distinguished delegates, 80 years. Let us look back at those decades and let us take stock of the strides forward seen in international governance. In spite of the challenges we're facing, we can also say that we have made progress. But we are eaten away at by the feeling that that progress is under threat. Who will draw the maps of the future? We want to believe that those cartographers will not be those waging assaults on multilateral institutions and eroding their credibility. We don't want them to be those who humiliate the weak. We want all peoples together to draw the maps of the future. Together we represent all of those people, and together we will trace out clear maps so that we have not only a possible and viable future, but one that is full of dignity for everyone and respects them. And to achieve that goal, this organization, let us remember the organization that was built on the ashes of the Second World War after the failure of the League of Nations, this organization is crucial. And renewing it, changing it, reforming it is an urgent need. So, as a renewed organization, but one with the same purpose, it will be an organization that everyone works together in. The words of Victor Jara, that great Chilean great Chilean artist, he talked about this great love of earth which has helped us to live. He loved peace, to enjoy life, love and freedom for everybody. He talked about those things so that his children could exist, his city could exist, and his people could exist. Let us, distinguished colleagues, move together, free and equal, similar and different. Let us walk along this shared path of seeking truth, justice, happiness, and justice. I thank you.
Muchas gracias. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Chile. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Emomali Rahmon, President of the Republic of Tajikistan. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Madam President, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Today, as we commemorate the 80th anniversary of the adoption of the United Nations Charter, I extend to all member states my heartfelt congratulations and best wishes on this occasion. The contemporary world is undeniably experiencing a period of instability, turbulence, unpredictability, and escalating complexity. Geopolitical tensions, efforts to reshape a framework of international relations, conflicts and confrontations in different parts of the world, along with series of security threats and challenges, have posed significant risks to lasting peace and safety. At the same time, the consequences of climate change and growing social inequality impose restrictions on the process of sustainable development and sustainable global development. In such a complex and turbulent circumstances, the role of the United Nations as a platform for inclusive dialogue, cooperation and the promotion of peace and security worldwide becomes more important than ever. In this regard, our countries should make joint and consistent efforts in international practice to protect this principle, return to full compliance with international law. In this process, strengthening equal cooperation among small and large states is also considered to be an important and timely step. Madam President, Tajikistan's National Development Strategy 2030 is fully aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, and we support a full and timely implementation of this item of global agenda. Unfortunately, developing countries, particularly those mountainous and landlocked, face multiple challenges and difficulties in achieving these goals. Particularly vulnerable countries feel the need to take serious measures to ensure sustainable development, financing, and improve access to financial resources. Despite significant attempts in this field, the amount of funding for sustainable development offered by the international community continues to be insufficient to address their current need. This situation necessitates timely response, the allocation of additional funds, and a review of approach to the international financial architecture and system. Tajikistan advocates for effective and fair reforms of international financial instruments. At present, we are observing varying degrees of economic progress among nations, and the influence of developed nations and international financial organizations could play a significant role in tackling this issue. Many developing and less developed countries remain vulnerable to the impacts of economic and financial crisis, poverty, infectious diseases, including COVID, natural disasters, and food insecurity. They need to implement effective financial support measures, including debt relief, In our view, now is the high time to seriously consider this important item. Ladies and gentlemen, today climate change-related issues in various countries around the world, including Tajikistan, pose serious obstacles towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Our country, with 93% of its land covered by mountains, is deeply concerned of an adverse effect of this situation. Changes in the hydrological cycle, a series of floods and droughts, and severe dust storms over the past decades have had a direct impact on Tajikistan's water and energy resources and food security. Every year we suffer tremendous material and financial losses due to water-related natural disasters. Regrettably, these phenomena often result in loss of life and the destruction of vital infrastructure. The impacts of climate change and rising temperatures have led to accelerated melting of glaciers and the deterioration of marine and ocean ecosystems. I would like to recall that Tajikistan hosted the high-level International Conference on Glaciers Preservation this summer in Dushanbe. This meeting brought the international community together to intensely deliberate on issues related to the cryosphere. It is worth noting that of Tajikistan's 14,000 glaciers, which are one of the region's main sources of drinking water, more than 1,300 have completely melted, and the rate of melting of these ices is accelerating. This is even though Tajikistan's glaciers and other water sources account for up to 60% of Central Asia's water resources. We must not remain indifferent to the matter of addressing issues related to the source of human life, water. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Tajikistan plays a proactive role in water diplomacy. Our country is taking practical steps in cooperation with its international partners as a part of its latest initiative, the International Decade for Action Water for Sustainable Development 2018-2028. I call on member states and stakeholders to actively participate in the next event within the Dushanbe water process, the high-level international conference which will be held in Tajikistan next year. This event will undoubtedly give a new impetus to our continued joint efforts within the framework of the Water Action Agenda. We are confident that it will also serve as a solid foundation for preparations for the 2028 United Nations Water Conference in Dushanbe. Madam President, strong institutions and legal literacy are the ground of a just and stable society. Today, the international community is witnessing disrespect for and violation of international law, which is the foundation of order, peace and stability throughout the world. We emphasize the need for strict adherence to international law and the resolution of all disputes and disagreements within the framework of the law. Being deeply aware of this reality, Tajikistan proposes that the United Nations General Assembly considers proclaiming an International Year of Legal Literacy. We call on all member states to join this initiative and strengthen the global culture of transparency and justice. Ladies and gentlemen, the rapid adoption of digital technologies and the effective use of artificial intelligence can noticeably contribute to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. I would like to extend my profound gratitude to all member states for their unwavering support of Tajikistan's proposal to adopt a special resolution entitled "The Role of Artificial Intelligence in Creating New Opportunities for Sustainable Development in Central Asia." I'm confident that the resolution adopted by the General Assembly on July 25th of this year will serve as a key instrument for the safe and equitable use of artificial intelligence in our region. We, in this context, consider the establishment of a regional Center for Artificial Intelligence in Dushanbe to be favorable. This center would undoubtedly facilitate an implementation of joint initiatives and projects among Central Asian countries in the field of artificial intelligence. It is worth noting that, along with the improvement of digital technologies, the number of new security threats, particularly cybercrime, is also growing. We therefore emphasize that cybersecurity must be an important component of collective security. It is evident that, along with cybercrime, terrorism, extremism, illegal weapons smuggling, drug trafficking, and other forms of transnational organized crime continue to pose a serious threat to the global security. Tajikistan supports the further expansion of international cooperation on global security within the framework of the Dushanbe counter-terrorism process. We are determined and willing to establish constructive interaction within this process with international organizations and the UN member states to even more enhance efforts to counter the aforementioned threats and security risks. We believe that relevant UN agencies, in particular the Office of Counterterrorism, can make an effective contribution to the comprehensive implementation of global counterterrorism strategies and programs and strengthen their support to all member states in this area. Distinguished participants, Tajikistan gives full support of the resolution of all disputes and conflicts through political and diplomatic means. We must redouble our efforts to enduring, lasting, and comprehensive peace based on international law. A year ago, from this podium, I proposed considering a special United Nations resolution proclaiming a decade of promotion of peace for future generations. A year later, the adoption of such a resolution has become even more pressing. In today's complex and volatile world, this initiative will create conditions for international cooperation to achieve lasting peace. I call on all UN member states to support this proposal for the sake of our current stability and a better and prosperous life for the generations to come. Ladies and gentlemen, we emphasize our principled, invariable position on the Palestinian issue. We believe that lasting peace in the Middle East is possible only through the implementation of the United Nations resolutions and the principle of the two-state solution. In this regard, we recall the need to resolve this issue exclusively through negotiations and diplomatic means in accordance with the international law, particularly the Charter of the United Nations. We call for a lasting ceasefire in Gaza and access to humanitarian aid. Tajikistan also supports peace and stability, overall security and socio-economic development in neighboring Afghanistan. We are ready to render our full assistance in these processes and in this regard call on the international community to provide humanitarian assistance, especially to regions affected by drought and recent severe earthquakes. Distinguished participants, Tajikistan supports the comprehensive reform of the United Nations system within the framework of the UN80 initiative, UN 2.0, and the UN Secretary General's vision for a modernized United Nations. At the same time, we welcome the Pact for the Future as an important collective initiative to promote peace and sustainable development. These initiatives embody the shared aspirations and will of the international community to respond to modern threats and challenges and build a solid foundation for future generations. We reiterate the need to strengthen the key and coordinating role of the United Nations in ensuring inclusive peace and security. Only with trust, cooperation and unwavering determination we can build a just, peaceful and sustainable future for all humanity. Tajikistan stands ready to cooperate with partner countries and all United Nations member states in achieving these noble goals and addressing other pressing issues on the global agenda. I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Tajikistan. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Joseph Aoun, President of the Lebanese Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, fellow colleagues, heads of state and delegation, I stand before you today to talk about peace, development, and human rights. At a time when some of my fellow citizens are facing death, parts of my country are under occupation, and while my homeland and my people live in uncertainty. This situation takes me back some 77 years ago to the drafting committee of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948. During one of the debates, the late, great Eleanor Roosevelt stepped in to support one member's opinion so that he is not left alone, as she said to those in attendance. The dissenting member respectfully responded, "Honorable lady, my concern is not to side with the majority or the minority, but to align with the truth. The author of these words was no other than Charles Malik, the Lebanese philosopher who worked alongside other great minds of the time to give humanity this eternal declaration. He was also granted the honor of presiding over this august assembly from 1958 to 1959 to represent my country, Lebanon. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I recall this incident today, first, to express my profound sense of pride and my heightened sense of responsibility as I stand before you today for the first time in my capacity as President of Lebanon on the 80th anniversary of this great organization. Second, because our session focuses on examining the inherent relationship between three human virtues: peace, development, and human rights, and between these three virtues and my country, Lebanon. The Lebanese experience, alongside lessons from our region and the world, have shown that there can be no development without peace, for growth cannot take place within chaos, and prosperity cannot be achieved amid conflicts and wars. Peace is the only foundation for development. Experience has taught us that just as there is no development without peace, there can be no peace without justice, and no justice without human rights, particularly the right to live in dignity. Without dignity, peace becomes an illusion, and the only growth will be in poverty, underdevelopment, violence, and bloodshed. Since the establishment of this great organization, its charter stipulated the need to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, to live together in peace with one another as good neighbors, and to employ international machinery for the promotion of the economic and social advancement of all peoples. These noble principles remained on paper for 80 years, as the blood of our people was spilled on the ground. The reasons might be numerous. One can attribute them to the authoritarian nature of man, the nature of relations between countries based on power struggle, hegemony, and the race for absolute dominance in all fields. However, another reason has stirred this tragedy. At least 30 years ago, since talk began in this very chamber about a new world order. The reason is related to the issue of identity and plurality within any society or within societies and countries, especially in the era of globalization. On the one hand, people need one another. On the other hand, they fear for their identity. This led to an emerging issue that drove humanity back to the path of conflict. Let us acknowledge here that religion remains a primary factor in defining the identities of human groups. In the name of religion, countries are at war with one another. In the name of religion, many countries have imploded from within. Furthermore, religion continues to shape the world in profound ways. While Islamophobia and xenophobia grow in the West, the East is still haunted by the memory of colonialism and the remnants of old religious wars. Despite remarkable scientific progress, the world finds itself trapped in a bygone era. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, colleagues, at the heart of this dilemma, Lebanon plays a unique role. This is its raison d'être. This is the significance of Lebanon and its message to the world. Amid the global clash over religious identities, Lebanon stands out as a nation where Christians and Muslims coexist as equals under a constitution that guarantees equitable representation to both communities in the Parliament and the Council of Ministers, with full citizenship for all individuals. This model is open for progress. This model was criticized by some. However, it offers a unique, evolving approach, as the late Pope John Paul II observed. Lebanon is more than a country. It is a message of freedom and plurality for the East and the West. End of the quote. I reiterate and emphasize a message of freedom and plurality. In a region where people are killed or kill over their religious belief, or even for displaying a symbol of faith, in a weary world torn between those who want to impose religious attire and others intent on banning it, Lebanon offers a unique, unmatched, and irreplaceable model. A model that deserves to live, that must exist for the region and for the world. A model that allowed me, as an Arab Lebanese, to serve as the only Christian head of state from East Asia to the coast of Europe. My country, Lebanon, the land of human secularism with profound faith, without any imposition or prohibition of any kind. A model that requires all those who are committed to a better future for humanity to ask the following two questions. First, why would there be an international and UN obligation to preserve Lebanon? And second, how can we achieve this goal? First, indeed, there is a human obligation to preserve Lebanon. If this model falls, this model of coexistence between two different religious communities that are completely equal, where else around the world can we replicate this experience? If Christians were to disappear from Lebanon, this equation, this delicate balance will fall, and with it, justice. If the Muslim community in Lebanon no longer exists, this balance will also fall. And this will also undermine justice. The fall of Lebanon, precipitated by the loss of any of its integral components, would foster the rise of extremism, violence, and bloodshed, both in our region and in the world. It is clear to me today that many of the underlying causes of the war on Lebanon, as well as the deeper, more insidious motivations behind it, have been aimed at dismantling Lebanon's unique model. These actions serve to justify an Orient fractured by conflicting identities and perpetual ethnic rivalries, destined to remain in a state of ongoing conflict. While certain may benefit from this situation, however, it is ultimately in the interest of the world and humanity to strive for international peace. Hence, the success of the Lebanese experience will set a benchmark for any country. This model today is a vibrant, steadfast, and energetic country determined to live, resolutely refusing to succumb to adversity. What it takes to save it? Simply a clear and firm stand, in words and action, aimed at liberating all the Lebanese territory and securing the exclusive sovereignty of the Lebanese state, enforced solely by its legitimate and legal armed forces over its land. This is the unanimous will of the Lebanese people since the declaration of November 27, 2024, which was adopted with the support of the United States and France and this very organization as a mechanism to enforce UN Security Council Resolution 1701. I reaffirmed this commitment in my inaugural address following my election as President in January 2024, and it was also approved by the government in its ministerial statement of February 2024. Throughout our negotiations with President Trump's envoy, Ambassador Tom Barak, we worked on drafting a paper to guarantee full stability on our land, to which we are still bound and still await the same commitment by other concerned parties on our borders as well. This is what Lebanon seeks. Let me be more frank. Allow me to feel some pride for my country and my people, for they do deserve it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are truly an exceptional country by all measures. We are a country that each year receives people from the Lebanese diaspora, the equivalent of a third of the country's residents. This underlines the unwavering connection between the Lebanese people and their homeland. There is hardly a major project in our region that does not bear the signature of a Lebanese person, nor a cultural or artistic event that lacks a Lebanese imprint. In fact, it is almost certain that Lebanese contributions can be found in every significant endeavor. Among the member states of this distinguished organization, one could scarcely find a nation that does not have within its borders a member of the Lebanese diaspora who is engaged, productive, and creative. These individuals integrate harmoniously with their host societies. We, ladies and gentlemen, are a country capable of embracing modernization, and we have started already implementing a gradual program of financial and economic recovery. Together with an independent financial audit, a fair restructuring of the banking sector, and the modernization of the administration, we have also taken on the fight against corruption and organized crime to rebuild the trust of the Lebanese people in their state and the world's confidence in Lebanon. Simultaneously, we have launched legislative and institutional reforms consecrating the independence of the regulatory bodies of the state's productive sectors and enhanced the independence of the judiciary, aligned with international standards in the fight against money laundering and the financing of terrorism. Our government has also recently joined the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity, in line with our history of commitment to the principles of international legitimacy. We are also set on advancing public freedom, combating hate speech, and empowering young men and women in the decision-making process. We can only be prosperous if our citizens, all our citizens, live in dignity. Ladies and gentlemen, our country is dedicated to investing in quality education, and we are expanding today this investment to encompass a knowledge economy. Lebanon is also an essential crossroad for global trade corridors. While advancing on all these fronts, our country simultaneously shoulders numerous burdens. And we shoulder these burdens with responsibility and seriousness. Most pressing among them are the persistent instabilities along our southern border. We call for the immediate cessation of Israeli aggression, the full withdrawal of its occupying forces from all Lebanese territory, and the release of our hostages that we shall not forget nor leave behind, and we insist on the complete implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 1701. This will be achieved with the help of the mandate given to UNIFIL, working in coordination with the Lebanese army over a transitional period to achieve peace and stability. In this context, allow me to extend my gratitude to the members of the Security Council who adopted the resolution to renew UNIFIL's mandate to help us achieve lasting peace and stability. However, the deep underlying causes of our crises extend beyond our immediate borders. This is why it is our moral, human, and political obligation to call for an immediate end to the devastation taking place in Gaza. We urge the revival of a new political track aimed at finding a just and permanent solution to the Palestinian question based on the resolutions of international legitimacy, the principle of the two-state solution, ensuring the right of both states to a secure and dignified existence, as ratified by your General Assembly with a majority of 142 states out of 164 states in the New York Declaration. The second major burden Lebanon is carrying now is the unprecedented displacement situation taking place on its soil, which, measured by capita, stands as the largest in history. Lebanon looks to the United Nations and its specialized agencies, as well as to the Syrian authorities, to address this critical issue. Through direct negotiations and with the support of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we aim to reach comprehensive understandings and agreements across different aspects of our bilateral relations, the goal being the dignified and safe return of the displaced Syrian citizens, as well as the restoration of the special relations between Lebanon and Syria in good neighborliness and close cooperation in various fields, overcoming the misunderstandings of the past. The third burden crippling us today is the reconstruction of Lebanon following the Israeli aggression on our soil, especially with respect to the infrastructure necessary for the return of the Lebanese Authority to the Lebanese border towns and to the rebuilding of homes and villages bulldozed and demolished by the aggression. For there will be no stability if it is not rebuilt and its beauty restored. Furthermore, there's the issue of providing the necessary means to our legal armed forces so that they may take on the task of defending and safekeeping our national integrity. We remain hopeful about the public initiatives to organize international conferences dedicated to that purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, Lebanon does not seek special privileges or favors. Indeed, it calls upon the international community to act with responsibility, fairness, and equality, thereby enabling Lebanon to reclaim its role as a land of freedom and plurality. This very spirit underpinned the Distinguished Assembly's resolution on August 16, 2019, to grant Lebanon's request to establish the Human Academy for Dialogue and Conversions within its borders, a resolution that was for a time overshadowed by the many crises Lebanon has faced in recent years. Today, Lebanon is intent on reviving this vital initiative. Our intention is both to reassure ourselves and to send a message to the world. Lebanon is returning to its rightful place, both within the international community and among the nations gathered at the United Nations, a true platform for human values and the advancement of humanity. In closing, I reiterate the opening theme of my message. While I stand here today advocating for peace, my countrymen are being killed. The conflict is still very fierce between Lebanon being a land of life and joy and a platform that spreads both values to the region and the world, and Lebanon being a place of sorrow and wars, spreading both woes to the region and the world. We in Lebanon have made our choice. We choose to be a land of life and joy, and we shall abide by it. I call upon you all, for the sake of peace in our region, for the good of humanity, stand with us. Do not abandon Lebanon. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Lebanese Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madame la Présidente de l'Assemblée Générale, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général, Madame la Secrétaire Générale adjointe, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général adjoint, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Mesdames, Messieurs les ministres, Mesdames, Messieurs les ambassadrices, ambassadeurs et délégués, je suis heureux de m'exprimer une nouvelle fois devant vous lors de cette 80e session de l'Assemblée Générale des Nations Unies. 8 décennies que nous avons voulu consacrer au service de la paix, du développement, des droits humains. 80 ans qui nous obligent à mesurer le chemin parcouru et à adapter notre pas à la marche du monde. Le 26 juin 1945, nous adoptions la Charte des Nations Unies après 2 guerres mondiales, alors que les combats faisaient encore rage en Asie, que la décolonisation était à peine entamée, que l'Union soviétique étendait son empire et que nous comptions les morts par millions et découvrions l'horreur de la Shoah. Oui, cette étape du monde n'était pas terminée et pourtant nous étions en train de bâtir, à coup de résolution et de détermination, cette volonté de préserver les générations futures du fléau de la guerre et proclamions notre foi dans les droits fondamentaux de l'homme et nous nous engagions à créer les conditions de la justice, à favoriser le progrès social, à pratiquer la tolérance et à vivre en paix les uns avec les autres. Nous ne rêvions pas et en convoquant ici notre passé, ce que nous étions il y a 80 ans, j'ai envie de vous dire ce soir, nous avons le droit de rêver. Parce que notre monde d'aujourd'hui mérite la même détermination à agir ensemble. Nous étions 51 à San Francisco et ce sont désormais 193 États membres qui siègent à cette assemblée. Les textes qui font notre organisation posent clairement les principes de l'action collective, ils expriment des valeurs communes, ils définissent des procédures robustes. Et je sais pourtant combien les frustrations sont là, que nourrit la représentation inégale des États, en particulier au Conseil de sécurité. Et c'est pourquoi je soutiens avec force son élargissement, sa réforme, en particulier son élargissement pour le continent africain. Je sais aussi combien les équilibres politiques, économiques et sociaux ont évolué et que de nouveaux acteurs ont pris plus de responsabilités. Et qu'une multitude s'interroge sur la promesse des Nations Unies, sa réalité et son bénéfice. Alors ne nous mentons pas, ce 80e anniversaire n'est pas une fête. Les conflits armés se multiplient, internes ou internationaux, étatiques ou provoqués par l'action criminelle et terroriste. Et les belligérants bafouent délibérément les conventions de Genève, comme si l'horreur servait la vengeance ou la terreur la victoire. Gaza, l'Ukraine, le Soudan, Haïti, la Birmanie, la République démocratique du Congo. La liste est aussi longue qu'insoutenable des violences que subissent les populations dans ces territoires de guerre. De grandes transformations sont aussi en cours pour nous tous sur cette planète. Le changement climatique n'est pas maîtrisé, l'effondrement de la biodiversité se poursuit. Les efforts que la plupart d'entre nous sont prêts à faire se heurtent au cynisme de quelques-uns qui peuvent faire la différence mais s'y refusent encore. Et nous voyons l'accélération des technologies qui ouvrent d'immenses horizons, d'immenses opportunités, mais laissent aussi le champ libre à des forces d'autant plus dangereuses qu'elles ne sont pas régulées. Nous voyons le commerce mondial qui vit l'heure des guerres tarifaires, lesquelles s'ajoutent aux déséquilibres mondiaux. Cette alarme n'éteint pour autant pas l'espoir. Nos divisions n'empêchent pas que la Syrie s'est libérée de la dictature, que l'Ukraine tient bon et que la paix est possible dans la région des Grands Lacs. Nous avons aussi approuvé des traités et des accords ambitieux que certains pensaient impossibles. Un traité sur les pandémies, un traité pour protéger la haute mer, un autre pour financer le développement. C'est bien que la complexité du monde n'est pas une raison de renoncer à nos principes et nos ambitions. En quelque sorte, nous vivons un moment paradoxal où nous avons besoin, plus que jamais, de restaurer l'esprit de coopération qui a prévalu il y a 80 ans. Et où pour autant nous sommes en train de nous diviser, et où il faut bien le dire,
we're isolating ourselves. There's more and more divisions, and that's plagued the global order. The world is breaking down, and that's halting our collective capacity to resolve major conflicts of our time and stopping us from addressing global challenges. France is proud to be among the people of the United Nations and pay tribute to all the people that serve them, soldiers wearing blue helmets that maintain peace where no one else wants to go, humanitarian personnel and healthcare workers that come to the aid of the most vulnerable, legal specialists, observers, rapporteurs that bear witness to the reality, ensure that the rule of law can prevail, that arbitrary whims do not rule the day. I'm talking, of course, about our NGOs, our nurses, our journalists, and many other people who bear witness to the fact that this organization cannot be replaced. It is for this reason that those that are its harshest critics are also those that want to change the rule of the game, because they want to exert domination. And these are people that do not want the common good to prevail. They want to serve their interests, and that is the major risk of our time. The risk of seeing the facts as they are just become the ongoing state of play. We don't want to see might is right prevail, but that's the risk. We don't want to see the selfishness of some people win the day. That's the risk. The risk is that some people, an elite, will decide the course that the world will run, and that they will forget that there's an international community. There needs to be respectful relations between peers. There needs to be cooperation between peers. That alone makes peace possible. That alone makes it possible to address climate change, to have a successful digital transformation, or to fight against military proliferation. It is for this reason that 80 years later, our priority is to really find the crux of effective multilateralism, to get back to that gem, collective effectiveness. We need to be clear here. The anti-game of some people makes it almost impossible for our organization to be collectively effective. They're playing against us. We need to work together to get back to that collective multilateralism. There's no point here in dividing the North from the South to think that there can be a united West in the face of a global South. That's a pipe dream. That's a vestige of an era where we wanted to isolate ourselves in blocks, pitting ourselves against each other. Here at this forum, there are only men
qui n'ont pas les mêmes religions, qui pensent différemment, dont les civilisations sont parfois différentes, mais qui ont décidé un beau jour que bâtir la paix, relever les défis, en particulier de l'inégalité ou des grandes transitions du monde, faisait qu'ils oublient ces différences pour coopérer tous ensemble. C'est pourquoi il nous faut consolider plutôt les règles existantes et les institutions qui garantissent notre autorité collective et cette efficacité. Les droits de l'homme restent le pilier central de l'édifice des Nations Unies et donnent leur cohérence à l'ensemble des mesures que nous prenons. Et dans cette période où les conflits se multiplient et s'étendent, ce sont aussi à des crises massives des droits humains que nous faisons face. Notre devoir à tous est donc de veiller au respect du droit humanitaire international, comme nous proposons de le faire dans ce cadre de l'initiative mondiale que nous portons avec quelques homologues, l'Afrique du Sud, le Brésil, la Chine, la Jordanie, le Kazakhstan et le CICR. Soutenons la Cour pénale internationale dans sa lutte contre l'impunité. Permettons que les arrêts de la Cour de justice internationale soient mis en œuvre. L'autorité du droit est notre meilleure chance face à la loi du plus fort. L'application des principes est le seul remède aux deux poids, deux mesures que tant d'entre nous sont venus dénoncer à cette tribune, devant cette Assemblée, depuis que nous en avons fait le Parlement du monde.
Called out that principle since we came together as a global parliament. Peace and security are everything. For that reason, it's so important for Ukraine to resist, to resist Russia and have peace. They need to get their territory, their children, their wealth and their future back. The Russian aggression is not a problem of Europe, but rather a problem which plagues us all. It's our problem. It poses the eternal question of the force of law against might is right, freedom against imperialism.
L'Ukraine n'a pas voulu la guerre.
Ukraine didn't want war.
Elle veut la paix.
Ukraine wants
la France
peace.
Aussi veut la
France
paix. Les Européens veulent la paix. Les États-Unis d'Amérique veulent la paix.
Want peace.
Pour cela, l'Ukraine a un droit fondamental, celui de vivre en sécurité et de ne plus craindre que la Russie l'attaque à nouveau. C'est pourquoi la France, avec le Royaume-Uni, a bâti une coalition des volontaires rassemblant 35 nations pour donner à l'Ukraine des garanties indispensables à sa sécurité dans la durée. Nous créons ainsi les conditions d'une paix solide et juste qui permettra aux Ukrainiens d'accomplir leur destin. Et ce qui s'est passé ces dernières semaines dans l'espace aérien de la Pologne, de la Roumanie, les provocations vues en Estonie ou ailleurs sont la preuve aussi que tous les Européens sont défiés aussi par des menaces et des volontés de déstabilisation russe qui supposent une telle unité. L'Ukraine l'a dit souvent, elle est prête au cessez-le-feu et accepte les négociations. Il revient désormais à la Russie de prouver qu'elle peut choisir la paix alors qu'elle multiplie aujourd'hui les attaques contre les civils en Ukraine et les provocations que je viens d'évoquer. Dans cette attente, la France se tiendra fermement aux côtés de l'Ukraine avec ses partenaires européens et tous ceux qui comprennent l'importance de mettre la Russie en échec pour préserver l'ordre mondial. Et je me félicite des propos il y a quelques heures du président des États-Unis d'Amérique, rappelant l'affaiblissement progressif de l'économie russe, les échecs sur le terrain de la Russie qui, imaginez-le, en peu de 1000 jours, a à peine pris 1% du territoire ukrainien malgré tant et tant de pertes, tant et tant de victimes civiles.
So much loss, so many civilian victims, and few territorial gains. I welcome the fact that the President of the USA believes in Ukraine's ability not only to hold the cause, but to uphold and ensure its right
le double standard, ce deux poids deux mesures que la France s'engage aussi aux côtés de l'Ukraine, comme je viens de l'évoquer, comme elle le fait pour la paix au Proche-Orient. Hier, nous avons adopté un plan crédible pour mettre fin à la guerre à Gaza, préserver une solution à deux États, Israël et la Palestine, permettre la libération de tous les otages et sauver tant et tant de vies. Nous avons tracé un chemin vers la paix qui nécessite avant toute autre chose que les otages encore détenus par le Hamas soient libérés, que les frappes sur Gaza cessent. Et je suis heureux que l'Arabie saoudite et la France aient convaincu un grand nombre de membres de cette Assemblée de signer la déclaration de New York. Nous sommes 142 membres de cette Assemblée à tendre la main pour bâtir un chemin de paix. La paix immédiate, libération des otages, cessez-le-feu, la stabilisation de Gaza, la démilitarisation et le démantèlement du Hamas, et une reconnaissance réciproque de deux États et un État de Palestine démilitarisé, reconnaissant Israël et un État d'Israël reconnaissant un État de Palestine. Et tous les États de la région qui ne l'ont pas encore fait, reconnaissant ainsi l'État d'Israël. Par cette reconnaissance qui est en fait un chemin vers la paix, c'est aussi la stabilité de la région tout entière que nous cherchons à bâtir. Il ne peut pas y avoir de sécurité, de stabilité pour Israël si c'est une guerre permanente avec tous les voisins qui est paix avec la Palestine, en Cisjordanie et à Gaza, et à travers Jérusalem. Paix au Liban, où la lutte contre le terrorisme ne peut pas se faire au détriment de la souveraineté des Libanaises et des Libanais. Et c'est pourquoi je me félicite du travail que nous avons conduit main dans la main avec les États-Unis d'Amérique, avec les Nations Unies et la FINUL pour bâtir ce chemin qui permet de restaurer la souveraineté du Liban, remettre les forces armées libanaises en situation avec l'appui de la FINUL de retrouver point à point cette souveraineté et évidemment de bâtir ce monopole des armes qui seuls peuvent être détenus par les forces armées libanaises. Le Liban respire mieux quand le Hezbollah est moins fort, le Liban respirera encore mieux quand l'ensemble des caches d'armes, quand l'ensemble des armes détenues par le Hezbollah seront reprises à la main des forces armées libanaises. Il n'y a pas d'autre choix. La France réunira prochainement une conférence de soutien à la reconstruction du Liban et nous appuierons aussi la conférence que nos amis saoudiens tiendront en soutien aux forces armées libanaises. De la même manière,
In the same
La Syrie doit
vein,
retrouver
Syria
son unité
must
et sa
recover
souveraineté.
its unity and
La
its
Syrie est plus
sovereignty.
libre depuis que le
Syria
régime
is
d'Assad
freer
est
since
tombé.
Assad's regime
J'ai
fell.
reçu le président de
I
la
received
transition
the
à Paris,
transitional
je le
president
reverrai
in
demain
Paris. I
avec
welcomed
plusieurs
him there.
États
I'll
de la
see him again
région.
tomorrow. And with several
Nous
states of the
œuvrons
region,
pour que la
we
Syrie
are
puisse
striving so that
respecter
Syria
toutes les
can,
composantes de sa société civile,
can respect all components of its civil society, because
la
that's
sève.
where its strength lies.
Et en même temps
At
puisse,
the same time,
en retrouvant cette unité,
it's in finding
retrouver
that
la
unity
pleine
once
maîtrise, elle
more,
aussi, de sa
they will be
souveraineté.
able to also fully
Et
recover
puis,
their sovereignty.
la région ne pourra être en paix que si le programme
The region
nucléaire
can only be in
iranien,
peace if the Iranian nuclear
qui a été
program
partiellement
that
détruit,
has been partially destroyed
est à nouveau
is
pleinement
once
contrôlé.
again fully
C'est
under
pourquoi la
control.
France,
It is for
l'Allemagne, le
this reason
Royaume-Uni ont
France, Germany, the
déclenché d'un
United
accord
Kingdom
commun le processus
triggered
menant au
by way
rétablissement
of a
de
collective
toutes les
agreement, a
sanctions
process leading to the
internationales
restoration of
prises
all
précédemment
international
contre
sanctions
l'Iran.
previously imposed
Celui-ci
upon
porte seul
Iran.
la
That
responsabilité de
alone,
manquer à ses obligations, mais
Iran
peut
alone
encore
is
décider
responsible for being
d'ouvrir
in
les
breach
portes
of
à
its
l'AIEA,
obligations.
de faire la
But they have
lumière sur son stock
decided
d'uranium enrichi
to
et
open the doors to
d'accepter
the
de nouvelles
AIEA and allow
négociations.
them to
Les prochaines
inspect
heures seront
HEU
déterminantes.
stocks and to conduct
Soit
inspections.
l'Iran
The next steps to come
fait
will
un
be
geste, se
decisive.
réengage
Either
dans un
Iran
chemin
makes a
de
gesture
paix et
and
de
goes back to the path of
responsabilité,
peace and
permettant de
accountability that make it possible
retrouver ce chemin et à l'AIEA de
to
faire
get
son
back on
travail
course and for the
et aux stocks
IAEA
d'être
to
ainsi
do its work
transférés.
and for stockpiles to be transferred,
Soit les
or
sanctions devront s'appliquer.
sanctions will have to be
J'aurai
imposed.
l'occasion de m'en entretenir demain avec le
I'll
président
have an
Pezeshkian.
occasion to
Sur
meet with the
chacune de
president
ces
if needs be
de ces
tomorrow on
questions
each of
cruciales,
these crucial issues.
la France avance des solutions concrètes.
Puts forward concrete
Le plan pour que
proposals,
cesse la guerre en
solutions. The
Ukraine
plan
existe.
for the war to
Le
stop in
plan
Ukraine
pour faire la
exists.
paix
The
au
plan to
Proche-Orient
make peace in the
existe.
Middle East
Le
is
plan
on the
pour remettre
table.
sous
A
contrôle le
plan
programme
to
nucléaire
put the
iranien
Iranian nuclear
existe.
program back under proper
Le
control
plan pour
exists.
retrouver la
The
pleine
plan to
souveraineté
restore the
du
full
Liban
sovereignty
aussi
of
existe.
Lebanon in the south exists.
Chaque fois, nous voulons être le
We
partenaire de tous
always
ceux qui
want to be the
partagent
partner of
cette
all of those
exigence
who
d'agir
share
efficacement.
this demand that
Pourtant,
everyone
le
take
risque
effective
existe
action.
aussi
However,
que
there
nous
is a
nous
risk
lassions d'agir
that we
et
will
détournions le regard
stop
de
taking
trop de
action and
détresse.
look away from too much
La tragédie
suffering.
humanitaire
The
en cours au
humanitarian
Soudan est sans doute
tragedy
la plus
currently
grave
in
de toutes
Sudan is
aujourd'hui.
undoubtedly the
Il
biggest
nous
of
appartient
those
collectivement de nous
facing us today.
mobiliser,
It's up to us collectively to rally,
comme nous l'avons fait à
to
Paris en
mobilize, as we
2024.
did in Paris in
Coordonnons nos
2024.
efforts
Let us coordinate
pour
our
agir
efforts
ensemble,
to act
pour que les
together
belligérants
so
acceptent la
that the
négociation et
warmongers
remettent
accept
le pouvoir aux
negotiations
civils.
and put
De la même
power
manière,
back
dans la
in
région des
civilian
Grands Lacs, la
hands. In the
souveraineté et
same way,
l'intégrité
in the
territoriale
Great
de
Lakes
la
region, the
République
sovereignty and
démocratique du
territorial
Congo
integrity of
doivent
the
être
Democratic Republic of
respectées.
the Congo must
Il
be
faut rendre
upheld.
l'espoir à la
We need to
population
return
des
hope to
Kivus
the
et aux
people of
centaines de
Kivu and
milliers
to
de
the hundreds
personnes
of
qui ont été
thousands of people
déplacées.
that have been
Et c'est
displaced.
aussi pour
And
cela
it is also for that reason
Et c'est aussi pour cela que nous réunirons le mois prochain à Paris tous ceux qui peuvent répondre à l'urgence humanitaire et faire converger les initiatives de paix. Et je me félicite de ce qui a été conduit par l'Union africaine, par tant de voisins, par le Qatar, par les États-Unis d'Amérique. Mais l'urgence humanitaire, là aussi, est indispensable. Nous ne devons oublier aucun de ces conflits. Nous n'avons pas le droit à aucun moment de nous décourager. Cette capacité de sursaut, c'est notre force, c'est ce qui nous a rassemblés il y a 8 décennies. Nous n'avons aucun droit à la fatigue dans ce moment que nous vivons. Ayant égrené, sans être pour autant complet, tant de crises, je regarde avec vous lucidement le monde dans lequel nous vivons. Nous voyons partout les risques de prolifération revenir et les nouvelles menaces sans cadre collectif réémerger. L'urgence est aussi à rebâtir un cadre crédible, vérifiable pour lutter contre toute prolifération nucléaire, de reconstruire un cadre crédible pour recontenir les menaces et les proliférations balistiques. Je n'oublie pas les menaces chimiques, bactériologiques, et je n'oublie pas les risques nouveaux, ceux qui impliquent l'intelligence artificielle, le quantique, le cyber, ou le spatial.
Cyber
Autant de
technology,
menaces sur
space
lesquelles
technology,
nos
quantum
cadres
technology.
existants
We
communs ont
have
été
common
affaiblis
frameworks, but they've been weakened
ces
in all
dernières
of these
années.
domains in
Parfois
recent
parce que
years.
certains les ont
Sometimes
rendus
because some
caduques,
people
d'autres fois
sort
parce
of
que
said
les
they were
règles de
outdated,
vérification
and
n'ont
sometimes
pas
because
été
the
dûment
rules of
observées,
verification
aussi
weren't
parce
properly
que
observed, sometimes
l'accélération
because
technologique
the the pace of technological development meant that these frameworks, their capacity to innovate,
vont plus vite que nos cadres existants.
Was not enough. Technological change was going too quick. However, we've got no right
et d'avancer, de bâtir ce cadre de paix indispensable. C'est la
that
même
crucial
exigence
framework for
d'efficacité,
peace.
ce même
The same demand
multilatéralisme
for
efficace
effective
qu'il nous faut avoir
multilateralism
sur les grands défis
is
globaux
one
qui
that
sont
we
les
need to
nôtres.
uphold for
Je
our
sais
global
l'attention que le
challenges.
secrétaire
The
général y
Secretary
accorde et je veux le
General
remercier
attaches great
de l'ambition
importance
qu'il affiche pour notre
to
organisation au travers
our
de
organisation,
l'initiative
and he
ONU
has
80.
ambition for it, and that's shown through his initiative
partage
UN
cette
80, and I share his concerns about
Oui,
our organisation.
il nous faut dans
Yes,
ce moment de
we
désordre
need
que
at this
j'évoquais pour
time
les
of
grandes questions de
disarray
paix et
that
de
I
guerre,
talked about as
ne
a
pas
result of these
oublier que nous avons
major
tant
issues
de
of
défis
war and
globaux
conflict.
qui
We
supposent
can't forget there
le
are so
même
many
esprit
global
de
challenges
coopération.
that mean that we must all
Regardons en
come
face
together.
nos grands déséquilibres
Let
mondiaux.
us stare
Ils
straight
touchent
in the
toutes les
face
économies,
global imbalances.
certes les plus riches.
All
Je
economies
parle
affected.
au nom de l'une d'entre elles.
All economies, and I'm
Mais
speaking as one of the
encore
richest
plus,
among them.
Les pays à revenus
But
intermédiaires,
also middle-income
les
countries,
pays développement et évidemment les
developing
plus pauvres.
countries, and of course the poorest nations among
Si nous
us.
n'arrivons pas à avoir une conversation
All of us,
internationale
if we
organisée
can't have
sur les grands déséquilibres
organized
de la
international
planète,
debate on
si
major
nous y
global
répondons de manière
imbalances,
dispersée
if our
et non
response is a
coopérative, nous les
fragmented one
aggravons.
and we don't work together, we
Aujourd'hui, notre
exacerbate these
défi,
problems. Today, our
c'est de voir
challenge
comment
is to look at
aider la
how
Chine
we can help
à développer
China
la demande
to
intérieure dont elle a tant
develop
besoin.
the internal demand
Comment
that it
essayer de
really
faire que
needs. How can we
les capacités de
ensure
production
that
remarquables qu'elle a su
productive
développer ces
capacities that
dernières
China's
années,
been
ces
able to develop
capacités
in recent years,
technologiques,
these
font
technological
l'objet parfois de
capacities,
transferts de technologie,
sometimes
mais
there's
aussi
technological
s'accompagnent d'un
transfer, and
développement
that's good,
harmonieux
but
de
they
son marché
need to
intérieur.
be
Comment faire
conducted
face
hand in hand with harmonious
aujourd'hui au
development
déséquilibre
in respect
commerciaux
for the
américains de
environment?
manière
How can we
coopérative
correct
et pas par des tarifs qui
US trade
viendront
imbalances? How can we
fracturer
do that through
notre
corrective
commerce
measures, not through
international? Et
tariffs
comment
that
faire que nous ayons une
takes the
Europe
rug out
qui
from under
arrive
international
à
trade?
répondre aux besoins
There's Europe
d'investissement
that
collectif
needs to respond to collective needs for collective
aujourd'hui les
investment, and we
Ces
need to
défis
shoulder that
supposent que nous
responsibility.
ayons des
These
coopérations
challenges
entre grandes
mean that we
économies,
need to cooperate. There
mais que
needs
nous
to be
n'opposions pas
cooperation
aussi
between
le
major
G7 avec les
economies,
BRICS,
but we
et
can't
c'est tout l'agenda
hit
que
the
nous
G7
fixons
against
pour
the BRICS, and that's the
le
very
G7
rationale
français
behind our
de
agenda for the
2026,
French G7
en
of
lien évidemment
2026.
avec les
Of course,
présidences,
we'll work with
présidences canadiennes
the
aujourd'hui
Canadian
du G7 et
presidency
les
of
présidences
G7
successives
and the
du G20. Il
coming
nous faut
presidents
retrouver
of
cet esprit de
G20. We
coopération
need to
qui
return
est
to that spirit of
indispensable.
cooperation that
Parce que
is
c'est ce qui nous
vital,
permettra
because that's
aussi
what will
d'avoir un
allow us
agenda
also to
commun
have a common agenda
pour financer les
to
défis mondiaux qui sont les
finance
nôtres.
our
Regardons-nous
global
aujourd'hui.
challenges. Let's take a look
Nous
at
sommes
things
partout en
today.
train de réduire nos
Everywhere,
ambitions
we're
communes
reducing, eroding our
pour
common
financer les grands
ambitions
défis du
to
monde.
finance major global challenges.
Baisse des financements collectifs pour la
There,
santé. Baisse des
collective
financements
financing for
collectifs
healthcare is
pour la
plummeting,
sécurité
as is
alimentaire.
financing for
Baisse
food
des financements
security, as is
collectifs pour
financing
l'éducation.
for education.
Ces défis sont
These
pourtant les nôtres,
challenges are, however, our
autant et encore
challenges,
plus qu'ils l'étaient
even
avant la
more than
pandémie
they were before the
de
pandemic.
Covid-19.
The COVID-19
Et donc il est absolument
pandemic.
indispensable
And so it is
que
absolutely
collectivement
pivotal
nous
that
sachions
together
bâtir des
we
solutions
prove
concrètes,
ourselves
des
able
financements
to
nouveaux
develop
pour le faire.
concrete solutions
Les Européens
and
ont
find
décidé
new
de se
financing
mobiliser
to
et je
address our
remercie la
challenges.
présidente de la Commission qui a eu
The
un
European Union
discours fort en la
decided to
matière et
mobilize
mobilise
the
les instruments de
Commission's
financement
President's
que
speech was
Européens
great
nous
in
avons
this
mis
connection.
ensemble
We
pour répondre à
are
ces grands défis.
mobilizing financing as
Mais nous
Europeans
devons le faire aussi dans
to
un
meet
cadre
these challenges,
rénové,
but we must
celui
do so
que
within
nous
a
avons
renewed
essayé
framework.
ensemble de
That's
bâtir
what we tried to do
pendant la
together
pandémie elle-même,
during
avec
the
nos
pandemic
partenaires
itself,
africains, lors
with
du
our
sommet
African
de
partners,
financement que nous
during
avions
the financing
ensemble construit en
summit
2021,
which we
celui
held
ensemble que
in
nous avons poursuivi
2021. The work we did there
lors
was work we
du
continued
sommet dit 4P,
at the
où nous avons
4P
bâti
summit,
ce pacte pour la
where we
prospérité des
developed
peuples et
this
la
pact
planète,
for the
au fond avec
prosperity
un
of
même
peoples and the
agenda.
planet. Ultimately, the
Nous
agendas were
devons
the
ensemble
same.
mieux coopérer
Together, we need
face
to
aux
work
déséquilibres
together better
économiques
to
mondiaux.
address global
Nous devons
economic
bâtir un
imbalances.
agenda de
We must
croissance
develop an agenda
partout.
of growth
Mais
everywhere.
nous devons le faire
but
pour
we
aussi
must
aider
do that to
les pays
also
à
help
financer les efforts
countries to
d'éducation, de
finance
santé, de
education,
stabilisation et de
healthcare,
sécurité alimentaire et
stabilization
pour
of food
relever les
security,
défis
and
de la
help them to
biodiversité.
address challenges of biodiversity
Sortons de
and
ce
the
dilemme où il
climate.
faudrait choisir entre la
Let us
croissance
come
le
off the
climat et
horns
la
of a dilemma.
biodiversité.
We don't need to
Nous
choose
pouvons le
between
faire si nous
growth,
savons
climate
mobiliser
change
ces
and
financements
biodiversity. We can
publics
do
et
everything
privés
if we mobilize
dans un
private and
cadre
public
qui
financing
réunit
within a framework that
l'Est,
brings
l'Ouest, le Sud et le
together,
Nord. C'est
reconciles
ce cadre
East,
que nous
West,
avons
North and
bâti.
South.
Il
That's
suppose
the
de
framework
maintenant
we've built. And
accélérer
now,
la transition
what we
qui a
need to
commencé
do is
à être
expedite the
conduite, et je veux les en
transition that's
remercier,
already underway.
par les
And
dirigeants
I
de la Banque mondiale
thank
et du Fonds monétaire
you
international.
all.
Mais il nous
The
faut
heads
aller
of the
plus loin.
World Bank, the
Ces cadres
IMF
sont
have
encore devenus
commented on
obsolètes.
these efforts, but we need to go faster. The
Nous avons
frameworks we
besoin de
developed have already already become obsolete. We need to mobilize more private financing to accompany transitions in middle-income countries, developing countries and the poorest nations. We must develop guarantee mechanisms that losses will be covered, and we need to mobilize more private financing to help those countries and help them to grow. That is vital if we want to avoid crises, destabilization tomorrow. This agenda is an agenda which brings us together.
Et qui sort en quelque sorte quelques-uns de leur égoïsme.
In some way forces some
évite
people
que
to
quelques
cast
autres
aside
soient
selfishness and avoids a situation whereby
confrontés
others
seuls
are
aux défis qui sont
alone
les leurs.
facing their challenges.
C'est pourquoi aussi
It
nous
is
devons
for that
continuer,
reason we must also continue.
quels que soient les vents mauvais qui soufflent, à nous
Whatever
mobiliser
the ill
face aux
winds
défis
that
de la
blow,
biodiversité et
continue
du
to
climat.
mobilize to stop biodiversity
Je le
loss
disais,
and
nous
help
avons
the
su
climate,
ensemble
as I was
bâtir des
saying.
victoires
Together
ces
we were
derniers mois.
able
Le
to
traité
notch
de
up
Nice,
victories recently. The
qui a pu
Nice
rentrer en
Treaty
vigueur par
that
une
entered into
mobilisation
force
collective va
through
enfin donner un cadre de
collective rallying.
régulation
We
à
finally
nos océans.
have a
C'était attendu
regulation
depuis des
framework for our
décennies.
oceans. That was
C'est la
something we've
même
been waiting for
mobilisation
for
collective
decades.
que
The
nous
same
devons avoir sur le
collective
plastique.
mobilization is what we would
Bâtir
must
un
see on
traité
plastic.
international
We need to develop an
visant à
international
mettre fin à la
treaty
pollution
that aims to
plastique.
put an end to
C'est la
plastic
même mobilisation
pollution.
que nous
The
devons avoir
same
pour déployer de manière
mobilization
beaucoup plus
is
efficace
what we need to
les crédits
have
biodiversité
to
et
mobilize
redonner plus de
biodiversity
consistance
credits and
à nos
give more
crédits carbone.
consistency
Et c'est
to
la
our
même
carbon
mobilisation qu'il
credits.
nous faut
This same
avoir
rallying needs
en
to be
vue de
seen
la COP de Belém.
as we move
Je le
towards
dis,
the
si
Belém
l'Europe et la
COP.
France seront au
France
rendez-vous,
and Europe
seront au
will be
rendez-vous
at
des
that
objectifs
meeting,
de
and we will
2035
be
qui nous
in
sont
step
assignés,
with the
seront au
2030
rendez-vous aussi
goals.
de la mobilisation de tous les
We will
financements pour
mobilize
mener
all
cette
financing
transition,
necessary
qu'il
to
soit
usher
public
in this
ou
transition,
privé.
whether that be
Nous n'avons
public
pas
or
le droit,
private
là aussi,
financing.
de nous
We have
détourner
no right to
des objectifs que
turn
nous
away,
sommes
stray
assignés
from
à
the
nous-mêmes.
course towards the
Nous n'avons
goals we
pas le
set
droit, en
ourselves.
quelque sorte,
We
de
have
nous
no
replier.
right to
Comme vous
simply
l'avez compris,
crumble and
tous
become
ces défis
isolated.
globaux,
As you've seen, all of these
l'éducation, la
global
santé,
challenges,
l'agriculture, la
education,
sécurité
healthcare,
alimentaire,
agriculture, food
la
security,
biodiversité,
biodiversity,
le climat, la
climate,
lutte contre toutes
the
les
fight
inégalités
ultimately against all
qui
inequalities
déstabilisent notre ordre
that
mondial
destabilize our
suppose
global
le même
order
esprit de
require the same
coopération
spirit of
que celui que
cooperation,
j'évoquais
the same
face aux
spirit that I
guerres
talked about, the
ou aux
spirit we
déstabilisations.
showed in the face of war.
Le défi qui est le
and
nôtre, c'est que les crises sont
destabilization. Our
multiples,
challenge is the
s'accumulent,
fact that
et que mon
crises,
discours déjà
there's a
trop long
plethora
est
of
pour
them,
autant très
they're
incomplet.
growing in number.
Mais je vous rassure, je vais l'arrêter là.
My speech was long and
Mais
quite
je vais
comprehensive, but
vous
I
le
do
dire
reassure you
avec
I'm
beaucoup de
coming
force.
to an end. But I forcefully say to
Malgré
you
tout
once more,
cela, la
in
liste
spite of all
longue
that, in
qui
spite of
parfois
the
donne le
long list
sentiment
that
que nous
sometimes gives the
pourrions être
impression
accablés,
that we might be overwhelmed,
notre devoir
our
est
duty
de rester debout
is
et de
to
continuer
remain
à
on
agir
our feet and to
ensemble.
continue to act
Il y a
together.
80 ans, ceux qui nous
80
ont
years
précédés
ago,
étaient
those
face
that
à
preceded us
l'effondrement.
were facing
La guerre n'était pas
facing
terminée.
collapse. The war hadn't
Le
finished.
pire venait de se
The
produire.
worst had
Un
just come to
monde
pass.
déjà divisé était en
A
train de se
world
composer.
already
Et
divided
ils ont décidé
was
de
kind of
construire ce trésor que sont
stuttering,
les
and it was
Nations
up
Unies.
to them to
On
build
pourrait
the treasure that
accabler
is the United
notre Assemblée
Nations.
de plein de
We could
reproches, y compris des reproches.
overwhelm our assembly, level
sont pas tout à fait
criticism
justes.
against it, reproach it for everything. Not
Cette
all
assemblée,
reproaches are fair,
c'est nous.
some are.
Si elle
This
est
assembly
inefficace,
is us.
c'est que
If
quelques-uns la
it's
bloquent, et
ineffective, it's
souvent
because
les plus puissants.
some people
Si
are
elle ne
blocking
va
it.
pas
Sometimes
assez
it's the
vite,
most
c'est que
people,
nous ne sommes pas
the
assez
most
déterminés
powerful.
pour
If
la
it's
faire
not going
avancer.
fast enough, it's 'cause
Les
people don't
Nations
have enough
Unies, c'est nous
resolve to make
tous.
things move forward. The United
Il y a
Nations
une
is
chose,
all of us.
c'est que nous
There's
n'avons pas
one
droit au
thing,
cynisme.
it's that we
Nous
don't
n'avons
have a
pas
right
droit à la
to be
fatigue.
cynical. We don't have the right
Nous n'avons
to
pas droit à
get
l'esprit de
fatigue.
défaite.
We can't have this
Parce que notre
defeated
monde est là
heart,
devant nous.
because our world is here
Et le risque
before
qui
us,
court, c'est
and
celui
our
de la
risk, the risk that we
fragmentation,
face is
de
that
la
the
loi du plus fort,
fragmentation, that the
de
law
l'état de
might is
fait,
right will prevail,
du
the status
cynisme
quo
et en
prevailing,
quelque sorte de la
cynicism,
perte de
and to
contrôle.
some
Oui,
extent that we
c'est
will
bien
lose
ça, la
control.
perte de
Yes,
contrôle.
the
C'est ce que
loss
vivent
of
partout nos
control.
peuples.
That's what all
La
of our
peur
peoples are experiencing.
devant un futur qui
Fear
ne
in the
contrôle
face
plus.
of a
La
future.
peur
They no
devant des
longer
migrations
control
subies
the
chez les
fear
uns,
before
la peur devant
in
un
the face of
climat qu'on n'arrive
migrations
plus à
that they're weathering,
contrôler,
a
la
climate
peur
that we can
devant
no
des
longer
inégalités
control,
qu'on n'arrive
fear
plus à
of inequalities
stabiliser,
that we
la
can't
peur
bring under
devant une
control,
guerre qu'on n'arrive
fear
pas à
in the face
arrêter.
of a war we can't stop.
Cette peur n'a qu'un ami,
This fear has one friend,
le plus fort qui en a créé les conditions,
the strongest
le cynique qui
friend,
pense qu'on peut se
the
débrouiller
mightiest
à
person that was
l'abri à
able to
quelques-uns qui
prevail,
réussissent.
the cynic that was allowed to
Nous n'avons qu'une
prevail. We
responsabilité,
have one
agir
responsibility, that
ensemble,
is to act
bâtir ce
together,
multilatéralisme
build this
efficace à
multilateralism
nouveau,
once
avec la
again,
même foi,
with
la
the
même
same
détermination
faith,
que
with
les
the
pères
same
fondateurs de
resolve
cette
as the
Assemblée.
founding fathers of
Le
this
faire avec encore
assembly.
plus
We need to do that with
d'efficacité,
even more
mais avec
effectiveness,
la même
but with the
volonté.
same will.
Ne rien céder aux
We
injustices.
cannot give
Ne rien
ground to
céder à la
injustice. We
fatalité.
can give nothing to
Agir.
fatality or the
Agir.
sense of the inevitable. We
Agir.
need to act, act, and act.
Alors c'est à nous de faire.
So it's up to us to do just that together. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the French Republic.